A selection from the writings of Guy de Maupassant, vol I ******. A selection from the writings of Guy de Maupassant, short stories of the tragedy and comedy of life, with a critical preface by Paul Burget of the French Academy and an introduction by Robert Arnott, M.A. vol I, of 3. Table of Contents. Volume I1. Mademoiselle Fifi 2. An Affair of State 3. The Artist 4. The Hauler 5. Miss Harriet 6. The Hole 7. Love 8. The Inn 9. A Family 10. Bellflower 11. Who Knows? 12. The Devil 13. Epiphany 14. Simon's Papa 15. Waiter, a Box 16. The Sequel to a Divorce 17. The Mad Woman 18. In Various Roles 19. The False Gems 20. Countess Satan 21. The Colonel's Ideas 22. Two Little Soldiers 23. Ghosts 24. Was It a Dream? 25. The Diary of a Madman 26. An Unfortunate Likeness 27. A Country Excursion, ****. At the close of the last volume will be found a complete list of the French titles of de Maupassant's writings, with their English equivalents. Guy de Maupassant. Of the French writers of romance of the latter part of the 19th century, no one made a reputation as quickly as did Guy de Maupassant. Not one has preserved that reputation with more ease, not only during life, but in death. None so completely hides his personality in his glory. In an epoch of the utmost publicity, in which the most insignificant deeds of a celebrated man are spied, recorded, and commented on, the author of Boulet de Suif of Pierre et Jean of Notre Coeur found a way of effacing his personality in his work. Of de Maupassant we know that he was born in Normandy about 1850, that he was the favorite pupil, if one may so express it, the literary protégé, of Gustave Flaubert, that he made his debut late in 1880, with a novel inserted in a small collection, published by Émile Zola and his young friends, under the title, The Soirées of Medan, that subsequently he did not fail to publish stories and romances every year up to 1891, when a disease of the brain struck him down in the fullness of production. And that he died, finally, in 1893, without having recovered his reason. We know, too, that he passionately loved a strenuous physical life and long journeys, particularly long journeys upon the sea. He owned a little sailing yacht, named after one of his books, Bellamy, in which he used to sojourn for weeks and months. These meager details are almost the only ones that have been gathered as food for the curiosity of the public. I leave the legendary side, which is always in evidence in the case of a celebrated man, that gossip, for example, which avers that Maupassant was a high liver and a worldling. The very number of his volumes is a protest to the contrary. One could not write so large a number of pages in so small a number of years without the virtue of industry, a virtue incompatible with habits of dissipation. This does not mean that the writer of these great romances had no love for pleasure and had not tasted the world, but that for him these were secondary things. The psychology of his work ought, then, to find an interpretation other than that afforded by wholly false or exaggerated anecdotes. I wish to indicate here how this work, illumined by the 3 or 4 positive data which I have given, appears to me to demand it. And first, what does that anxiety to conceal his personality prove, carried as it was to such an extreme degree? The answer rises spontaneously in the minds of those who have studied closely the history of literature. The absolute silence about himself, preserved by one whose position among us was that of a Turgenev, or of a Merimee, and of a Molière or a Shakespeare among the classic great, reveals, to a person of instinct, a nervous sensibility of extreme depth. There are many chances for an artist of his kind, however timid, or for one who has some grief, to show the depth of his emotion. To take up again only 2 of the names just cited, this was the case with the author of Thérèse Voyages and with the writer of Columba. A somewhat minute analysis of the novels and romances of Maupassant would suffice to demonstrate, even if we did not know the nature of the incidents which prompted them, that he also suffered from an excess of nervous emotionalism. 9 times out of 10, what is the subject of these stories to which freedom of style gives the appearance of health? A tragic episode. I cite, at random, Mademoiselle Fifi la petite roque inutile but le masque le hall et l'épreuve le champ d'oliviers among the novels, and among the romances, un vie Pierre et Jean fort comme la mort notre coeur. His imagination aims to represent the human being as imprisoned in a situation at once insupportable and inevitable. The spell of this grief and trouble exerts such a power upon the writer that he ends stories commenced in pleasantry with some sinister drama. Let me instance Saint Anton in a midnight revel, the little cask and old amable. You close the book at the end of these vigorous sketches, and feel how surely they point to constant suffering on the part of him who executed them. This is the leading trait in the literary physiognomy of Maupassant, as it is the leading and most profound trait in the psychology of his work, viz., that human life is a snare laid by nature, where joy is always changed to misery, where noble words and the highest professions of faith serve the lowest plans and the most cruel egoism, where chagrin, crime, and folly are forever on hand to pursue implacably our hopes, nullify our virtues, and annihilate our wisdom. But this is not the whole. Maupassant has been called a literary nihilist, but, and this is the second trait of his singular genius, in him nihilism finds itself coexistent with an animal energy so fresh and so intense that for a long time it deceives the closest observer. In an eloquent discourse, pronounced over his premature grave, Émile Zola well defined this illusion. We congratulated him, said he, upon that health which seemed unbreakable, and justly credited him with the soundest constitution of our band, as well as with the clearest mind and the sanest reason. It was then that this frightful thunderbolt destroyed him. It is not exact to say that the lofty genius of de Maupassant was that of an absolutely sane man. We comprehend it today, and, on rereading him, we find traces everywhere of his final malady. But it is exact to say that this wounded genius was, by a singular circumstance, the genius of a robust man. A physiologist would without doubt explain this anomaly by the coexistence of a nervous lesion, light at first, with a muscular, athletic temperament. Whatever the cause, the effect is undeniable. The skilled and dainty pessimism of de Maupassant was accompanied by a vigor and physique very unusual. His sensations are in turn those of a hunter and of a sailor, who have, as the old French saying expressively puts it, swift foot, eagle eye, and who are attuned to all the whisperings of nature. The only confidences that he has ever permitted his pen to tell of the intoxication of a free, animal existence are in the opening pages of the story entitled Mauche, where he recalls, among the sweetest memories of his youth, his rollicking canoe parties upon the Seine, and in the description in La Vie Errant of a night spent on the sea, to be alone upon the water under the sky, through a warm night, in which he speaks of the happiness of those who receive sensations through the whole surface of their flesh, as they do through their eyes, their mouth, their ears, and sense of smell. His unique and too scanty collection of verses, written in early youth, contains the two most fearless, I was going to say the most ingenious, paeans, perhaps, that have been written since the Renaissance, At the Water's Edge, or Bord de l'eau, and the rustic Venus, La Venus rustique. But here is a paganism whose ardor, by a contrast which brings up the ever-present duality of his nature, ends in an inexpressible shiver of scorn. We look at each other, astonished, immovable, and both are so pale that it makes us fear. Asterisk 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 alas! Through all our senses slips life itself away. This ending of the water's edge is less sinister than the murder and the vision of horror which terminate the pantheistic hymn of the rustic Venus. Considered as documents revealing the cast of mind of him who composed them, these two lyrical essays are especially significant, since they were spontaneous. They explain why de Maupassant, in the early years of production, voluntarily chose, as the heroes of his stories, creatures very near to primitive existence, peasants, sailors, poachers, girls of the farm, and the source of the vigor with which he describes these rude figures. The robustness of his animalism permits him fully to imagine all the simple sensations of these beings, while his pessimism, which tinges these sketches of brutal customs with an element of delicate scorn, preserves him from coarseness. It is this constant and involuntary antithesis which gives unique value to those Norman scenes which have contributed so much to his glory. It corresponds to those two contradictory tendencies in literary art, which seek always to render life in motion with the most intense coloring, and still to make more and more subtle the impression of this life. How is one ambition to be satisfied at the same time as the other, since all gain in color and movement brings about a diminution of sensibility, and conversely? The paradox of his constitution permitted to Maupassant this seemingly impossible accord, aided as he was by an intellect whose influence was all-powerful upon his development, the writer I mention above, Gustave Flaubert. These meetings of a pupil and a master, both great, are indeed rare. They present, in fact, some troublesome conditions, the first of which is a profound analogy between two types of thought. There must have been, besides, a reciprocity of affection, which does not often obtain between a renowned senior who is growing old and an obscure junior, whose renown is increasing. From generation to generation, envy reascends no less than she redescends. For the honor of French men of letters, let us add that this exceptional phenomenon has manifested itself twice in the 19th century. Mérimi, whom I have also named, received from Stendhal, at 20, the same benefits that Maupassant received from Flaubert. The author of Un Vie and the writer of Clara Josol resemble each other, besides, in a singular and analogous circumstance. Both achieved renown at the first blow, and by a masterpiece which they were able to equal but never surpass. Both were misanthropes early in life, and practiced to the end the ancient advice that the disciple of Bel carried upon his seal, Greek, memneso apistine, remember to distrust. And, at the same time, both had delicate, tender hearts under this affectation of cynicism, both were excellent sons, irreproachable friends, indulgent masters, and both were idolized by their inferiors. Both were worldly, yet still loved a wanderer's life, both joined to a constant taste for luxury and irresistible desire for solitude. Both belonged to the extreme left of the literature of their epoch, but kept themselves from excess and used with a judgment marvelously sure the sounder principles of their school. They knew how to remain lucid and classic, in taste as much as in form, Mérimi through all the audacity of a fancy most exotic, and Maupassant in the realism of the most varied and exact observation. At a little distance they appear to be two patterns, identical in certain traits, of the same family of minds, and Turgenev, who knew and loved the one and the other, never failed to class them as brethren. They are separated, however, by profound differences, which perhaps belong less to their nature than to that of the masters from whom they received their impulses. Stendhal, so alert, so mobile, after a youth passed in war and a ripe age spent in vagabond journeys, rich in experiences, immediate and personal. Flaubert so poor in direct impressions, so paralyzed by his health, by his family, by his theories even, and so rich in reflections, for the most part solitary. Among the theories of the anatomist of Madame Bovary there are two which appear without ceasing in his correspondence, under one form or another, and these are the ones which are most strongly evident in the art of de Maupassant. We now see the consequences which were inevitable by reason of them, endowed as Maupassant was with a double power of feeling life bitterly, and at the same time with so much of animal force. The first theory bears upon the choice of personages and the story of the romance, the second upon the character of the style. The son of a physician, and brought up in the rigors of scientific method, Flaubert believed this method to be efficacious in art as in science. For instance, in the writing of a romance, he seemed to be as scientific as in the development of a history of customs, in which the essential is absolute exactness and local color. He therefore naturally wished to make the most scrupulous and detailed observation of the environment. Thus is explained the immense labor in preparation which his stories cost him. The story of Madame Bovary, of the sentimental education, and Bouvard and Pickpocket, documents containing as much minutiae as his historical stories. Beyond everything he tried to select details that were eminently significant. Consequently he was of the opinion that the romance writer should discard all that lessened this significance, that is, extraordinary events and singular heroes. The exceptional personage, it seemed to him, should be suppressed, as should also high dramatic incident, since, produced by causes less general, these have a range more restricted. The truly scientific romance writer, proposing to paint a certain class, will attain his end more effectively if he incarnate personages of the middle order, and, consequently, paint traits common to that class. And not only middle-class traits, but middle-class adventures. From this point of view, examine the three great romances of the master from Rouen, and you will see that he has not lost sight of this first and greatest principle of his art, any more than he has of the second, which was that these documents should be drawn up in prose of absolutely perfect technique. We know with what passionate care he worked at his phrases, and how indefatigably he changed them over and over again. Thus he satisfied that instinct of beauty which was born of his romantic soul, while he gratified the demand of truth which inhaled from his scientific training by his minute and scrupulous exactness. The theory of the mean of truth on one side, as the foundation of the subject, the humble truth as he termed it at the beginning of Envie, and of the agonizing of beauty on the other side, in composition, determines the whole use that Maupassant made of his literary gifts. It helped to make more intense and more systematic that dainty yet dangerous pessimism which in him was innate. The middle-class personage, in wearisome society like ours, is always a caricature, and the happenings are nearly always vulgar. When one studies a great number of them, one finishes by looking at humanity from the angle of disgust and despair. The philosophy of the romances and novels of de Maupassant is so continuously and profoundly surprising that one becomes overwhelmed by it. It reaches limitation. It seems to deny that man is susceptible to grandeur, or that motives of a superior order can uplift and ennoble the soul, but it does so with a sorrow that is profound. All that portion of the sentimental and moral world which in itself is the highest remains closed to it. In revenge, this philosophy finds itself in a relation cruelly exact with the half-civilization of our day. By that I mean the poorly educated individual who has rubbed against knowledge enough to justify a certain egoism, but who is too poor in faculty to conceive an ideal, and whose native grossness is corrupted beyond redemption. Under his blouse, or under his coat, whether he calls himself Renardit, as does the foul assassin in Petit Roque or Duroy, as does the sly hero of Bellamy or Bretigny, as does the vile seducer of Morne Oriol or Césaire, the son of Oldemable in the novel of that name, this degraded type abounds in Maupassant's stories, evoked with a ferocity almost jovial where it meets the robustness of temperament which I have pointed out, a ferocity which gives them a reality more exact still because the half-civilized person is often impulsive and, in consequence, the physical easily predominates. There, as elsewhere, the degenerate is everywhere a degenerate who gives the impression of being an ordinary man. There are quantities of men of this stamp in large cities. No writer has felt and expressed this complex temperament with more justice than de Maupassant, and, as he was an infinitely careful observer of milieu and landscape and all that constitutes a precise middle distance, his novels can be considered an irrefutable record of the social classes which he studied at a certain time and along certain lines. The Norman peasant and the Provençal peasant, for example, also the small office holder, the gentleman of the provinces, the country squire, the clubman of Paris, the journalist of the boulevard, the doctor at the spa, the commercial artist, and, on the feminine side, the servant girl, the working girl, the demi-grisette, the street girl, rich or poor, the gallant lady of the city and of the provinces, and the society woman. These are some of the figures that he has painted at many sittings, and whom he used to such effect that the novels and romances in which they are painted have come to be history. Just as it is impossible to comprehend the Rome of the Caesars without the work of Petronius, so is it impossible to fully comprehend the France of 1850–90 without these stories of Maupassant. They are no more the whole image of the country than the Satyricon was the whole image of Rome, but what their author has wished to paint, he has painted to the life and with a brush that is graphic in the extreme. If Maupassant had only painted, in general fashion, the characters and the phase of literature mentioned, he would not be distinguished from other writers of the group called naturalists. His true glory is in the extraordinary superiority of his art. He did not invent it, and his method is not alien to that of Madame Bovary, but he knew how to give it a suppleness, a variety, and a freedom which were always wanting in Flaubert. The latter, in his best pages, is always strained. To use the expressive metaphor of the Greek athletes, he smells of the oil. When one recalls that when attacked by hysteric epilepsy, Flaubert postponed the crisis of the terrible malady by means of sedatives, this strained atmosphere of labor, I was going to say of stupor, which pervades his work is explained. He is an athlete, a runner, but one who drags at his feet a terrible weight. He is in the race only for the prize of effort, an effort of which every motion reveals the intensity. Maupassant, on the other hand, if he suffered from a nervous lesion, gave no sign of it, except in his heart. His intelligence was bright and lively, and above all, his imagination, served by senses always on the alert, preserved for some years an astonishing freshness of direct vision. If his art was due to Flaubert, it is no more belittling to him than if one call Raphael an imitator of Perugini. Like Flaubert, he excelled in composing a story, in distributing the facts with subtle gradation, in bringing in at the end of a familiar dialogue something startlingly dramatic, but such composition, with him, seems easy, and while the descriptions are marvelously well established in his stories, the reverse is true of Flaubert's, which always appear a little veneered. Maupassant's phrasing, however dramatic it may be, remains easy and flowing. Maupassant always sought for large and harmonious rhythm in his deliberate choice of terms, always chose sound, wholesome language, with a constant care for technical beauty. Inheriting from his master an instrument already forged, he wielded it with a surer skill. In the quality of his style, at once so firm and clear, so gorgeous yet so sober, so supple and so firm, he equals the writers of the 17th century. His method, so deeply and simply French, succeeds in giving an indescribable tang to his descriptions. If observation from nature imprints upon his tales the strong accent of reality, the prose in which they are shrined so conforms to the genius of the race as to smack of the soil. It is enough that the critics of today place Guy de Maupassant among our classic writers. He has his place in the ranks of pure French genius, with the Regniers, the La Fontaine's, the Molières. And those signs of secret ill divined everywhere under this wholesome prose surround it for those who knew and loved him with a pathos that is inexpressible. Signature, introduction born in the middle year of the 19th century, and fated unfortunately never to see its close. Guy de Maupassant was probably the most versatile and brilliant among the galaxy of novelists who enriched French literature between the years 1800 and 1900. Poetry, drama, prose of short and sustained effort, and volumes of travel and description, each sparkling with the same minuteness of detail and brilliancy of style, flowed from his pen during the 12 years of his literary life. Although his genius asserted itself in youth, he had the patience of the true artist, spending his early manhood in cutting and polishing the facets of his genius under the stern though paternal mentorship of Gustave Flaubert. Not until he had attained the age of 30 did he venture on publication, challenging criticism for the first time with a volume of poems. Many and various have been the judgments passed upon Maupassant's work. But now that the perspective of time is lengthening, enabling us to form a more deliberate, and therefore a juster, view of his complete achievement, we are driven irresistibly to the conclusion that the force that shaped and swayed Maupassant's prose writings was the conviction that in life there could be no phase so noble or so mean, so honorable or so contemptible, so lofty or so low as to be unworthy of chronicling, no groove of human virtue or fault, success or failure, wisdom or folly, that did not possess its own peculiar psychological aspect and therefore demanded analysis. To this analysis Maupassant brought a facile and dramatic pen, a penetration as searching as a probe, and a power of psychological vision that in its minute detail, now pathetic, now ironical, in its merciless revelation of the hidden springs of the human heart, whether of aristocrat, bourgeois, peasant, or priest, allow one to call him a Mycenae in words. The school of romantic realism which was founded by Merimée and Balzac found its culmination in de Maupassant. He surpassed his mentor, Flaubert, in the breadth and vividness of his work, and one of the greatest of modern French critics has recorded the deliberate opinion that of all Taine's pupils Maupassant had the greatest command of language and the most finished and incisive style. Robust in imagination and fired with natural passion, his psychological curiosity kept him true to human nature, while at the same time his mental eye, when fixed upon the most ordinary phases of human conduct, could see some new motive or aspect of things hitherto unnoticed by the careless crowd. It has been said by casual critics that Maupassant lacked one quality indispensable to the production of truly artistic work, viz., an absolutely normal, that is, moral, point of view. The answer to this criticism is obvious. No dissector of the gamut of human passion and folly in all its tones could present aught that could be called new, if ungifted with a viewpoint totally out of the ordinary plane. Cold and merciless in the use of this point of view de Maupassant undoubtedly is, especially in such vivid depictions of love, both physical and maternal, as we find in L'Histoire d'un fil de femme and La Femme de Paul. But then the surgeon's scalpel never hesitates at giving pain, and pain is often the road to health and ease. Some of Maupassant's short stories are sermons more forcible than any moral dissertation could ever be. Of de Maupassant's sustained efforts Un vie may bear the palm. This romance has the distinction of having changed Tolstoy from an adverse critic into a warm admirer of the author. To quote the Russian moralist upon the book, Un vie is a romance of the best type, and in my judgment the greatest that has been produced by any French writer since Victor Hugo penned Les Miserables. Passing over the force and directness of the narrative, I am struck by the intensity, the grace, and the insight with which the writer treats the new aspects of human nature which he finds in the life he describes. And as if gracefully to recall a former adverse criticism, Tolstoy adds, I find in the book, in almost equal strength, the three cardinal qualities essential to great work, viz., moral purpose, perfect style, and absolute sincerity. Maupassant is a man whose vision has penetrated the silent depths of human life, and from that vantage ground interprets the struggle of humanity. Bellamy appeared almost 2 years after Un vie, that is to say, about 1885. Discussed and criticized as it has been, it is in reality a satire, an indignant outburst against the corruption of society which in the story enables an ex-soldier, devoid of conscience, honor, even of the commonest regard for others, to gain wealth and rank. The purport of the story is clear to those who recognize the ideas that governed Maupassant's work, and even the hasty reader or critic, on reading Mon Auréole, which was published 2 years later and is based on a combination of the motifs which inspired Un vie and Bellamy, will reconsider former hasty judgments, and feel, too, that beneath the triumph of evil which calls forth Maupassant's satiric anger there lies the substratum on which all his work is founded, viz., the persistent, ceaseless questioning of a soul unable to reconcile or explain the contradiction between love in life and inevitable death. Who can read in Bellamy the terribly graphic description of the consumptive journalist's demise, his frantic clinging to life, and his refusal to credit the slow and merciless approach of death, without feeling that the question asked at Nishapa many centuries ago is still waiting for the solution that is always promised but never comes. In the romances which followed, dating from 1888 to 1890, a sort of calm despair seems to have settled down upon de Maupassant's attitude toward life. Psychologically acute as ever, and as perfect in style and sincerity as before, we miss the note of anger. Fatality is the keynote, and yet, sounding low, we detect a genuine subtone of sorrow. Was it a prescience of 1893? So much work to be done, so much work demanded of him, the world of Paris, in all its brilliant and attractive phases, at his feet, and yet, inevitable, ever-advancing death, with the question of life still unanswered. This may account for some of the strained situations we find in his later romances. Vigorous in frame and hearty as he was, the atmosphere of his mental processes must have been vitiated to produce the dainty but dangerous pessimism that pervades some of his later work. This was partly a consequence of his honesty and partly of mental despair. He never accepted other people's views on the questions of life. He looked into such problems for himself, arriving at the truth, as it appeared to him, by the logic of events, often finding evil where he wished to find good, but never hoodwinking himself or his readers by adapting or distorting the reality of things to suit a preconceived idea. Maupassant was essentially a worshipper of the eternal feminine. He was persuaded that without the continual presence of the gentler sex man's existence would be an emotionally silent wilderness. No other French writer has described and analyzed so minutely and comprehensively the many and various motives and moods that shape the conduct of a woman in life. Take for instance the wonderfully subtle analysis of a woman's heart as wife and mother that we find in Envie. Could aught be more delicately incisive? Sometimes in describing the apparently inexplicable conduct of a certain woman he leads his readers to a point where a false step would destroy the spell and bring the reproach of banality and ridicule upon the tale. But the catastrophe never occurs. It was necessary to stand poised upon the brink of the precipice to realize the depth of the abyss and feel the terror of the fall. Closely allied to this phase of Maupassant's nature was the peculiar feeling of loneliness that every now and then breaks irresistibly forth in the course of some short story. Of kindly soul and genial heart, he suffered not only from the oppression of spirit caused by the lack of humanity, kindliness, sanity, and harmony which he encountered daily in the world at large, but he had an ever-abiding sense of the invincible, unbanishable solitariness of his own inmost self. I know of no more poignant expression of such a feeling than the cry of despair which rings out in the short story called Solitude, in which he describes the insurmountable barrier which exists between man and man, or man and woman, however intimate the friendship between them. He could picture but one way of destroying this terrible loneliness: the attainment of a spiritual, a divine, state of love, a condition to which he would give no name utterable by human lips, lest it be profaned, but for which his whole being yearned. How acutely he felt his failure to attain his deliverance may be drawn from his wail that mankind has no universal measure of happiness. Each one of us, writes de Maupassant, forms for himself an illusion through which he views the world, be it poetic, sentimental, joyous, melancholy, or dismal, an illusion of beauty, which is a human convention, of ugliness, which is a matter of opinion, of truth, which, alas, is never immutable. And he concludes by asserting that the happiest artist is he who approaches most closely to the truth of things as he sees them through his own particular illusion. Salient points in de Maupassant's genius were that he possessed the rare faculty of holding direct communion with his gifts, and of writing from their dictation as it was interpreted by his senses. He had no patience with writers who, in striving to present life as a whole, purposely omit episodes that reveal the influence of the senses. As well, he says, refrain from describing the effect of intoxicating perfumes upon man as omit the influence of beauty on the temperament of man. De Maupassant's dramatic instinct was supremely powerful. He seems to select unerringly the one thing in which the soul of the scene is prisoned, and, making that his keynote, gives a picture in words which haunt the memory like a strain of music. The description of the ride of Madame Tellier and her companions in a country cart through a Norman landscape is an admirable example. You smell the masses of the colza in blossom, you see the yellow carpets of ripe corn spotted here and there by the blue coronets of the cornflower, and wrapped by the red blaze of the poppy beds and bathed in the fresh greenery of the landscape. You share in the emotions felt by the happy party in the country cart. And yet, with all his vividness of description, de Maupassant is always sober and brief. He had the genius of condensation and the reserve which is innate in power, and to his reader could convey as much in a paragraph as could be expressed in a page by many of his predecessors and contemporaries, Flaubert not excepted. Apart from his novels, de Maupassant's tales may be arranged under three heads: those that concern themselves with Norman peasant life, those that deal with government employees, Maupassant himself had long been one, and the Paris middle classes, and those that represent the life of the fashionable world, as well as the weird and fantastic ideas of the later years of his career. Of these three groups, the tales of the Norman peasantry perhaps rank highest. He depicts the Norman farmer in surprisingly free and bold strokes, revealing him in all his caution, astuteness, rough gaiety, and homely virtue. The tragic stage of de Maupassant's life may, I think, be set down as beginning just before the drama of Musot was issued, in conjunction with Jacques Normand, in 1891. He had almost given up the hope of interpreting his puzzles, and the struggle between the falsity of the life which surrounded him and the nobler visions which possessed him was wearing him out. Doubtless he resorted to unwise methods for the dispelling of physical lassitude or for surcease from troubling mental problems. To this period belong such weird and horrible fancies as are contained in the short stories known as He and the Diary of a Madman. Here and there, we know, were rising in him inklings of a finer and less sordid attitude twixt man and woman throughout the world, and of a purer constitution of existing things which no exterior force should blemish or destroy. But with these yearningly prophetic gleams came a period of mental death. Then the physical veil was torn aside, and for Guy de Maupassant the riddle of existence was answered. Signature: Mademoiselle Fifi. The Major Graf, 1, von Filsberg, the Prussian commandant, was reading his newspaper, lying back in a great armchair, with his booted feet on the beautiful marble fireplace, where his spurs had made 2 holes, which grew deeper every day, during the 3 months that he had been in the Chateau of Erville. A cup of coffee was smoking on a small inlaid table, which was stained with liquors burnt by cigars, notched by the penknife of the victorious officer, who occasionally would stop while sharpening a pencil, to jot down figures, or to make a drawing on it, just as it took his fancy. When he had read his letters and the German newspapers, which his baggage master had brought him, he got up, and after throwing 3 or 4 enormous pieces of green wood onto the fire, for these gentlemen were gradually cutting down the park in order to keep themselves warm, he went to the window. The rain was descending in torrents, a regular Normandy rain, which looked as if it were being poured out by some furious hand, a slanting rain, which was as thick as a curtain, and which formed a kind of wall with oblique stripes, and which deluged everything, a regular rain, such as one frequently experiences in the neighborhood of Rouen, which is the watering pot of France. For a long time the officer looked at the sodden turf, and at the swollen Andel beyond it, which was overflowing its banks, and he was drumming a waltz from the Rhine on the window panes, with his fingers, when a noise made him turn round. It was his second in command, Captain Baron von Kelwenstein. The major was a giant, with broad shoulders, and a long, fair beard, which hung like a cloth onto his chest. His whole, solemn person suggested the idea of a military peacock, a peacock who was carrying his tail spread out onto his breast. He had cold, gentle, blue eyes, and the scar from a sword cut, which he had received in the war with Austria. He was said to be an honorable man, as well as a brave officer. The captain, a short, red-faced man, who was tightly girthed in at the waist, had his red hair cropped quite close to his head, and in certain lights almost looked as if he had been rubbed over with phosphorus. He had lost 2 front teeth one night, though he could not quite remember how. This defect made him speak so that he could not always be understood, and he had a bald patch on the top of his head, which made him look rather like a monk, with a fringe of curly, bright, golden hair round the circle of bare skin. The commandant shook hands with him, and drank his cup of coffee, the 6th that morning, at a draught, while he listened to his subordinate's report of what had occurred, and then they both went to the window, and declared that it was a very unpleasant outlook. The major, who was a quiet man, with a wife at home, could accommodate himself to everything, but the captain, who was rather fast, being in the habit of frequenting low resorts, and much given to women, was mad at having been shut up for 3 months in the compulsory chastity of that wretched hole. There was a knock at the door, and when the commandant said, come in. One of their automatic soldiers appeared, and by his mere presence announced that breakfast was ready. In the dining room, they met 3 other officers of lower rank, a lieutenant, Otto von Grossling, and 2 sub-lieutenants, Fritz Skanneberg, and Count von Erich, a very short, fair-haired man, who was proud and brutal toward men, harsh toward prisoners, and very violent. Since he had been in France, his comrades had called him nothing but Mademoiselle Fifi. They had given him that nickname on account of his dandified style and small waist, which looked as if he wore stays, from his pale face, on which his budding mustache scarcely showed, and on account of the habit he had acquired of employing the French expression, fi donc, which he pronounced with a slight whistle, when he wished to express his sovereign contempt for persons or things. The dining room of the chateau was a magnificent long room, whose fine old mirrors, now cracked by pistol bullets, and Flemish tapestry, now cut to ribbons and hanging in rags in places, from sword cuts, told too well what Mademoiselle Fifi's occupation was during his spare time. There were 3 family portraits on the walls, a steel-clad knight, a cardinal, and a judge, who were all smoking long porcelain pipes, which had been inserted into holes in the canvas, while a lady in a long, pointed waist proudly exhibited an enormous pair of mustaches, drawn with a piece of charcoal. The officers ate their breakfast almost in silence in that mutilated room, which looked dull in the rain, and melancholy under its vanquished appearance, although its old, oak floor had become as solid as the stone floor of a public house. When they had finished eating, and were smoking and drinking, they began, as usual, to talk about the dull life they were leading. The bottles of brandy and of liquors passed from hand to hand, and all sat back in their chairs, taking repeated sips from their glasses, and scarcely removing the long, bent stems, which terminated in china bowls painted in a manner to delight a Hottentot, from their mouths. As soon as their glasses were empty, they filled them again, with a gesture of resigned weariness, but Mademoiselle Fifi emptied his every minute, and a soldier immediately gave him another. They were enveloped in a cloud of strong tobacco smoke. They seemed to be sunk in a state of drowsy, stupid intoxication, in that dull state of drunkenness of men who have nothing to do, when suddenly, the Baron sat up, and said, "By heavens! This cannot go on, we must think of something to do." And on hearing this, Lieutenant Otto and Sub-Lieutenant Fritz, who preeminently possessed the grave, heavy German countenance, said, "What, Captain?" He thought for a few moments, and then replied, "What? Well, we must get up some entertainment, if the Commandant will allow us." "What sort of an entertainment, Captain?" the Major asked, taking his pipe out of his mouth. "I will arrange all that, Commandant," the Baron said. "I will send Le Devoir to Rouen, who will bring us some ladies. I know where they can be found. We will have supper here, as all the materials are at hand, and, at least, we shall have a jolly evening." Graf von Falsberg shrugged his shoulders with a smile. "You must surely be mad, my friend." But all the other officers got up, surrounded their chief, and said, Let the captain have his own way, Commandant, it is terribly dull here. And the major ended by yielding. Very well, he replied, and the Baron immediately sent for le devoir. The latter was an old corporal who had never been seen to smile, but who carried out all the orders of his superiors to the letter, no matter what they might be. He stood there, with an impassive face while he received the Baron's instructions, and then went out. 5 minutes later a large wagon belonging to the military train, covered with a miller's tilt, galloped off as fast as 4 horses could take it, under the pouring rain, and the officers all seemed to awaken from their lethargy, their looks brightened, and they began to talk. Although it was raining as hard as ever, the major declared that it was not so dull, and Lieutenant von Grossling said with conviction that the sky was clearing up, while Mademoiselle Fifi did not seem to be able to keep in his place. He got up, and sat down again, and his bright eyes seemed to be looking for something to destroy. Suddenly, looking at the lady with the mustaches, the young fellow pulled out his revolver, and said, "You shall not see it." And without leaving his seat he aimed, and with 2 successive bullets cut out both the eyes of the portrait. "Let us make a mine," he then exclaimed, and the conversation was suddenly interrupted, as if they had found some fresh and powerful subject of interest. The mine was his invention, his method of destruction, and his favorite amusement. When he left the chateau, the lawful owner, Count Fernand d'Amois d'Urville, had not had time to carry away or to hide anything, except the plate, which had been stowed away in a hole made in one of the walls, so that, as he was very rich and had good taste, the large drawing room, which opened into the dining room, had looked like the gallery in a museum, before his precipitate flight. Expensive oil paintings, watercolors, and drawings hung upon the walls, while on the tables, on the hanging shelves, and in elegant glass cupboards, there were 1,000 knick-knacks, small vases, statuettes, groups in Dresden china, grotesque Chinese figures, old ivory, and Venetian glass, which filled the large room with their precious and fantastical array. Scarcely anything was left now, not that the things had been stolen, for the major would not have allowed that, but Mademoiselle Fifi would have a mine, and on that occasion all the officers thoroughly enjoyed themselves for 5 minutes. The little Marquise went into the drawing-room to get what he wanted, and he brought back a small, delicate china teapot, which he filled with gunpowder, and carefully introduced a piece of German tinder into it, through the spout. Then he lighted it, and took this infernal machine into the next room, but he came back immediately and shut the door. The Germans all stood expectantly, their faces full of childish, smiling curiosity, and as soon as the explosion had shaken the chateau, they all rushed in at once. Mademoiselle Fifi, who got in first, clapped his hands in delight at the sight of a terracotta Venus, whose head had been blown off, and each picked up pieces of porcelain, and wondered at the strange shape of the fragments, while the major was looking with a paternal eye at the large drawing-room which had been wrecked in such an ironic fashion, and which was strewn with the fragments of works of art. He went out first, and said, with a smile, "He managed that very well." but there was such a cloud of smoke in the dining room, mingled with the tobacco smoke, that they could not breathe. So the commandant opened the window, and all the officers, who had gone into the room for a glass of cognac, went up to it. The moist air blew into the room, and brought a sort of spray with it, which powdered their beards. They looked at the tall trees which were dripping with the rain, at the broad valley which was covered with mist, and at the church spire in the distance, which rose up like a grey point in the beating rain. The bells had not rung since their arrival. That was the only resistance which the invaders had met with in the neighborhood. The parish priest had not refused to take in and to feed the Prussian soldiers. He had several times even drunk a bottle of beer or claret with the hostile commandant, who often employed him as a benevolent intermediary, but it was no use to ask him for a single stroke of the bells. He would sooner have allowed himself to be shot. That was his way of protesting against the invasion, a peaceful and silent protest, the only one, he said, which was suitable to a priest, who was a man of mildness, and not of blood, and everyone, for 25 miles round, praised Abbe Chantarvoin's firmness and heroism, in venturing to proclaim the public mourning by the obstinate silence of his church bells. The whole village grew enthusiastic over his resistance, and was ready to back up their pastor and to risk anything, as they looked upon that silent protest as the safeguard of the national honor. It seemed to the peasants that thus they had deserved better of their country than Belfort and Strasbourg, that they had set an equally valuable example, and that the name of their little village would become immortalized by that. But with that exception, they refused their Prussian conquerors nothing. The commandant and his officers laughed among themselves at that inoffensive courage, and as the people in the whole country round showed themselves obliging and compliant toward them, they willingly tolerated their silent patriotism. Only little Count Wilhelm would have liked to have forced them to ring the bells. He was very angry at his superior's politic compliance with the priest's scruples, and every day he begged the commandant to allow him to sound ding-dong just once, only just once, just by way of a joke. And he asked it like a wheedling woman, in the tender voice of some mistress who wishes to obtain something, but the commandant would not yield, and to console herself, Mademoiselle Fifi made a mine in the chateau. The 5 men stood there together for some minutes, inhaling the moist air, and at last, Lieutenant Fritz said, with a laugh, "The ladies will certainly not have fine weather for their drive." Then they separated, each to his own duties, while the captain had plenty to do in seeing about the dinner. When they met again, as it was growing dark, they began to laugh at seeing each other as dandified and smart as on the day of a grand review. The commandant's hair did not look as grey as it did in the morning, and the captain had shaved, had only kept his moustache on, which made him look as if he had a streak of fire under his nose. In spite of the rain, they left the window open, and one of them went to listen from time to time. At 6:15 the Baron said he heard a rumbling in the distance. They all rushed down, and soon the wagon drove up at a gallop with its 4 horses, splashed up to their backs, steaming and panting. 5 women got out at the bottom of the steps, 5 handsome girls whom a comrade of the captain, to whom Le Devoyer had taken his card, had selected with care. They had not required much pressing, as they were sure of being well treated, for they had got to know the Prussians in the 3 months during which they had had to do with them. So they resigned themselves to the men as they did to the state of affairs. "It is part of our business, so it must be done," they said as they drove along, no doubt to allay some slight, secret scruples of conscience. They went into the dining room immediately, which looked still more dismal in its dilapidated state, when it was lighted up, while the table covered with choice dishes, the beautiful china and glass, and the plate, which had been found in the hole in the wall where its owner had hidden it, gave to the place the look of a bandit's resort, where they were supping after committing a robbery. The captain was radiant. He took hold of the women as if he were familiar with them, appraising them, kissing them, valuing them for what they were worth as ladies of pleasure, and when the 3 young men wanted to appropriate one each, he opposed them authoritatively, reserving to himself the right to apportion them justly, according to their several ranks, so as not to wound the hierarchy. Therefore, so as to avoid all discussion, jarring, and suspicion of partiality, he placed them all in a line according to height, and addressing the tallest, he said in a voice of command, "What is your name?" "Pamela," she replied, raising her voice. Then he said, "Number 1, called Pamela, is adjudged to the commandant." Then, having kissed Blondina, the second, as a sign of proprietorship, he proffered stout Amanda to Lieutenant Otto. Eva, the tomato to Sub-Lieutenant Fritz, and Rachel, the shortest of them all, a very young, dark girl, with eyes as black as ink, a Jewess, whose snub nose confirmed by exception the rule which allots hooked noses to all her race, to the youngest officer, frail Count Wilhelm von Erich. They were all pretty and plump, without any distinctive features, and all were very much alike in look and person, from their daily dissipation, and the life common to houses of public accommodation. The 3 younger men wished to carry off their women immediately, under the pretext of finding them brushes and soap, but the captain wisely opposed this, for he said they were quite fit to sit down to dinner, and that those who went up would wish for a change when they came down, and so would disturb the other couples, and his experience in such matters carried the day. There were only many kisses, expectant kisses. Suddenly Rachel choked, and began to cough until the tears came into her eyes, while smoke came through her nostrils. Under pretense of kissing her, the Count had blown a whiff of tobacco into her mouth. She did not fly into a rage, and did not say a word, but she looked at her possessor with latent hatred in her dark eyes. They sat down to dinner. The commandant seemed delighted. He made Pamela sit on his right, and Blondina on his left, and said, as he unfolded his table napkin, "That was a delightful idea of yours, Captain." Lieutenants Otto and Fritz, who were as polite as if they had been with fashionable ladies, rather intimidated their neighbors, but Baron von Kellweinstein gave the reins to all his vicious propensities, beamed, made doubtful remarks, and seemed on fire with his crown of red hair. He paid them compliments in French from the other side of the Rhine, and sputtered out gallant remarks, only fit for a low pot-house, from between his two broken teeth. They did not understand him, however, and their intelligence did not seem to be awakened until he uttered nasty words and broad expressions, which were mangled by his accent. Then all began to laugh at once, like mad women, and fell against each other, repeating the words, which the Baron then began to say all wrong, in order that he might have the pleasure of hearing them say doubtful things. They gave him as much of that stuff as he wanted, for they were drunk after the first bottle of wine, and, becoming themselves once more, and opening the door to their usual habits, they kissed the moustaches on the right and left of them, pinched their arms, uttered furious cries, drank out of every glass, and sang French couplets, and bits of German songs, which they had picked up in their daily intercourse with the enemy. Soon the men themselves, intoxicated by that which was displayed to their sight and touch, grew very amorous, shouted and broke the plates and dishes, while the soldiers behind them waited on them stolidly. The commandant was the only one who put any restraint upon himself. Mademoiselle Fifi had taken Rachel onto his knees, and, getting excited, at one moment kissed the little black curls on her neck, inhaling the pleasant warmth of her body, and all the savor of her person, through the slight space there was between her dress and her skin, and at another pinched her furiously through the material, and made her scream, for he was seized with a species of ferocity, and tormented by his desire to hurt her. He often held her close to him, as if to make her part of himself, and put his lips in a long kiss on the Jewess's rosy mouth, until she lost her breath, and at last he bit her until a stream of blood ran down her chin and onto her bodice. For the second time, she looked him full in the face, and as she bathed the wound, she said, "You will have to pay for that." But he merely laughed a hard laugh, and said, "I will pay." At dessert, champagne was served, and the commandant rose, and in the same voice in which he would have drunk to the health of the Empress Augusta, he drank, "To our ladies." Then a series of toasts began, toasts worthy of the lowest soldiers and of drunkards, mingled with filthy jokes, which were made still more brutal by their ignorance of the language. They got up, one after the other, trying to say something witty, forcing themselves to be funny, and the women, who were so drunk that they almost fell off their chairs, with vacant looks and clammy tongues, applauded madly each time. The captain, who no doubt wished to impart an appearance of gallantry to the orgy, raised his glass again, and said, "To our victories over hearts." Thereupon Lieutenant Otto, who was a species of bear from the Black Forest, jumped up, inflamed and saturated with drink, and seized by an access of alcoholic patriotism, cried, "To our victories over France." Drunk as they were, the women were silent, and Rachel turned round with a shudder, and said, "Look here, I know some Frenchmen, in whose presence you would not dare to say that." But the little Count, still holding her on his knees, began to laugh, for the wine had made him very merry, and said, "Ha! Ha! Ha! I have never met any of them, myself. As soon as we show ourselves, they run away." The girl, who was in a terrible rage, shouted into his face, "You are lying, you dirty scoundrel!" For a moment, he looked at her steadily, with his bright eyes upon her, as he had looked at the portrait before he destroyed it with revolver bullets, and then he began to laugh. "Ah! Yes, talk about them, my dear. Should we be here now, if they were brave?" Then getting excited, he exclaimed, "We are the masters. France belongs to us." She jumped off his knees with a bound, and threw herself into her chair, while he rose, held out his glass over the table, and repeated, "France and the French, the woods, the fields, and the houses of France belong to us." The others, who were quite drunk, and who were suddenly seized by military enthusiasm, the enthusiasm of brutes, seized their glasses, and shouting, "Long live Prussia," emptied them at a draught. The girls did not protest, for they were reduced to silence, and were afraid. Even Rachel did not say a word, as she had no reply to make, and then the little Count put his champagne glass, which had just been refilled, onto the head of the Jewess, and exclaimed, "All the women in France belong to us, also." At that she got up so quickly that the glass upset, spilling the amber-colored wine onto her black hair as if to baptize her, and broke into 100 fragments as it fell onto the floor. With trembling lips, she defied the looks of the officer, who was still laughing, and she stammered out, in a voice choked with rage, that is not true, for you shall certainly not have any French women." He sat down again, so as to laugh at his ease, and trying ineffectually to speak in the Parisian accent, he said, "That is good, very good. Then what did you come here for, my dear?" She was thunderstruck, and made no reply for a moment, for in her agitation she did not understand him at first, but as soon as she grasped his meaning, she said to him indignantly and vehemently, I am not a woman, I am only a strumpet, and that is all that Prussians want." Almost before she had finished, he slapped her full in her face, but as he was raising his hand again as if he would strike her, she, almost mad with passion, took up a small dessert knife from the table, and stabbed him right in the neck, just above the breastbone. Something that he was going to say, was cut short in his throat, and he sat there, with his mouth half open, and a terrible look in his eyes. All the officers shouted in horror, and leaped up tumultuously, but throwing her chair between Lieutenant Otto's legs, who fell down at full length, she ran to the window, opened it before they could seize her, and jumped out into the night and pouring rain. In 2 minutes, Mademoiselle Fifi was dead. Fritz and Otto drew their swords and wanted to kill the women, who threw themselves at their feet and clung to their knees. With some difficulty the major stopped the slaughter, and had the 4 terrified girls locked up in a room under the care of 2 soldiers. Then he organized the pursuit of the fugitive, as carefully as if he were about to engage in a skirmish, feeling quite sure that she would be caught. The table, which had been cleared immediately, now served as a bed on which to lay Fifi out, and the 4 officers made for the window, rigid and sobered, with the stern faces of soldiers on duty, and tried to pierce through the darkness of the night, amid the steady torrent of rain. Suddenly, a shot was heard, and then another, a long way off, and for 4 hours they heard, from time to time, near or distant reports and rallying cries, strange words uttered as a call, in guttural voices. In the morning they all returned. 2 soldiers had been killed and 3 others wounded by their comrades in the ardor of that chase, and in the confusion of such a nocturnal pursuit, but they had not caught Rachel. Then the inhabitants of the district were terrorized. The houses were turned topsy-turvy, the country was scoured and beaten up, over and over again, but the Jewess did not seem to have left a single trace of her passage behind her. When the general was told of it, he gave orders to hush up the affair, so as not to set a bad example to the army, but he severely censured the commandant, who in turn punished his inferiors. The general had said, "One does not go to war in order to amuse oneself, and to caress prostitutes." And Graf von Falsberg, in his exasperation, made up his mind to have his revenge on the district, but as he required a pretext for showing severity, he sent for the priest and ordered him to have the bell tolled at the funeral of Count von Erich. Contrary to all expectation, the priest showed himself humble and most respectful, and when Mademoiselle Fife's body left the Château d'Urville on its way to the cemetery, carried by soldiers, preceded, surrounded, and followed by soldiers, who marched with loaded rifles, for the first time the bell sounded its funereal knell in a lively manner, as if a friendly hand were caressing it. At night it sounded again, and the next day, and every day, it rang as much as anyone could desire. Sometimes even, it would start at night, and sound gently through the darkness, seized by strange joy, awakened, one could not tell why. All the peasants in the neighborhood declared that it was bewitched, and nobody, except the priest and the sacristan, would now go near the church tower, and they went because a poor girl was living there in grief and solitude, secretly nourished by those 2 men. She remained there until the German troops departed, and then one evening the priest borrowed the baker's cart, and himself drove his prisoner to Rouen. When they got there, he embraced her, and she quickly went back on foot to the establishment from which she had come, where the proprietress, who thought that she was dead, was very glad to see her. A short time afterward, a patriot who had no prejudices, who liked her because of her bold deed, and who afterward loved her for herself, married her, and made a lady of her. 1. Count. An affair of state. Paris had just heard of the disaster of Sedan. The Republic was proclaimed. All France was panting from a madness that lasted until the time of the Commonwealth. Everybody was playing at soldier from one end of the country to the other. Cap makers became colonels, assuming the duties of generals. Revolvers and daggers were displayed on large rotund bodies, enveloped in red sashes. Common citizens turned warriors, commanding battalions of noisy volunteers, and swearing like troopers to emphasize their importance. The very fact of bearing arms and handling guns with a system excited a people who hitherto had only handled scales and measures, and made them formidable to the first comer, without reason. They even executed a few innocent people to prove that they knew how to kill, and, in roaming through virgin fields still belonging to the Prussians, they shot stray dogs, cows chewing the cud in peace, or sick horses put out to pasture. Each believed himself called upon to play a great role in military affairs. The cafes of the smallest villages, full of tradesmen in uniform, resembled barracks or field hospitals. Now, the town of Canneval did not yet know the exciting news of the army and the capital. It had, however, been greatly agitated for a month over an encounter between the rival political parties. The mayor, Viscount de Varnetot, a small, thin man, already old, remained true to the empire, especially since he saw rising up against him a powerful adversary, in the great, sanguine form of Dr. Masserel, head of the Republican Party in the district, venerable chief of the Masonic Lodge, president of the Society of Agriculture and of the Fire Department, and organizer of the rural militia designed to save the country. In 2 weeks he had induced 63 men to volunteer in defense of their country, married men, fathers of families, prudent farmers and merchants of the town. These he drilled every morning in front of the mayor's window. Whenever the mayor happened to appear, Commander Masserel, covered with pistols, passing proudly up and down in front of his troops, would make them shout, "Long live our country!" And this, they noticed, disturbed the little Viscount, who no doubt heard in it menace and defiance, and perhaps some odious recollection of the great Revolution. On the morning of the 5th of September, in uniform, his revolver on the table, the doctor gave consultation to an old peasant couple. The husband had suffered with a varicose vein for 7 years, but had waited until his wife had one too, so that they might go and hunt up a physician together, guided by the postman when he should come with the newspaper. Dr. Masserel opened the door, grew pale, straightened himself abruptly and, raising his arms to heaven in a gesture of exultation, cried out with all his might, in the face of the amazed rustics, "Long live the Republic! Long live the Republic! Long live the Republic!" Then he dropped into his armchair weak with emotion. When the peasant explained that this sickness commenced with a feeling as if ants were running up and down in his legs, the doctor exclaimed, "Hold your peace! I have spent too much time with you stupid people. The Republic is proclaimed. The Emperor is a prisoner. France is saved. Long live the Republic!" And, running to the door, he bellowed, "Celeste! Quick! Celeste!" The frightened maid hastened in. He stuttered, so rapidly did he try to speak, "My boots, my saber, my cartridge box, and the Spanish dagger, which is on my night table. Hurry now!" The obstinate peasant, taking advantage of the moment's silence, began again, "This seemed like some cysts that hurt me when I walked." The exasperated physician shouted, "Hold your peace! For heaven's sake! If you had washed your feet oftener, it would not have happened. Then, seizing him by the neck, he hissed in his face, "Can you not comprehend that we are living in a republic, stupid?" But professional sentiment calmed him suddenly, and he let the astonished old couple out of the house, repeating all the time, return tomorrow, my friends, I have no more time today." While equipping himself from head to foot, he gave another series of urgent orders to the maid, "Run to Lieutenant Pickard's and to Sub-Lieutenant Pommel's and say to them that I want them here immediately. Send Torchebeuf to me, too, with his drum. Quick, now! Quick!" And when Celeste was gone, he collected his thoughts and prepared to surmount the difficulties of the situation. The three men arrived together. They were in their working clothes. The commander, who had expected to see them in uniform, had a fit of surprise. "You know nothing, then? The emperor has been taken prisoner. A republic is proclaimed. My position is delicate, not to say perilous." He reflected for some minutes before the astonished faces of his subordinates and then continued, "It is necessary to act, not to hesitate. Minutes now are worth hours at other times. Everything depends upon promptness of decision. You, Pickard, go and find the curate and get him to ring the bell to bring the people together, while I get ahead of them. You, Torchebeuf, beat the call to assemble the militia in arms, in the square, from even as far as the hamlets of Jerisai and Salmer. You, Pommel, put on your uniform at once, that is, the jacket and cap. We, together, are going to take possession of the mairie and summon M. de Varnetot to transfer his authority to me. Do you understand?" "Yes." "Act, then, and promptly. I will accompany you to your house, Pummel, since we are to work together." 5 minutes later, the commander and his subaltern, armed to the teeth, appeared in the square, just at the moment when the little Viscount de Varnetot, with hunting gaiters on and his rifle on his shoulder, appeared by another street, walking rapidly and followed by 3 guards in green jackets, each carrying a knife at his side and a gun over his shoulder. While the doctor stopped, half stupefied, the 4 men entered the mayor's house and the door closed behind them. "We are forestalled," murmured the doctor. "It will be necessary now to wait for reinforcements. Nothing can be done for a quarter of an hour." Here Lieutenant Pickard appeared. "The curate refuses to obey," said he. "He has even shut himself up in the church with the beadle and the porter." On the other side of the square, opposite the white, closed front of the mairie, the church, mute and black, showed its great oak door with the wrought iron trimmings. Then, as the puzzled inhabitants put their noses out of the windows, or came out upon the steps of their houses, the rolling of a drum was heard, and Torchebeuf suddenly appeared, beating with fury the 3 quick strokes of the call to arms. He crossed the square with disciplined step, and then disappeared on a road leading to the country. The commander drew his sword, advanced alone to the middle distance between the 2 buildings where the enemy was barricaded and, waving his weapon above his head, roared at the top of his lungs, long live the Republic. Death to traitors. Then he fell back where his officers were. The butcher, the baker, and the apothecary, feeling a little uncertain, put up their shutters and closed their shops. The grocery alone remained open. Meanwhile the men of the militia were arriving, little by little, variously clothed, but all wearing caps, the cap constituting the whole uniform of the corps. They were armed with their old, rusty guns that had hung on chimney-pieces in kitchens for 30 years, and looked quite like a detachment of country soldiers. When there were about 30 around him, the commander explained in a few words the state of affairs. Then, turning toward his major, he said, "Now, we must act." While the inhabitants collected, talked over and discussed the matter, the doctor quickly formed his plan of campaign. "Lieutenant Pickard, you advance to the windows of the mayor's house and order M. de Varnetot to turn over the town hall to me, in the name of the Republic." But the lieutenant was a master mason and refused. "You are a scamp, you are. Trying to make a target of me. Those fellows in there are good shots, you know that." "No, thanks. Execute your commissions yourself." The commander turned red. "I order you to go in the name of discipline," said he. "I am not spoiling my features without knowing why." The lieutenant returned. Men of influence, in a group nearby, were heard laughing. One of them called out, "You are right, Pickard, it is not the proper time." The doctor, under his breath, muttered, "Cowards!" And, placing his sword and his revolver in the hands of a soldier, he advanced with measured step, his eye fixed on the windows, as if he expected to see a gun or a cannon pointed at him. When he was within a few steps of the building, the doors at the two extremities, affording an entrance to two schools, opened, and a flood of little creatures, boys on one side, girls on the other, poured out and began playing in the open space, chattering around the doctor like a flock of birds. He scarcely knew what to make of it. As soon as the last were out, the doors closed. The greater part of the little monkeys finally scattered, and then the commander called out in a loud voice, "Monsieur de Varnetot." A window in the first story opened and M. de Varnetot appeared. The commander began, "Monsieur, you are aware of the great events which have changed the system of government. The party you represent no longer exists. The side I represent now comes into power. Under these sad, but decisive circumstances, I come to demand you, in the name of the Republic, to put in my hand the authority vested in you by the outgoing power." M. de Varnetot replied, "Dr. Masseril, I am mayor of Caneville, so placed by the proper authorities, and mayor of Caneville I shall remain until the title is revoked and replaced by an order from my superiors. As mayor, I am at home in the mairie, and there I shall stay. Furthermore, just try to put me out." And he closed the window. The commander returned to his troops. But, before explaining anything, measuring Lieutenant Pickard from head to foot, he said, "You are a numbskull, you are, a goose, the disgrace of the army. I shall degrade you." The lieutenant replied, "I'll attend to that myself." And he went over to a group of muttering civilians. Then the doctor hesitated. What should he do? Make an assault? Would his men obey him? And then, was he surely in the right? An idea burst upon him. He ran to the telegraph office, on the other side of the square, and hurriedly sent 3 dispatches, to the members of the Republican government, at Paris, to the new Republican prefect of the Lower Seine, at Rouen, to the new Republican sub-prefect of Dieppe. He exposed the situation fully, told of the danger run by the Commonwealth from remaining in the hands of the monarchistic mayor, offered his devout services, asked for orders and signed his name, following it up with all his titles. Then he returned to his army corps and, drawing 10 francs out of his pocket, said, "Now, my friends, go and eat and drink a little something. Only leave here a detachment of 10 men, so that no one leaves the mayor's house." Ex-Lieutenant Pickard, chatting with the watchmaker, overheard this. With a sneer he remarked, "Pardon me, but if they go out, there will be an opportunity for you to go in. Otherwise, I can't see how you are to get in there." The doctor made no reply, but went away to luncheon. In the afternoon, he disposed of offices all about town, having the air of knowing of an impending surprise. Many times he passed before the doors of the Mairie and of the church, without noticing anything suspicious. One could have believed the 2 buildings empty. The butcher, the baker, and the apothecary reopened their shops, and stood gossiping on the steps. If the emperor had been taken prisoner, there must be a traitor somewhere. They did not feel sure of the revenue of a new republic. Night came on. Toward 9 o'clock, the doctor returned quietly and alone to the mayor's residence, persuaded that his adversary had retired. And, as he was trying to force an entrance with a few blows of a pickaxe, the loud voice of a guard demanded suddenly, "Who goes there?" Monsieur Masserel beat a retreat at the top of his speed. Another day dawned without any change in the situation. The militia in arms occupied the square. The inhabitants stood around awaiting the solution. People from neighboring villages came to look on. Finally, the doctor, realizing that his reputation was at stake, resolved to settle the thing in one way or another. He had just decided that it must be something energetic, when the door of the telegraph office opened and the little servant of the directress appeared, holding in her hand 2 papers. She went directly to the commander and gave him one of the dispatches, then, crossing the square, intimidated by so many eyes fixed upon her, with lowered head and mincing steps, she rapped gently at the door of the barricaded house, as if ignorant that a part of the army was concealed there. The door opened slightly, the hand of a man received the message, and the girl returned, blushing and ready to weep, from being stared at. The doctor demanded, with stirring voice, "A little silence, if you please." And, after the populace became quiet, he continued proudly, "Here is a communication which I have received from the government." And raising the dispatch, he read, old Mayor deposed. Advise us of what is most necessary, instructions later. For the sub-prefect, Sapin, counselor. He had triumphed. His heart was beating with joy. His hand trembled, when Pickard, his old subaltern, cried out to him from a neighboring group, "That's all right, but if the others in there won't go out, your paper hasn't a leg to stand on." The doctor grew a little pale. If they would not go out, in fact, he must go ahead now. It was not only his right, but his duty. And he looked anxiously at the house of the mayoralty, hoping that he might see the door open and his adversary show himself. But the door remained closed. What was to be done? The crowd was increasing, surrounding the militia. Some laughed. One thought, especially, tortured the doctor. If he should make an assault, he must march at the head of his men, and as, with him dead, all contest would cease, it would be at him, and at him alone, that M. de Varnetot and the 3 guards would aim. And their aim was good, very good. Pickard had reminded him of that. But an idea shone in upon him, and turning to Pummel, he said, "Go, quickly, and ask the apothecary to send me a napkin and a pole." The lieutenant hurried off. The doctor was going to make a political banner, a white one, that would perhaps rejoice the heart of that old legitimist, the mayor. Pummel returned with the required linen and a broom handle. With some pieces of string, they improvised a standard, which Masseril seized in both hands. Again, he advanced toward the house of mayoralty, bearing the standard before him. When in front of the door, he called out, "Monsieur de Varnetot." The door opened suddenly, and M. de Varnetot and the 3 guards appeared on the threshold. The doctor recoiled, instinctively. Then, he saluted his enemy courteously, and announced, almost strangled by emotion, "I have come, sir, to communicate to you the instructions I have just received." That gentleman, without any salutation whatever, replied, "I am going to withdraw, sir, but you must understand that it is not because of fear, or in obedience to an odious government that has usurped the power." And, biting off each word, he declared, "I do not wish to have the appearance of serving the Republic for a single day. That is all." Masseril, amazed, made no reply, and M. de Varnetot, walking off at a rapid pace, disappeared around the corner, followed closely by his escort. Then the doctor, slightly dismayed, returned to the crowd. When he was near enough to be heard, he cried, "Hurrah! Hurrah! The Republic triumphs all along the line." But no emotion was manifested. The doctor tried again. "The people are free. You are free and independent. Do you understand? Be proud of it." The listless villagers looked at him with eyes unlit by glory. In his turn, he looked at them, indignant at their indifference, seeking for some word that could make a grand impression, electrify this placid country and make good his mission. The inspiration come, and turning to Pummel, he said, "Lieutenant, go and get the bust of the ex-emperor, which is in the council hall, and bring it to me with a chair. And soon the man reappears, carrying on his right shoulder Napoleon III, in plaster, and holding in his left hand a straw-bottomed chair. Masseril met him, took the chair, placed it on the ground, put the white image upon it, fell back a few steps and called out, in sonorous voice, "Tyrant! Tyrant! Here do you fall! Fall in the dust and in the mire! An expiring country groans under your feet. Destiny has called you the avenger. Defeat and shame cling to you. You fall conquered, a prisoner to the Prussians, and upon the ruins of the crumbling empire the young and radiant republic arises, picking up your broken sword." He awaited applause. But there was no voice, no sound. The bewildered peasants remained silent. And the bust, with its pointed mustaches extending beyond the cheeks on each side, the bust, so motionless and well-groomed as to be fit for a hairdresser's sign, seemed to be looking at M. Masseril with a plaster smile, a smile ineffaceable and mocking. They remained thus face to face, Napoleon on the chair, the doctor in front of him about 3 steps away. Suddenly the commander grew angry. What was to be done? What was there that would move this people, and bring about a definite victory in opinion? His hand happened to rest on his hip and to come in contact there with the butt end of his revolver, under his red sash. No inspiration, no further word would come. But he drew his pistol, advanced 2 steps, and, taking aim, fired at the late monarch. The ball entered the forehead, leaving a little, black hole, like a spot, nothing more. There was no effect. Then he fired a second shot, which made a second hole, then, a third, and then, without stopping, he emptied his revolver. The brow of Napoleon disappeared in white powder, but the eyes, the nose, and the fine points of the mustaches remained intact. Then, exasperated, the doctor overturned the chair with a blow of his fist and, resting a foot on the remainder of the bust in a position of triumph, he shouted, "So let all tyrants perish." Still no enthusiasm was manifest, and as the spectators seemed to be in a kind of stupor from astonishment, the commander called to the militiamen, "You may now go to your homes." And he went toward his own house with great strides, as if he were pursued. His maid, when he appeared, told him that some patients had been waiting in his office for 3 hours. He hastened in. There were the 2 varicose vein patients, who had returned at daybreak, obstinate but patient. The old man immediately began his explanation. This began by a feeling like ants running up and down the legs. The artist bar. "Monsieur," the old mountebank said to me, "it is a matter of exercise and habit, that is all. Of course, one requires to be a little gifted that way and not to be butterfingered, but what is chiefly necessary is patience and daily practice for long, long years." His modesty surprised me all the more, because of all performers who are generally infatuated with their own skill, he was the most wonderfully clever one I had met. Certainly I had frequently seen him, for everybody had seen him in some circus or other, or even in traveling shows, performing the trick that consists of putting a man or woman with extended arms against a wooden target, and in throwing knives between their fingers and round their heads, from a distance. There is nothing very extraordinary in it, after all, when one knows the tricks of the trade, and that the knives are not the least sharp, and stick into the wood at some distance from the flesh. It is the rapidity of the throws, the glitter of the blades, and the curve which the handles make toward their living object, which give an air of danger to an exhibition that has become commonplace, and only requires very middling skill. But here there was no trick and no deception, and no dust thrown into the eyes. It was done in good earnest and in all sincerity. The knives were as sharp as razors, and the old mountebank planted them close to the flesh, exactly in the angle between the fingers. He surrounded the head with a perfect halo of knives, and the neck with a collar from which nobody could have extricated himself without cutting his carotid artery, while, to increase the difficulty, the old fellow went through the performance without seeing, his whole face being covered with a close mask of thick oilcloth. Naturally, like other great artists, he was not understood by the crowd, who confounded him with vulgar tricksters, and his mask only appeared to them a trick the more, and a very common trick into the bargain. He must think us very stupid, they said. How could he possibly aim without having his eyes open? And they thought there must be imperceptible holes in the oilcloth, a sort of latticework concealed in the material. It was useless for him to allow the public to examine the mask for themselves before the exhibition began. It was all very well that they could not discover any trick, but they were only all the more convinced that they were being tricked. Did not the people know that they ought to be tricked? I had recognized a great artist in the old mountebank, and I was quite sure that he was altogether incapable of any trickery. I told him so, while expressing my admiration to him, and he had been touched by my open admiration and above all by the justice I had done him. Thus we became good friends, and he explained to me, very modestly, the real trick which the crowd do not understand, the eternal trick contained in these simple words: to be gifted by nature and to practice every day for long, long years. He had been especially struck by the certainty which I expressed that any trickery must become impossible to him. Yes, he said to me, quite impossible. Impossible to a degree which you cannot imagine. If I were to tell you. But where would be the use? His face clouded over, and his eyes filled with tears. I did not venture to force myself into his confidence. My looks, however, were not so discreet as my silence, and begged him to speak, so he responded to their mute appeal. After all, he said, why should I not tell you about it? You will understand me. And he added, with a look of sudden ferocity, she understood it, at any rate. Who? I asked. My strumpet of a wife, he replied. Ah! Monsieur, what an abominable creature she was, if you only knew. Yes, she understood it too well, and that is why I hate her so, even more on that account, than for having deceived me. For that is a natural fault, is it not, and may be pardoned. But the other thing was a crime, a horrible crime. The woman, who stood against the wooden target every night with her arms stretched out and her finger extended, and whom the old mountebank fitted with gloves and with a halo formed of his knives, which were as sharp as razors and which he planted close to her, was his wife. She might have been a woman of 40, and must have been fairly pretty, but with a perverse prettiness. She had an impudent mouth, a mouth that was at the same time sensual and bad, with the lower lip too thick for the thin, dry upper lip. I had several times noticed that every time he planted a knife in the board, she uttered a laugh, so low as scarcely to be heard, but which was very significant when one heard it, for it was a hard and very mocking laugh. I had always attributed that sort of reply to an artifice which the occasion required. It was intended, I thought, to accentuate the danger she incurred and the contempt that she felt for it, thanks to the sureness of the thrower's hands, and so I was very much surprised when the mountebank said to me, "Have you observed her laugh, I say? Her evil laugh which makes fun of me, and her cowardly laugh which defies me." Yes, cowardly, because she knows that nothing can happen to her, nothing, in spite of all she deserves, in spite of all that I ought to do to her, in spite of all that I want to do to her. What do you want to do? Confound it! Cannot you guess? I want to kill her. To kill her, because she has deceived me. No, no, not that, I tell you again. I have forgiven her for that a long time ago, and I am too much accustomed to it. But the worst of it is that the first time I forgave her, when I told her that all the same I might some day have my revenge by cutting her throat, if I chose, without seeming to do it on purpose, as if it were an accident, mere awkwardness. Oh, so you said that to her? Of course I did, and I meant it. I thought I might be able to do it, for you see I had the perfect right to do so. It was so simple, so easy, so tempting. Just think. A mistake of less than half an inch, and her skin would be cut at the neck where the jugular vein is, and the jugular would be severed. My knives cut very well. And when once the jugular is cut, goodbye. The blood would spurt out, and 1, 2, 3 red jets, and all would be over, she would be dead, and I should have had my revenge. That is true, certainly, horribly true. And without any risk to me, eh? An accident, that is all, bad luck, one of those mistakes which happen every day in our business. What could they accuse me of? Whoever would think of accusing me, even homicide through imprudence, that would be all. They would even pity me, rather than accuse me. My wife. My poor wife. I should say, sobbing. My wife, who is so necessary to me, who is half the breadwinner, who takes part in my performance. You must acknowledge that I should be pitied. Certainly, there is not the least doubt about that. And you must allow that such a revenge would be a very nice revenge, the best possible revenge which I could have with assured impunity. Evidently that is so. Very well. But when I told her so, as I have told you, and more forcibly still, threatening her as I was mad with rage and ready to do the deed that I had dreamed of on the spot, what do you think she said? That you were a good fellow, and would certainly not have the atrocious courage to, tut. 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 I am not such a good fellow as you think. I am not frightened of blood, and that I have proved already, though it would be useless to tell you how and where. But I had no necessity to prove it to her, for she knows that I am capable of a good many things, even of crime, especially of one crime. And she was not frightened. No. She merely replied that I could not do what I said, you understand. That I could not do it. Why not? Ah, monsieur, so you do not understand. Why do you not? Have I not explained to you by what constant, long, daily practice I have learned to plant my knives without seeing what I am doing? Yes, well, what then? Well, cannot you understand what she has understood with such terrible results, that now my hand would no longer obey me if I wished to make a mistake as I threw? Is it possible? Nothing is true, I am sorry to say. For I really have wished to have the revenge which I have dreamed of, and which I thought so easy. Exasperated by that bad woman's insolence and confidence in her own safety, I have several times made up my mind to kill her, and have exerted all my energy and all my skill to make my knives fly aside when I threw them to make a border round her neck. I have tried with all my might to make them deviate half an inch, just enough to cut her throat. I wanted to, and I have never succeeded, never. And always the slut's horrible laugh makes fun of me, always. Always. And with a deluge of tears, with something like a roar of unsatiated and muzzled rage, he ground his teeth as he wound up, she knows me, the jade, she is in the secret of my work, of my patience, of my trick, routine, whatever you may call it. She lives in my innermost being, and sees into it more closely than you do, or than I do myself. She knows what a faultless machine I have become, the machine of which she makes fun, the machine which is too well wound up, the machine which cannot get out of order, and she knows that I cannot make a mistake. The whole of May the 8th. What a lovely day! I have spent all the morning lying on the grass in front of my house, under the enormous plantain tree which covers and shades and shelters the whole of it. I like this part of the country. I am fond of living here because I am attached to it by deep roots, the profound and delicate roots which attach a man to the soil on which his ancestors were born and died, to their traditions, their usages, their food, the local expressions, the peculiar language of the peasants, the smell of the soil, the hamlets, and to the atmosphere itself. I love the house in which I grew up. From my windows I can see the Seine, which flows by the side of my garden, on the other side of the road, almost through my grounds, the great and wide Seine, which goes to Rouen and Havre, and which is covered with boats passing to and fro. On the left, down yonder, lies Rouen, populous Rouen with its blue roofs massing under pointed, Gothic towers. Innumerable are they, delicate or broad, dominated by the spire of the cathedral, full of bells which sound through the blue air on fine mornings, sending their sweet and distant iron clang to me, their metallic sounds, now stronger and now weaker, according as the wind is strong or light. What a delicious morning it was! About 11 o'clock, a long line of boats drawn by a steam tug, as big a fly, and which scarcely puffed while emitting its thick smoke, passed my gate. After 2 English schooners, whose red flags fluttered toward the sky, there came a magnificent Brazilian 3-master. It was perfectly white and wonderfully clean and shining. I saluted it, I hardly know why, except that the sight of the vessel gave me great pleasure. The 12th of May. I have had a slight feverish attack for the last few days, and I feel ill, or rather I feel low-spirited. Whence come those mysterious influences which change our happiness into discouragement, and our self-confidence into diffidence? One might almost say that the air, the invisible air, is full of unknowable forces, whose mysterious presence we have to endure. I wake up in the best of spirits, with an inclination to sing in my heart. Why? I go down by the side of the water, and suddenly, after walking a short distance, I return home wretched, as if some misfortune were awaiting me there. Why? Is it a cold shiver which, passing over my skin, has upset my nerves and given me a fit of low spirits? Is it the form of the clouds, or the tints of the sky, or the colors of the surrounding objects which are so changeable, which have troubled my thoughts as they passed before my eyes? Who can tell? Everything that surrounds us, everything that we see without looking at it, everything that we touch without knowing it, everything that we handle without feeling it, everything that we meet without clearly distinguishing it, has a rapid, surprising, and inexplicable effect upon us and upon our organs, and through them on our ideas and on our being itself. How profound that mystery of the invisible is! We cannot fathom it with our miserable senses. Our eyes are unable to perceive what is either too small or too great, too near to or too far from us. We can see neither the inhabitants of a star nor of a drop of water. Our ears deceive us, for they transmit to us the vibrations of the air in sonorous notes. Our senses are fairies who work the miracle of changing that movement into noise, and by that metamorphosis give birth to music, which makes the mute agitation of nature a harmony. So with our sense of smell, which is weaker than that of a dog, and so with our sense of taste, which can scarcely distinguish the age of a wine. Oh! If we only had other organs which could work other miracles in our favor, what a number of fresh things we might discover around us. The 16th of May. I am ill, decidedly. I was so well last month. I am feverish, horribly feverish, or rather I am in a state of feverish enervation, which makes my mind suffer as much as my body. I have without ceasing the horrible sensation of some danger threatening me, the apprehension of some coming misfortune or of approaching death, a presentiment which is no doubt, an attack of some illness still unnamed, which germinates in the flesh and in the blood. The 18th of May. I have just come from consulting my medical man, for I can no longer get any sleep. He found that my pulse was high, my eyes dilated, my nerves highly strung, but no alarming symptoms. I must have a course of shower baths and of bromide of potassium. The 25th of May. No change. My state is really very peculiar. As the evening comes on, an incomprehensible feeling of disquietude seizes me, just as if night concealed some terrible menace toward me. I dine quickly, and then try to read, but I do not understand the words, and can scarcely distinguish the letters. Then I walk up and down my drawing room, oppressed by a feeling of confused and irresistible fear, a fear of sleep and a fear of my bed. About 10 o'clock I go up to my room. As soon as I have entered I lock and bolt the door. I am frightened, of what? Up till the present time I have been frightened of nothing. I open my cupboards, and look under my bed. I listen, to what? How strange it is that a simple feeling of discomfort, of impeded or heightened circulation, perhaps the irritation of a nervous center, a slight congestion, a small disturbance in the imperfect and delicate functions of our living machinery, can turn the most light-hearted of men into a melancholy one, and make a coward of the bravest. Then, I go to bed, and I wait for sleep as a man might wait for the executioner. I wait for its coming with dread, and my heart beats and my legs tremble, while my whole body shivers beneath the warmth of the bedclothes, until the moment when I suddenly fall asleep, as a man throws himself into a pool of stagnant water in order to drown. I do not feel this perfidious sleep coming over me as I used to, but a sleep which is close to me and watching me, which is going to seize me by the head, to close my eyes and annihilate me. I sleep, a long time, 2 or 3 hours perhaps, then a dream, no, a nightmare lays hold on me. I feel that I am in bed and asleep, I feel it and I know it, and I feel also that somebody is coming close to me, is looking at me, touching me, is getting onto my bed, is kneeling on my chest, is taking my neck between his hands and squeezing it with all his might in order to strangle me. I struggle, bound by that terrible powerlessness which paralyzes us in our dreams. I try to cry out, but I cannot. I want to move, I cannot. I try, with the most violent efforts and out of breath, to turn over and throw off this being which is crushing and suffocating me. I cannot. And then suddenly I wake up, shaken and bathed in perspiration. I light a candle and find that I am alone, and after that crisis, which occurs every night, I at length fall asleep and slumber tranquilly till morning. June the 2nd. My state has grown worse. What is the matter with me? The bromide does me no good, and the shower baths have no effect whatever. Sometimes, in order to tire myself out, though I am fatigued enough already, I go for a walk in the forest of Roumer. I used to think at first that the fresh light and soft air, impregnated with the odor of herbs and leaves, would instill new life into my veins and impart fresh energy to my heart. One day I turned into a broad ride in the wood, and then I diverged toward La Bouille, through a narrow path, between two rows of exceedingly tall trees, which placed a thick, green, almost black roof between the sky and me. A sudden shiver ran through me, not a cold shiver, but a shiver of agony, and so I hastened my steps, uneasy at being alone in the wood, frightened stupidly and without reason, at the profound solitude. Suddenly it seemed as if I were being followed, that somebody was walking at my heels, close, quite close to me, near enough to touch me. I turned round suddenly, but I was alone. I saw nothing behind me except the straight, broad ride, empty and bordered by high trees, horribly empty. On the other side also it extended until it was lost in the distance, and looked just the same, terrible. I closed my eyes. Why? And then I began to turn round on one heel very quickly, just like a top. I nearly fell down, and opened my eyes. The trees were dancing round me and the earth heaved. I was obliged to sit down. Then, I no longer remembered how I had come. What a strange idea! What a strange idea! I did not the least know. I started off to the right, and got back into the avenue which had led me into the middle of the forest. June the 3rd. I have had a terrible night. I shall go away for a few weeks, for no doubt a journey will set me up again. July the 2nd. I have come back, quite cured, and have had a most delightful trip into the bargain. I have been to Mont Saint Michel, which I had not seen before. What a sight, when one arrives as I did, at Avranches toward the end of the day. The town stands on a hill, and I was taken into the public garden at the extremity of the town. I uttered a cry of astonishment. An extraordinarily large bay lay extended before me, as far as my eyes could reach, between two hills which were lost to sight in the mist, and in the middle of this immense yellow bay, under a clear, golden sky, a peculiar hill rose up, sombre and pointed in the midst of the sand. The sun had just disappeared, and under the still flaming sky stood out the outline of that fantastic rock which bears on its summit a picturesque monument. At daybreak I went to it. The tide was low, as it had been the night before, and I saw that wonderful abbey rise up before me as I approached it. After several hours walking, I reached the enormous mass of rock which supports the little town, dominated by the great church. Having climbed the steep and narrow street, I entered the most wonderful Gothic building that has ever been erected to God on earth, large as a town, and full of low rooms which seem buried beneath vaulted roofs, and of lofty galleries supported by delicate columns. I entered this gigantic granite jewel, which is as light in its effect as a bit of lace and is covered with towers, with slender belfries to which spiral staircases ascend. The flying buttresses raise strange heads that bristle with chimeras, with devils, with fantastic animals, with monstrous flowers, are joined together by finely carved arches, to the blue sky by day, and to the black sky by night. When I had reached the summit, I said to the monk who accompanied me, "Father, how happy you must be here." And he replied, "It is very windy, monsieur," and so we began to talk while watching the rising tide, which ran over the sand and covered it with a steel cuirass. And then the monk told me stories, all the old stories belonging to the place, legends, nothing but legends. One of them struck me forcibly. The country people, those belonging to the Mornet, declare that at night one can hear talking going on in the sand, and also that two goats bleat, one with a strong, the other with a weak voice. Incredulous people declare that it is nothing but the screaming of the sea birds, which occasionally resembles bleatings, and occasionally human lamentations. But belated fishermen swear that they have met an old shepherd, whose cloak-covered head they can never see, wandering on the sand, between two tides, round the little town placed so far out of the world. They declare he is guiding and walking before a he-goat with a man's face and a she-goat with a woman's face, both with white hair, who talk incessantly, quarreling in a strange language, and then suddenly cease talking in order to bleat with all their might. Do you believe it? I asked the monk. I scarcely know, he replied, and I continued, if there are other beings besides ourselves on this earth, how comes it that we have not known it for so long a time, or why have you not seen them? How is it that I have not seen them? He replied, do we see the 100,000th part of what exists? Look here, there is the wind, which is the strongest force in nature. It knocks down men, and blows down buildings, uproots trees, raises the sea into mountains of water, destroys cliffs and casts great ships onto the breakers. It kills, it whistles, it sighs, it roars. But have you ever seen it, and can you see it? Yet it exists for all that. I was silent before this simple reasoning. That man was a philosopher, or perhaps a fool, I could not say which exactly, so I held my tongue. What he had said had often been in my own thoughts. July the 3rd. I have slept badly. Certainly there is some feverish influence here, for my coachman is suffering in the same way as I am. When I went back home yesterday, I noticed his singular paleness, and I asked him, "What is the matter with you, Jean?" "The matter is that I never get any rest, and my nights devour my days. Since your departure, monsieur, there has been a spell over me. However, the other servants are all well, but I am very frightened of having another attack, myself." July the 4th. I am decidedly taken again, for my old nightmares have returned. Last night I felt somebody leaning on me who was sucking my life from between my lips with his mouth. Yes, he was sucking it out of my neck like a leech would have done. Then he got up, satiated, and I woke up, so beaten, crushed, and annihilated that I could not move. If this continues for a few days, I shall certainly go away again. July the 5th. Have I lost my reason? What has happened? What I saw last night is so strange that my head wanders when I think of it. As I do now every evening, I had locked my door, then, being thirsty, I drank half a glass of water, and I accidentally noticed that the water bottle was full up to the cut glass stopper. Then I went to bed and fell into one of my terrible sleeps, from which I was aroused in about 2 hours by a still more terrible shock. Picture to yourself a sleeping man who is being murdered, who wakes up with a knife in his chest, a gurgling in his throat, is covered with blood, can no longer breathe, is going to die and does not understand anything at all about it. There you have it. Having recovered my senses, I was thirsty again, so I lighted a candle and went to the table on which my water bottle was. I lifted it up and tilted it over my glass, but nothing came out. It was empty. It was completely empty. At first I could not understand it at all, then suddenly I was seized by such a terrible feeling that I had to sit down, or rather fall into a chair. Then I sprang up with a bound to look about me, then I sat down again, overcome by astonishment and fear, in front of the transparent crystal bottle. I looked at it with fixed eyes, trying to solve the puzzle, and my hands trembled. Somebody had drunk the water, but who? I without any doubt. It could surely only be I. In that case I was a somnambulist, was living, without knowing it, that double, mysterious life which makes us doubt whether there are not two beings in us, whether a strange, unknowable, and invisible being does not, during our moments of mental and physical torpor, animate the inert body, forcing it to a more willing obedience than it yields to ourselves. Oh! Who will understand my horrible agony? Who will understand the emotion of a man sound in mind, wide awake, full of sense, who looks in horror at the disappearance of a little water while he was asleep, through the glass of a water bottle? And I remained sitting until it was daylight, without venturing to go to bed again. July the 6th. I am going mad. Again all the contents of my water bottle have been drunk during the night, or rather I have drunk it. But is it I? Is it I? Who could it be? Who? Oh! God! Am I going mad? Who will save me? The 10th of July. I have just been through some surprising ordeals. Undoubtedly I must be mad. And yet, on July the 6th, before going to bed, I put some wine, milk, water, bread, and strawberries on my table. Somebody drank, I drank, all the water and a little of the milk, but neither the wine, nor the bread, nor the strawberries were touched. On the 7th of July I renewed the same experiment, with the same results, and on July the 8th I left out the water and the milk and nothing was touched. Lastly, on July the 9th I put only water and milk on my table, taking care to wrap up the bottles in white muslin and to tie down the stoppers. Then I rubbed my lips, my beard, and my hands with pencil lead, and went to bed. Deep slumber seized me, soon followed by a terrible awakening. I had not moved, and my sheets were not marked. I rushed to the table. The muslin round the bottles remained intact. I undid the string, trembling with fear. All the water had been drunk, and so had the milk. Ah! Great God! I must start for Paris immediately. The 12th of July. Paris. I must have lost my head during the last few days. I must be the plaything of my enervated imagination, unless I am really a somnambulist, or I have been brought under the power of one of those influences, hypnotic suggestion, for example, which are known to exist, but have hitherto been inexplicable. In any case, my mental state bordered on madness, and 24 hours of Paris sufficed to restore me to my equilibrium. Yesterday, after doing some business and paying some visits, which instilled fresh and invigorating mental air into me, I wound up my evening at the Théâtre Français. A drama by Alexandre Dumas the Younger was being acted, and his brilliant and powerful play completed my cure. Certainly solitude is dangerous for active minds. We need men who can think and can talk, around us. When we are alone for a long time, we people space with phantoms. I returned along the boulevards to my hotel in excellent spirits. Amid the jostling of the crowd I thought, not without irony, of my terrors and surmises of the previous week, because I believed, yes, I believed, that an invisible being lived beneath my roof. How weak our mind is, how quickly it is terrified and unbalanced as soon as we are confronted with a small, incomprehensible fact. Instead of dismissing the problem with, "We do not understand," because we cannot find the cause, we immediately imagine terrible mysteries and supernatural powers. The 14th of July. Feet of the Republic. I walked through the streets, and the crackers and flags amused me like a child. Still, it is very foolish to make merry on a set date, by government decree. People are like a flock of sheep, now steadily patient, now in ferocious revolt. Say to it, "Amuse yourself," and it amuses itself. Say to it, "Go and fight with your neighbor," and it goes and fights. Say to it, "Vote for the emperor," and it votes for the emperor. Then say to it, "Vote for the republic," and it votes for the republic. Those who direct it are stupid, too, but instead of obeying men they obey principles, a course which can only be foolish, ineffective, and false, for the very reason that principles are ideas which are considered as certain and unchangeable, whereas in this world one is certain of nothing, since light is an illusion and noise is deception. The 16th of July. I saw some things yesterday that troubled me very much. I was dining at my cousin's, Madame Sable, whose husband is colonel of the 76th Chasseurs at Limoges. There were 2 young women there, one of whom had married a medical man, Dr. Parent, who devotes himself a great deal to nervous diseases and to the extraordinary manifestations which just now experiments in hypnotism and suggestion are producing. He related to us at some length the enormous results obtained by English scientists and the doctors of the medical school at Nancy, and the facts which he adduced appeared to me so strange, that I declared that I was altogether incredulous. We are, he declared, on the point of discovering one of the most important secrets of nature, I mean to say, one of its most important secrets on this earth, for assuredly there are some up in the stars, yonder, of a different kind of importance. Ever since man has thought, since he has been able to express and write down his thoughts, he has felt himself close to a mystery which is impenetrable to his coarse and imperfect senses, and he endeavors to supplement the feeble penetration of his organs by the efforts of his intellect. As long as that intellect remained in its elementary stage, this intercourse with invisible spirits assumed forms which were commonplace though terrifying. Thence sprang the popular belief in the supernatural, the legends of wandering spirits, of fairies, of gnomes, of ghosts, I might even say the conception of God, for our ideas of the workman-creator, from whatever religion they may have come down to us, are certainly the most mediocre, the stupidest, and the most unacceptable inventions that ever sprang from the frightened brain of any human creature. Nothing is truer than what Voltaire says: if God made man in his own image, man has certainly paid him back again. But for rather more than a century, men seem to have had a presentiment of something new. Mesmer and some others have put us on an unexpected track, and within the last 2 or 3 years especially, we have arrived at results really surprising. My cousin, who is also very incredulous, smiled, and Dr. Parent said to her, "Would you like me to try and send you to sleep, madam?" "Yes, certainly." She sat down in an easy chair, and he began to look at her fixedly, as if to fascinate her. I suddenly felt myself somewhat discomposed, my heart beat rapidly and I had a choking feeling in my throat. I saw that Madame Sable's eyes were growing heavy, her mouth twitched, and her bosom heaved, and at the end of 10 minutes she was asleep. "Go behind her," the doctor said to me, so I took a seat behind her. He put a visiting card into her hands, and said to her, "This is a looking glass, what do you see in it?" She replied, "I see my cousin." "What is he doing?" "He is twisting his mustache." "And now?" "He is taking a photograph out of his pocket." "Whose photograph is it?" "His own." That was true, for the photograph had been given me that same evening at the hotel. "What is his attitude in this portrait?" "He is standing up with his hat in his hand." She saw these things in that card, in that piece of white pasteboard, as if she had seen them in a looking glass. The young women were frightened, and exclaimed, "That is quite enough." Quite enough. But the doctor said to her authoritatively, "You will get up at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Then you will go and call on your cousin at his hotel and ask him to lend you the 5,000 francs which your husband asks of you, and which he will ask for when he sets out on his coming journey." Then he woke her up. On returning to my hotel, I thought over this curious chance and I was assailed by doubts, not as to my cousin's absolute and undoubted good faith, for I had known her as well as if she had been my own sister ever since she was a child, but as to a possible trick on the doctor's part. Had not he, perhaps, kept a glass hidden in his hand, which he showed to the young woman in her sleep at the same time as he did the card? Professional conjurers do things which are just as singular. However, I went to bed, and this morning, at about 8:30, I was awakened by my footman, who said to me, "Madame Sable has asked to see you immediately, monsieur." I dressed hastily and went to her. She sat down in some agitation, with her eyes on the floor, and without raising her veil said to me, "My dear cousin, I am going to ask a great favor of you." "What is it, cousin?" "I do not like to tell you, and yet I must. I am in absolute want of 5,000 francs. "What, you?" "Yes, I, or rather my husband, who has asked me to procure them for him." I was so stupefied that I hesitated to answer. I asked myself whether she had not really been making fun of me with Dr. Parent, if it were not merely a very well acted farce which had been got up beforehand. On looking at her attentively, however, my doubts disappeared. She was trembling with grief, so painful was this step to her, and I was sure that her throat was full of sobs. I knew that she was very rich, and so I continued, "What? Has not your husband 5,000 francs at his disposal? Come, think. Are you sure that he commissioned you to ask me for them?" She hesitated for a few seconds, as if she were making a great effort to search her memory, and then she replied, "Yes, yes, I am quite sure of it. He has written to you." She hesitated again and reflected, and I guessed the torture of her thoughts. She did not know. She only knew that she was to borrow 5,000 francs of me for her husband. So she told a lie. "Yes, he has written to me." "When, pray?" "You did not mention it to me yesterday." "I received his letter this morning." "Can you show it to me?" "No, no, no, it contained private matters, things too personal to ourselves. I burned it." "So your husband runs into debt?" She hesitated again, and then murmured, "I do not know." Thereupon I said bluntly, "I have not 5,000 francs at my disposal at this moment, my dear cousin." She uttered a cry, as if she were in pain, and said, "Oh! Oh! I beseech you to get them for me." She got excited and clasped her hands as if she were praying to me. I heard her voice change its tone. She wept and sobbed, harassed and dominated by the irresistible order that she had received. "Oh! Oh! I beg you to, if you knew what I am suffering, I want them today." I had pity on her. "You shall have them by and by, I swear to you." "Oh! Thank you. Thank you. How kind you are." I continued, "Do you remember what took place at your house last night?" "Yes." "Do you remember that Dr. Parent sent you to sleep?" "Yes." "Oh. Very well then, he ordered you to come to me this morning to borrow 5,000 francs, and at this moment you are obeying that suggestion." She considered for a few moments, and then replied, "But as it is my husband who wants them." For a whole hour I tried to convince her, but could not succeed, and when she had gone I went to the doctor. He was just going out, and he listened to me with a smile, and said, "Do you believe now?" "Yes, I cannot help it." "Let us go to your cousin's." She was already resting on a couch, overcome with fatigue. The doctor felt her pulse, looked at her for some time with one hand raised toward her eyes, which she closed by degrees under the irresistible power of this magnetic influence. When she was asleep, he said, "Your husband does not require the 5,000 francs any longer. You must, therefore, forget that you asked your cousin to lend them to you, and, if he speaks to you about it, you will not understand him." Then he woke her up, and I took out a pocketbook and said, "Here is what you asked me for this morning, my dear cousin." But she was so surprised, that I did not venture to persist. Nevertheless, I tried to recall the circumstance to her, but she denied it vigorously, thought that I was making fun of her, and in the end, very nearly lost her temper. There. I have just come back, and I have not been able to eat any lunch, for this experiment has altogether upset me. The 19th of July. Many people to whom I have told the adventure have laughed at me. I no longer know what to think. The wise man says, perhaps. The 21st of July. I dined at Bougival, and then I spent the evening at a boatman's ball. Decidedly everything depends on place and surroundings. It would be the height of folly to believe in the supernatural on the Ile de la Grenouillière. 1. But on the top of Mont Saint-Michel or in India, we are terribly under the influence of our surroundings. I shall return home next week. The 30th of July. I came back to my own house yesterday. Everything is going on well. August the 2nd. Nothing fresh, it is splendid weather, and I spend my days in watching the Seine flow past. August the 4th. Quarrels among my servants. They declare that the glasses are broken in the cupboards at night. The footman accuses the cook, she accuses the needlewoman, and the latter accuses the other two. Who is the culprit? It would take a clever person to tell. August the 6th. This time, I am not mad. I have seen, I can doubt no longer, I have seen it. I was walking at 2 o'clock among my rose trees, in the full sunlight, in the walk bordered by autumn roses which are beginning to fall. As I stopped to look at a guirlande de bataille, which had 3 splendid blooms, I distinctly saw the stalk of one of the roses bend close to me, as if an invisible hand had bent it, and then break, as if that hand had picked it. Then the flower raised itself, following the curve which a hand would have described in carrying it toward a mouth, and remained suspended in the transparent air, alone and motionless, a terrible red spot, 3 yards from my eyes. In desperation I rushed at it to take it. I found nothing, it had disappeared. Then I was seized with furious rage against myself, for it is not wholesome for a reasonable and serious man to have such hallucinations. But was it a hallucination? I turned to look for the stalk, and I found it immediately under the bush, freshly broken, between the 2 other roses which remained on the branch. I returned home, then, with a much disturbed mind, for I am certain now, certain as I am of the alternation of day and night, that there exists close to me an invisible being who lives on milk and on water, who can touch objects, take them and change their places, who is, consequently, endowed with a material nature, although imperceptible to sense, and who lives as I do, under my roof. August the 7th. I slept tranquilly. He drank the water out of my decanter, but did not disturb my sleep. I ask myself whether I am mad. As I was walking just now in the sun by the riverside, doubts as to my own sanity arose in me, not vague doubts such as I have had hitherto, but precise and absolute doubts. I have seen mad people, and I have known some who were quite intelligent, lucid, even clear-sighted in every concern of life, except on one point. They could speak clearly, readily, profoundly on everything, till their thoughts were caught in the breakers of their delusions and went to pieces there, were dispersed and swamped in that furious and terrible sea of fogs and squalls which is called madness. I certainly should think that I was mad, absolutely mad, if I were not conscious that I knew my state, if I could not fathom it and analyze it with the most complete lucidity. I should, in fact, be a reasonable man laboring under a hallucination. Some unknown disturbance must have been excited in my brain, one of those disturbances which physiologists of the present day try to note and to fix precisely, and that disturbance must have caused a profound gulf in my mind and in the order and logic of my ideas. Similar phenomena occur in dreams, and lead us through the most unlikely phantasmagoria, without causing us any surprise, because our verifying apparatus and our sense of control have gone to sleep, while our imaginative faculty wakes and works. Was it not possible that one of the imperceptible keys of the cerebral fingerboard had been paralyzed in me? Some men lose the recollection of proper names, or of verbs, or of numbers, or merely of dates, in consequence of an accident. The localization of all the avenues of thought has been accomplished nowadays. What, then, would there be surprising in the fact that my faculty of controlling the unreality of certain hallucinations should be destroyed for the time being? I thought of all this as I walked by the side of the water. The sun was shining brightly on the river and made earth delightful, while it filled me with love for life, for the swallows, whose swift agility is always delightful in my eyes, for the plants by the riverside, whose rustling is a pleasure to my ears. By degrees, however, an inexplicable feeling of discomfort seized me. It seemed to me as if some unknown force were numbing and stopping me, were preventing me from going further and were calling me back. I felt that painful wish to return which comes on you when you have left a beloved invalid at home, and are seized by a presentiment that he is worse. I, therefore, returned despite of myself, feeling certain that I should find some bad news awaiting me, a letter or a telegram. There was nothing, however, and I was surprised and uneasy, more so than if I had had another fantastic vision. August the 8th. I spent a terrible evening, yesterday. He does not show himself any more, but I feel that he is near me, watching me, looking at me, penetrating me, dominating me, and more terrible to me when he hides himself thus than if he were to manifest his constant and invisible presence by supernatural phenomena. However, I slept. August the 9th. Nothing, but I am afraid. The 10th of August. Nothing, but what will happen tomorrow. The 11th of August. Still nothing. I cannot stop at home with this fear hanging over me and these thoughts in my mind. I shall go away. The 12th of August. 10 o'clock at night. All day long I have been trying to get away, and have not been able. I contemplated a simple and easy act of liberty, a carriage ride to Rouen, and I have not been able to do it. What is the reason? The 13th of August. When one is attacked by certain maladies, the springs of our physical being seem broken, our energies destroyed, our muscles relaxed, our bones to be as soft as our flesh, and our blood as liquid as water. I am experiencing the same in my moral being, in a strange and distressing manner. I have no longer any strength, any courage, any self-control, nor even any power to set my own will in motion. I have no power left to will anything, but someone does it for me and I obey. The 14th of August. I am lost. Somebody possesses my soul and governs it. Somebody orders all my acts, all my movements, all my thoughts. I am no longer master of myself, nothing except an enslaved and terrified spectator of the things which I do. I wish to go out, I cannot. He does not wish to, and so I remain, trembling and distracted in the armchair in which he keeps me sitting. I merely wish to get up and to rouse myself, so as to think that I am still master of myself. I cannot. I am riveted to my chair, and my chair adheres to the floor in such a manner that no force of mine can move us. Then suddenly, I must go to the foot of my garden to pick some strawberries and eat them, and I go there. I pick the strawberries and I eat them. Oh! My God! My God! Is there a God? If there be one, deliver me. Save me. Succor me. Pardon. Pity. Mercy. Save me. Oh! What sufferings! What torture! What horror! The 15th of August. Certainly this is the way in which my poor cousin was possessed and swayed, when she came to borrow 5,000 francs of me. She was under the power of a strange will which had entered into her, like another soul, a parasitic and ruling soul. Is the world coming to an end? But who is he, this invisible being that rules me, this unknowable being, this rover of a supernatural race? Invisible beings exist, then. How is it, then, that since the beginning of the world they have never manifested themselves in such a manner as they do to me? I have never read anything that resembles what goes on in my house. Oh! If I could only leave it, if I could only go away and flee, and never return, I should be saved, but I cannot. The 16th of August. I managed to escape today for 2 hours, like a prisoner who finds the door of his dungeon accidentally open. I suddenly felt that I was free and that he was far away, and so I gave orders to put the horses in as quickly as possible, and I drove to Rouen. Oh, how delightful to be able to say to my coachman, "Go to Rouen." I made him pull up before the library, and I begged them to lend me Dr. Hermann Herestauss's treatise on the unknown inhabitants of the ancient and modern world. Then, as I was getting into my carriage, I intended to say, "To the railway station," but instead of this I shouted. I did not speak, but I shouted, in such a loud voice that all the passers-by turned round, "Home," and I fell back onto the cushion of my carriage, overcome by mental agony. He had found me out and regained possession of me. The 17th of August. Oh, what a night! What a night! And yet it seems to me that I ought to rejoice. I read until 1 o'clock in the morning. Herestauss, Doctor of Philosophy and Theogony, wrote the history and the manifestation of all those invisible beings which hover around man, or of whom he dreams. He describes their origin, their domains, their power, but none of them resembles the one which haunts me. One might say that man, ever since he has thought, has had a foreboding and a fear of a new being, stronger than himself, his successor in this world, and that, feeling him near, and not being able to foretell the nature of the unseen one, he has, in his terror, created the whole race of hidden beings, vague phantoms born of fear. Having, therefore, read until 1 o'clock in the morning, I went and sat down at the open window, in order to cool my forehead and my thoughts in the calm night air. It was very pleasant and warm. How I should have enjoyed such a night formerly! There was no moon, but the stars darted out their rays in the dark heavens. Who inhabits those worlds? What forms, what living beings, what animals are there yonder? Do those who are thinkers in those distant worlds know more than we do? What can they do more than we? What do they see which we do not? Will not one of them, some day or other, traversing space, appear on our earth to conquer it, just as formerly the Norsemen crossed the sea in order to subjugate nations feebler than themselves? We are so weak, so powerless, so ignorant, so small, we who live on this particle of mud which revolves in liquid air. I fell asleep, dreaming thus in the cool night air, and then, having slept for about 3/4 of an hour, I opened my eyes without moving, awakened by an indescribably confused and strange sensation. At first I saw nothing, and then suddenly it appeared to me as if a page of the book, which had remained open on my table, turned over of its own accord. Not a breath of air had come in at my window, and I was surprised and waited. In about 4 minutes, I saw, yes I saw with my own eyes, another page lift itself up and fall down on the others, as if a finger had turned it over. My armchair was empty, appeared empty, but I knew that he was there, and sitting in my place, and that he was reading. With a furious bound, the bound of an enraged wild beast that wishes to disembowel its tamer, I crossed my room to seize him, to strangle him, to kill him. But before I could reach it, my chair fell over as if somebody had run away from me. My table rocked, my lamp fell and went out, and my window closed as if some thief had been surprised and had fled out into the night, shutting it behind him. So he had run away, he had been afraid, afraid of me. So tomorrow, or later, some day or other, I should be able to hold him in my clutches and crush him against the ground. Do not dogs occasionally bite and strangle their masters? The 18th of August. I have been thinking the whole day long. Oh, yes, I will obey him, follow his impulses, fulfill all his wishes, show myself humble, submissive, a coward. He is the stronger, but an hour will come. The 19th of August. I know all. I have just read the following in the Revue du Monde Scientifique. A curious piece of news comes to us from Rio de Janeiro. Madness, an epidemic of madness, which may be compared to that contagious madness which attacked the people of Europe in the Middle Ages, is at this moment raging in the province of São Paulo. The frightened inhabitants are leaving their houses, deserting their villages, abandoning their land, saying that they are pursued, possessed, governed like human cattle by invisible, though tangible beings, by a species of vampire, which feeds on their life while they are asleep, and which, besides, drinks water and milk without appearing to touch any other nourishment. Professor Don Pedro Henriques, accompanied by several medical savants, has gone to the province of São Paulo, in order to study the origin and the manifestations of this surprising madness on the spot, and to propose such measures to the emperor as may appear to him to be most fitted to restore the mad population to reason. I remember now that fine Brazilian three-master which passed in front of my windows as it was going up the Seine, on the 8th of last May. I thought it looked so pretty, so white and bright. That being was on board of her, coming from there, where its race sprang from. And it saw me. It saw my house, which was also white, and he sprang from the ship onto the land. Oh! Good heavens! Now I know, I can divine. The reign of man is over, and he has come. He whom disquieted priests exorcised, whom sorcerers evoked on dark nights, without seeing him appear, he to whom the imaginations of the transient masters of the world lent all the monstrous or graceful forms of gnomes, spirits, genii, fairies, and familiar spirits. After the coarse conceptions of primitive fear, men more enlightened gave him a true form. Mesmer divined him, and 10 years ago physicians accurately discovered the nature of his power, even before he exercised it himself. They played with that weapon of their new lord, the sway of a mysterious will over the human soul, which had become enslaved. They called it mesmerism, hypnotism, suggestion, I know not what. I have seen them diverting themselves like rash children with this horrible power. Woe to us! Woe to man! He has come, what does he call himself? I fancy that he is shouting out his name to me and I do not hear him. Yes, he is shouting it out, I am listening, I cannot Repeat it, hauler, I have heard. The hauler, it is he. The hauler, he has come. Ah! The vulture has eaten the pigeon. The wolf has eaten the lamb. The lion has devoured the sharp-horned buffalo. Man has killed the lion with an arrow, with a spear, with gunpowder. But the hauler will make of man what man has made of the horse and of the ox, his chattel, his slave, and his food, by the mere power of his will. Woe to us! But, nevertheless, sometimes the animal rebels and kills the man who has subjugated it. I should also like, I shall be able to, but I must know him, touch him, see him. Learned men say that eyes of animals, as they differ from ours, do not distinguish as ours do. And my eye cannot distinguish this newcomer who is oppressing me. Why? Oh! Now I remember the words of the monk at Morne Saint Michel, can we see the 100,000th part of what exists? Listen, there is the wind which is the strongest force in nature, it knocks men down, blows down buildings, uproots trees, raises the sea into mountains of water, destroys cliffs, and casts great ships onto the breakers. It kills, it whistles, it sighs, it roars. Have you ever seen it, and can you see it? It exists for all that, however. And I went on thinking, my eyes are so weak, so imperfect, that they do not even distinguish hard bodies, if they are as transparent as glass. If a glass without quicksilver behind it were to bar my way, I should run into it, just like a bird which has flown into a room breaks its head against the window panes. 1,000 things, moreover, deceive a man and lead him astray. How then is it surprising that he cannot perceive a new body which is penetrated and pervaded by the light? A new being. Why not? It was assuredly bound to come. Why should we be the last? We do not distinguish it, like all the others created before us. The reason is, that its nature is more delicate, its body finer and more finished than ours. Our makeup is so weak, so awkwardly conceived, our body is encumbered with organs that are always tired, always being strained like locks that are too complicated. It lives like a plant and like an animal nourishing itself with difficulty on air, herbs, and flesh. It is a brute machine which is a prey to maladies, to malformations, to decay. It is broken-winded, badly regulated, simple and eccentric, ingeniously yet badly made, a coarse and yet a delicate mechanism, in brief, the outline of a being which might become intelligent and great. There are only a few, so few, stages of development in this world, from the oyster up to man. Why should there not be one more, when once that period is accomplished which separates the successive products one from the other? Why not one more? Why not, also, other trees with immense, splendid flowers, perfuming whole regions? Why not other elements beside fire, air, earth, and water? There are four, only four, nursing fathers of various beings. What a pity! Why should not there be 40, 400, 4,000? How poor everything is, how mean and wretched, grudgingly given, poorly invented, clumsily made. Ah! The elephant and the hippopotamus, what power! And the camel, what suppleness! But the butterfly, you will say, a flying flower. I dream of one that should be as large as 100 worlds, with wings whose shape, beauty, colors, and motion I cannot even express. But I see it, it flutters from star to star, refreshing them and perfuming them with the light and harmonious breath of its flight. And the people up there gaze at it as it passes in an ecstasy of delight. What is the matter with me? It is he, the hauler, who haunts me, and who makes me think of these foolish things. He is within me, he is becoming my soul, I shall kill him. The 20th of August. I shall kill him. I have seen him. Yesterday I sat down at my table and pretended to write very assiduously. I knew quite well that he would come prowling round me, quite close to me, so close that I might perhaps be able to touch him, to seize him. And then I should have the strength of desperation, I should have my hands, my knees, my chest, my forehead, my teeth to strangle him, to crush him, to bite him, to tear him to pieces. And I watched for him with all my overexcited nerves. I had lighted my 2 lamps and the 8 wax candles on my mantelpiece, as if, by this light I should discover him. My bed, my old oak bed with its columns, was opposite to me, on my right was the fireplace, on my left the door, which was carefully closed, after I had left it open for some time, in order to attract him. Behind me was a very high wardrobe with a looking-glass in it, which served me to dress by every day, and in which I was in the habit of inspecting myself from head to foot every time I passed it. So I pretended to be writing in order to deceive him, for he also was watching me, and suddenly I felt, I was certain, that he was reading over my shoulder, that he was there, almost touching my ear. I got up so quickly, with my hands extended, that I almost fell. Horror! It was as bright as at midday, but I did not see myself in the glass. It was empty, clear, profound, full of light. But my figure was not reflected in it, and I was opposite to it. I saw the large, clear glass from top to bottom, and I looked at it with unsteady eyes. I did not dare advance, I did not venture to make a movement, feeling certain, nevertheless, that he was there, but that he would escape me again, he whose imperceptible body had absorbed my reflection. How frightened I was! And then suddenly I began to see myself through a mist in the depths of the looking-glass, in a mist as it were, or through a veil of water, and it seemed to me as if this water were flowing slowly from left to right, and making my figure clearer every moment. It was like the end of an eclipse. Whatever hid me did not appear to possess any clearly defined outlines, but was a sort of opaque transparency, which gradually grew clearer. At last I was able to distinguish myself completely, as I do every day when I look at myself. I had seen him. And the horror of it remained with me, and makes me shudder even now. The 21st of August. How could I kill him, since I could not get hold of him? Poison. But he would see me mix it with the water, and then, would our poisons have any effect on his impalpable body? No, no, no doubt about the matter. Then, the 22nd of August. I sent for a blacksmith from Rouen and ordered iron shutters of him for my room, such as some private hotels in Paris have on the ground floor, for fear of thieves, and he is going to make me a similar door as well. I have made myself out a coward, but I do not care about that. The 10th of September. Rouen, Hotel Continental. It is done, but is he dead? My mind is thoroughly upset by what I have seen. Well then, yesterday, the locksmith having put on the iron shutters and door, I left everything open until midnight, although it was getting cold. Suddenly I felt that he was there, and joy, mad joy took possession of me. I got up softly, and I walked to the right and left for some time, so that he might not guess anything. Then I took off my boots and put on my slippers carelessly. Then I fastened the iron shutters and going back to the door quickly I double-locked it with a padlock, putting the key into my pocket. Suddenly I noticed that he was moving restlessly round me, that in his turn he was frightened and was ordering me to let him out. I nearly yielded, though I did not quite, but putting my back to the door, I half opened it, just enough to allow me to go out backward, and as I am very tall, my head touched the lintel. I was sure that he had not been able to escape, and I shut him up quite alone, quite alone. What happiness! I had him fast. Then I ran downstairs into the drawing room which was under my bedroom. I took the 2 lamps and poured all the oil onto the carpet, the furniture, everywhere. Then I set fire to it and made my escape, after having carefully double-locked the door. I went and hid myself at the bottom of the garden, in a clump of laurel bushes. How long it was! How long it was! Everything was dark, silent, motionless, not a breath of air and not a star, but heavy banks of clouds which one could not see, but which weighed, oh, so heavily on my soul. I looked at my house and waited. How long it was! I already began to think that the fire had gone out of its own accord, or that he had extinguished it, when one of the lower windows gave way under the violence of the flames, and a long, soft, caressing sheet of red flame mounted up the white wall, and kissed it as high as the roof. The light fell onto the trees, the branches, and the leaves, and a shiver of fear pervaded them also. The birds awoke, a dog began to howl, and it seemed to me as if the day were breaking. Almost immediately 2 other windows flew into fragments, and I saw that the whole of the lower part of my house was nothing but a terrible furnace. But a cry, a horrible, shrill, heart-rending cry, a woman's cry, sounded through the night, and 2 garret windows were opened. I had forgotten the servants. I saw the terror-struck faces, and the frantic waving of their arms. Then, overwhelmed with horror, I ran off to the village, shouting, "Help! Help! Fire! Fire!" Meeting some people who were already coming onto the scene, I went back with them to see. By this time the house was nothing but a horrible and magnificent funeral pile, a monstrous pyre which lit up the whole country, a pyre where men were burning, and where he was burning also, he, my prisoner, that new being, the new master, the hauler. Suddenly the whole roof fell in between the walls, and a volcano of flames darted up to the sky. Through all the windows which opened onto that furnace, I saw the flames darting, and I reflected that he was there, in that kiln, dead. Dead. Perhaps. His body was not his body, which was transparent, indestructible by such means as would kill ours. If he were not dead, perhaps time alone has power over that invisible and redoubtable being. Why this transparent, unrecognizable body, this body belonging to a spirit, if it also had to fear ills, infirmities, and premature destruction? Premature destruction. All human terror springs from that. After man the hauler. After him who can die every day, at any hour, at any moment, by any accident, he came, he who was only to die at his own proper hour and minute, because he had touched the limits of his existence. No, no, there is no doubt about it, he is not dead. Then, I suppose I must kill myself. 1. Frog Island. Miss Harriet, there were 7 of us in a 4-in-hand, 4 women and 3 men, one of whom was on the box seat beside the coachman. We were following, at a foot pace, broad highway which serpentines along the coast. Setting out from Etretat at break of day, in order to visit the ruins of Tancarville, we were still asleep, chilled by the fresh air of the morning. The women, especially, who were but little accustomed to these early excursions, let their eyelids fall and rise every moment, nodding their heads or yawning, quite insensible to the glory of the dawn. It was autumn. On both sides of the road the bare fields stretched out, yellowed by the corn and wheat stubble which covered the soil like a bristling growth of beard. The spongy earth seemed to smoke. Larks were singing high up in the air, while other birds piped in the bushes. At length the sun rose in front of us, a bright red on the plain of the horizon, and as it ascended, growing clearer from minute to minute, the country seemed to awake, to smile, to shake and stretch itself, like a young girl who is leaving her bed in her white airy chemise. The Count d'Étrailles, who was seated on the box, cried, "Look! Look! A hare," and he pointed toward the left, indicating a piece of hedge. The leveret threaded its way along, almost concealed by the field, only its large ears visible. Then it swerved across a deep rut, stopped, again pursued its easy course, changed its direction, stopped anew, disturbed, spying out every danger, and undecided as to the route it should take. Suddenly it began to run, with great bounds from its hind legs, disappearing finally in a large patch of beetroot. All the men had woke up to watch the course of the beast. René Lemonnier then exclaimed, "We are not at all gallant this morning," and looking at his neighbor, the little Baroness of Serens, who was struggling with drowsiness, he said to her in a subdued voice, "You are thinking of your husband, Baroness. Reassure yourself, he will not return before Saturday, so you have still 4 days. She responded to him with a sleepy smile. How rude you are. Then, shaking off her torpor, she added, now, let somebody say something that will make us all laugh. You, Monsieur Chinel, who have the reputation of possessing a larger fortune than the Duke of Richelieu, tell us a love story in which you have been mixed up, anything you like. Leon Chinel, an old painter, who had once been very handsome, very strong, who was very proud of his physique and very amiable, took his long white beard in his hand and smiled. Then, after a few moments' reflection, he became suddenly grave. Ladies, it will not be an amusing tale, for I am going to relate to you the most lamentable love affair of my life, and I sincerely hope that none of my friends has ever passed through a similar experience. At that time I was 25 years old, and was making daubs along the coast of Normandy. I call making daubs that wandering about, with a bag on one's back, from mountain to mountain, under the pretext of studying and of sketching nature. I know nothing more enjoyable than that happy-go-lucky wandering life, in which you are perfectly free, without shackles of any kind, without care, without preoccupation, without thought even of tomorrow. You go in any direction you please, without any guide save your fancy, without any counselor save your eyes. You pull up, because a running brook seduces you, or because you are attracted, in front of an inn, by the smell of potatoes frying. Sometimes it is the perfume of clematis which decides you in your choice, or the naive glance of the servant at an inn. Do not despise me for my affection for these rustics. These girls have soul as well as feeling, not to mention firm cheeks and fresh lips, while their hearty and willing kisses have the flavor of wild fruit. Love always has its price, come whence it may. A heart that beats when you make your appearance, an eye that weeps when you go away, these are things so rare, so sweet, so precious, that they must never be despised. I have had rendezvous in ditches in which cattle repose, and in barns among the straw, still steaming from the heat of the day. I have recollections of canvas spread on rude and creaky benches, and of hearty, fresh, free kisses, more delicate, free from affectation, and sincere than the subtle attractions of charming and distinguished women. But what you love most amid all these varied adventures are the country, the woods, the risings of the sun, the twilight, the light of the moon. For the painter these are honeymoon trips with nature. You are alone with her in that long and tranquil rendezvous. You go to bed in the fields amid marguerites and wild poppies, and, with eyes wide open, you watch the going down of the sun, and descry in the distance the little village, with its pointed clock tower, which sounds the hour of midnight. You sit down by the side of a spring which gushes out from the foot of an oak, amid a covering of fragile herbs, growing and redolent of life. You go down on your knees, bend forward, and drink the cold and pellucid water, wetting your mustache and nose. You drink it with a physical pleasure, as though you were kissing the spring, lip to lip. Sometimes, when you encounter a deep hole, along the course of these tiny brooks, you plunge into it, quite naked, and on your skin, from head to foot, like an icy and delicious caress. You feel the lovely and gentle quivering of the current. You are gay on the hills, melancholy on the verge of pools, exalted when the sun is crowned in an ocean of blood-red shadows, and when it casts on the rivers its red reflection. And at night, under the moon, as it passes across the vault of heaven, you think of things, singular things, which would never have occurred to your mind under the brilliant light of day. So, in wandering through the same country we are in this year, I came to the little village of Bénouville, on the Falaise, between Newport and Étretat. I came from Fécamp, following the coast, a high coast, perpendicular as a wall, with projecting and rugged rocks falling sheer down into the sea. I had walked since the morning on the close-clipped grass, as smooth and as yielding as a carpet. Singing lustily, I walked with long strides, looking sometimes at the slow and lazy flight of a gull, with its short, white wings, sailing in the blue heavens, sometimes at the green sea, or at the brown sails of a fishing bark. In short, I had passed a happy day, a day of listlessness and of liberty. I was shown a little farmhouse, where travellers were put up, a kind of inn, kept by a peasant, which stood in the centre of a Norman court, surrounded by a double row of beeches. Quitting the Falaise, I gained the hamlet, which was hemmed in by great trees, and I presented myself at the house of Mother Lecacheur. She was an old, wrinkled, and austere rustic, who always seemed to yield to the pressure of new customs with a kind of contempt. It was the month of May. The spreading apple trees covered the court with a whirling shower of blossoms which rained unceasingly both upon people and upon the grass. I said, "Well, Madame Lecacheur, have you a room for me?" Astonished to find that I knew her name, she answered, "That depends, everything is let, but, all the same, there will be no harm in looking." In 5 minutes we were in perfect accord, and I deposited my bag upon the bare floor of a rustic room, furnished with a bed, 2 chairs, a table, and a washstand. The room opened into the large and smoky kitchen, where the lodgers took their meals with the people of the farm and with the farmer himself, who was a widower. I washed my hands, after which I went out. The old woman was fricasseing a chicken for dinner in a large fireplace, in which hung the stew pot, black with smoke. "You have travellers, then, at the present time," said I to her. She answered in an offended tone of voice, "I have a lady, an English lady, who has attained to years of maturity. She is occupying my other room." By means of an extra 5 sous a day, I obtained the privilege of dining out in the court when the weather was fine. My cover was then placed in front of the door, and I commenced to gnaw with hunger the lean members of the Normandy chicken, to drink the clear cider, and to munch the hunk of white bread, which, though 4 days old, was excellent. Suddenly, the wooden barrier which opened onto the highway was opened, and a strange person directed her steps toward the house. She was very slender, very tall, enveloped in a Scotch shawl with red borders. You would have believed that she had no arms, if you had not seen a long hand appear just above the hips, holding a white tourist umbrella. The face of a mummy, surrounded with sausage rolls of plaited grey hair, which bounded at every step she took, made me think, I know not why, of a sour herring adorned with curling papers. Lowering her eyes, she passed quickly in front of me, and entered the house. This singular apparition made me curious. She undoubtedly was my neighbor, the aged English lady of whom our hostess had spoken. I did not see her again that day. The next day, when I had begun to paint at the end of that beautiful valley, which you know extends as far as Etretat, lifting my eyes suddenly, I perceived something singularly attired standing on the crest of the declivity. It looked like a pole decked out with flags. It was she. On seeing me, she suddenly disappeared. I re-entered the house at midday for lunch, and took my seat at the common table, so as to make the acquaintance of this old and original creature. But she did not respond to my polite advances, was insensible even to my little attentions. I poured water out for her with great alacrity, I passed her the dishes with great eagerness. A slight, almost imperceptible movement of the head, and an English word, murmured so low that I did not understand it, were her only acknowledgments. I ceased occupying myself with her, although she had disturbed my thoughts. At the end of 3 days, I knew as much about her as did Madame Lecacheur herself. She was called Miss Harriet. Seeking out a secluded village in which to pass the summer, she had been attracted to Bénouville, some 6 months before, and did not seem disposed to quit it. She never spoke at table, ate rapidly, reading all the while a small book, treating of some Protestant propaganda. She gave a copy of it to everybody. The curé himself had received no less than 4 copies, at the hands of an urchin to whom she had paid 2 sous commission. She said sometimes to our hostess, abruptly, without preparing her in the least for the declaration, I love the Saviour more than all, I worship him in all creation, I adore him in all nature, I carry him always in my heart. And she would immediately present the old woman with one of her brochures which were destined to convert the universe. In the village she was not liked. In fact, the schoolmaster had declared that she was an atheist, and that a sort of reproach attached to her. The curé, who had been consulted by Madame Lecacheur, responded, "She is a heretic, but God does not wish the death of the sinner, and I believe her to be a person of pure morals." These words, atheist heretic words which no one can precisely define, threw doubts into some minds. It was asserted, however, that this Englishwoman was rich, and that she had passed her life in traveling through every country in the world, because her family had thrown her off. Why had her family thrown her off? Because of her natural impiety. She was, in fact, one of those people of exalted principles, one of those opinionated Puritans of whom England produces so many, one of those good and insupportable old women who haunt the tables d'hôte of every hotel in Europe, who spoil Italy, poison Switzerland, render the charming cities of the Mediterranean uninhabitable, carry everywhere their fantastic manias, their petrified vestal manners, their indescribable toilettes, and a certain odor of India rubber, which makes one believe that At night they slip themselves into a case of that material. When I meet one of these people in a hotel, I act like birds which see a mannikin in a field. This woman, however, appeared so singular that she did not displease me. Madame le Cashier, hostile by instinct to everything that was not rustic, felt in her narrow soul a kind of hatred for the ecstatic extravagances of the old girl. She had found a phrase by which to describe her, I know not how, but a phrase assuredly contemptuous, which had sprung to her lips, invented probably by some confused and mysterious travail of soul. She said, "That woman is a demoniac." This phrase, as uttered by that austere and sentimental creature, seemed to me irresistibly comic. I, myself, never called her now anything else but the demoniac, feeling a singular pleasure in pronouncing this word on seeing her. I would ask Mother le Cashier, "Well, what is our demoniac about today?" To which my rustic friend would respond, with an air of having been scandalized, "What do you think, sir? She has picked up a toad which has had its leg battered, and carried it to her room, and has put it in her washstand, and dressed it up like a man. If that is not profanation, I should like to know what is." On another occasion, when walking along the Falaise, she had bought a large fish which had just been caught, simply to throw it back into the sea again. The sailor, from whom she had bought it, though paid handsomely, was greatly provoked at this act, more exasperated, indeed, than if she had put her hand into his pocket and taken his money. For a whole month he could not speak of the circumstance without getting into a fury and denouncing it as an outrage. Oh yes, she was indeed a demoniac, this Miss Harriet, and Mother le Cashier must have had an inspiration of genius in thus christening her. The stable boy, who was called Sapeur, because he had served in Africa in his youth, entertained other aversions. He said, with a roguish air, "She is an old hag who has lived her days. If the poor woman had but known." Little kind-hearted Celeste did not wait upon her willingly, but I was never able to understand why. Probably her only reason was that she was a stranger, of another race, of a different tongue, and of another religion. She was in good truth a demoniac. She passed her time wandering about the country, adoring and searching for God in nature. I found her one evening on her knees in a cluster of bushes. Having discovered something red through the leaves, I brushed aside the branches, and Miss Harriet at once rose to her feet, confused at having been found thus, looking at me with eyes as terrible as those of a wild cat surprised in open day. Sometimes, when I was working among the rocks, I would suddenly descry her on the banks of the Falaise standing like a semaphore signal. She gazed passionately at the vast sea, glittering in the sunlight, and the boundless sky empurpled with fire. Sometimes I would distinguish her at the bottom of a valley, walking quickly, with her elastic English step, and I would go toward her, attracted by I know not what, simply to see her illuminated visage, her dried-up features, which seemed to glow with an ineffable, inward, and profound happiness. Often I would encounter her in the corner of a field sitting on the grass, under the shadow of an apple tree, with her little Bible lying open on her knee, while she looked meditatively into the distance. I could no longer tear myself away from that quiet country neighborhood, bound to it as I was by 1,000 links of love for its soft and sweeping landscapes. At this farm I was out of the world, far removed from everything, but in close proximity to the soil, the good, healthy, beautiful green soil. And, must I avow it, there was something besides curiosity which retained me at the residence of Mother Lecasure. I wished to become acquainted a little with this strange Miss Harriet, and to learn what passes in the solitary souls of those wandering old English dames. Too, we became acquainted in a rather singular manner. I had just finished a study which appeared to me to display genius and power, as it must have, since it was sold for 10,000 francs, 15 years later. It was as simple, however, as that 2 and 2 make 4, and had nothing to do with academic rules. The whole of the right side of my canvas represented a rock, an enormous rock, covered with sea-wrack, brown, yellow, and red, across which the sun poured like a stream of oil. The light, without which one could see the stars concealed in the background, fell upon the stone, and gilded it as if with fire. That was all. A first stupid attempt at dealing with light, with burning rays, with the sublime. On the left was the sea, not the blue sea, the slate-colored sea, but a sea of jade, as greenish, milky, and thick as the overcast sky. I was so pleased with my work that I danced from sheer delight as I carried it back to the inn. I wished that the whole world could have seen it at one and the same moment. I can remember that I showed it to a cow, which was browsing by the wayside, exclaiming, at the same time, "Look at that, my old beauty, you will not often see its like again." When I had reached the front of the house, I immediately called out to Mother Lecasure, shouting with all my might, "Oe! Oe! My mistress, come here and look at this." The rustic advanced and looked at my work with stupid eyes, which distinguished nothing, and did not even recognize whether the picture was the representation of an ox or a house. Miss Harriet came into the house, and passed in rear of me just at the moment when, holding out my canvas at arm's length, I was exhibiting it to the female innkeeper. The demoniac could not help but see it, for I took care to exhibit the thing in such a way that it could not escape her notice. She stopped abruptly and stood motionless, stupefied. It was her rock which was depicted, the one which she usually climbed to dream away her time undisturbed. She uttered a British "oh" which was at once so accentuated and so flattering, that I turned round to her, smiling, and said, "This is my last work, mademoiselle." She murmured ecstatically, comically, and tenderly, "Oh, monsieur, you must understand what it is to have a palpitation." I colored up, of course, and was more excited by that compliment than if it had come from a queen. I was seduced, conquered, vanquished. I could have embraced her, upon my honor. I took my seat at the table beside her, as I had always done. For the first time, she spoke, drawling out in a loud voice, "Oh, I love nature so much. I offered her some bread, some water, some wine. She now accepted these with the vacant smile of a mummy. I then began to converse with her about the scenery. After the meal, we rose from the table together and walked leisurely across the court. Then, attracted by the fiery glow which the setting sun cast over the surface of the sea, I opened the outside gate which faced in the direction of the Falaise, and we walked on side by side, as satisfied as any two persons could be who have just learned to understand and penetrate each other's motives and feelings. It was a misty, relaxing evening, one of those enjoyable evenings which impart happiness to mind and body alike. All is joy, all is charm. The luscious and balmy air, loaded with the perfumes of herbs, with the perfumes of grass wrack, with the odor of the wild flowers, caresses the soul with a penetrating sweetness. We were going to the brink of the abyss which overlooked the vast sea and rolled past us at the distance of less than 100 meters. We drank with open mouth and expanded chest, that fresh breeze from the ocean which glides slowly over the skin, salted as it is by long contact with the waves. Wrapped up in her square shawl, inspired by the balmy air and with teeth firmly set, the Englishwoman gazed fixedly at the great sun-ball, as it descended toward the sea. Soon its rim touched the waters, just in rear of a ship which had appeared on the horizon, until, by degrees, it was swallowed up by the ocean. We watched it plunge, diminish, and finally disappear. Miss Harriet contemplated with passionate regard the last glimmer of the flaming orb of day. She muttered, "Oh, I love, I love." I saw a tear start in her eye. She continued, "I wish I were a little bird, so that I could mount up into the firmament." She remained standing as I had often before seen her, perched on the river bank, her face as red as her flaming shawl. I should have liked to have sketched her in my album. It would have been an ecstatic caricature. I turned my face away from her so as to be able to laugh. I then spoke to her of painting, as I would have done to a fellow artist, using the technical terms common among the devotees of the profession. She listened attentively to me, eagerly seeking to divine the sense of the obscure words, so as to penetrate my thoughts. From time to time, she would exclaim, "Oh, I understand, I understand. This is very interesting." We returned home. The next day, on seeing me, she approached me eagerly, holding out her hand, and we became firm friends immediately. She was a brave creature, with an elastic sort of a soul, which became enthusiastic at a bound. She lacked equilibrium, like all women who are spinsters at the age of 50. She seemed to be pickled in vinegary innocence, though her heart still retained something of youth and of girlish effervescence. She loved both nature and animals with a fervent ardor, a love like old wine, mellow through age, with a sensual love that she had never bestowed on men. One thing is certain, a mare roaming in a meadow with a foal at its side, a bird's nest full of young ones, squeaking, with their open mouths and enormous heads, made her quiver with the most violent emotion. Poor solitary beings! Sad wanderers from table d'hôte to table d'hôte, poor beings, ridiculous and lamentable. I love you ever since I became acquainted with Miss Harriet. I soon discovered that she had something she would like to tell me, but dared not, and I was amused at her timidity. When I started out in the morning with my box on my back, she would accompany me as far as the end of the village, silent, but evidently struggling inwardly to find words with which to begin a conversation. Then she would leave me abruptly, and, with jaunty step, walk away quickly. One day, however, she plucked up courage. I would like to see how you paint pictures. Will you show me? I have been very curious. And she colored up as though she had given utterance to words extremely audacious. I conducted her to the bottom of the Petival, where I had commenced a large picture. She remained standing near me, following all my gestures with concentrated attention. Then, suddenly, fearing, perhaps, that she was disturbing me, she said to me, "Thank you," and walked away. But in a short time she became more familiar, and accompanied me every day, her countenance exhibiting visible pleasure. She carried her folding stool under her arm, would not consent to my carrying it, and she sat always by my side. She would remain there for hours immovable and mute, following with her eye the point of my brush in its every movement. When I would obtain, by a large splash of color spread on with a knife, a striking and unexpected effect, she would, in spite of herself, give vent to a half-suppressed "oh," of astonishment, of joy, of admiration. She had the most tender respect for my canvases, an almost religious respect for that human reproduction of a part of nature's work divine. My studies appeared to her to be pictures of sanctity, and sometimes she spoke to me of God, with the idea of converting me. Oh! He was a queer good-natured being, this God of hers. He was a sort of village philosopher without any great resources, and without great power, for she always figured him to herself as a being quivering over injustices committed under his eyes, and helpless to prevent them. She was, however, on excellent terms with him, affecting even to be the confidant of his secrets and of his whims. She said, "God wills, or God does not will," just like a sergeant announcing to a recruit, "The colonel has commanded." At the bottom of her heart she deplored my ignorance of the intentions of the Eternal, which she strove, nay, felt herself compelled, to impart to me. Almost every day, I found in my pockets, in my hat when I lifted it from the ground, in my box of colors, in my polished shoes, standing in the mornings in front of my door, those little pious brochures, which she, no doubt, received directly from Paradise. I treated her as one would an old friend, with unaffected cordiality. But I soon perceived that she had changed somewhat in her manner, but, for a while, I paid little attention to it. When I walked about, whether to the bottom of the valley, or through some country lanes, I would see her suddenly appear, as though she were returning from a rapid walk. She would then sit down abruptly, out of breath, as though she had been running or overcome by some profound emotion. Her face would be red, that English red which is denied to the people of all other countries. Then, without any reason, she would grow pale, become the color of the ground, and seem ready to faint away. Gradually, however, I would see her regain her ordinary color, whereupon she would begin to speak. Then, without warning, she would break off in the middle of a sentence, spring up from her seat, and march off so rapidly and so strangely, that it would, sometimes, put me to my wits' end to try and discover whether I had done or said anything to displease or offend her. I finally came to the conclusion that this arose from her early habits and training, somewhat modified, no doubt, in honor of me, since the first days of our acquaintanceship. When she returned to the farm, after walking for hours on the wind-beaten coast, her long curled hair would be shaken out and hanging loose, as though it had broken away from its bearings. It was seldom that this gave her any concern, though sometimes she looked as though she had been dining sans ceremony, her locks having become dishevelled by the breezes. She would then go up to her room in order to adjust what I called her glass lamps. When I would say to her, in familiar gallantry, which, however, always offended her, "You are as beautiful as a planet today," Miss Harriet, a little blood would immediately mount into her cheeks, the blood of a young maiden, the blood of sweet 15. Then she would become abruptly savage and cease coming to watch me paint. But I always thought, this is only a fit of temper she is passing through. But it did not always pass away. When I spoke to her sometimes, she would answer me, either with an air of affected indifference, or in sullen anger, and she became by turns rude, impatient, and nervous. For a time I never saw her except at meals, and we spoke but little. I concluded, at length, that I must have offended her in something, and, accordingly, I said to her one evening, "Miss Harriet, why is it that you do not act toward me as formerly? What have I done to displease you? You are causing me much pain." She responded, in an angry tone, in a manner altogether sui generis, "I am always with you the same as formerly." "It is not true, not true," and she ran upstairs and shut herself up in her room. At times she would look upon me with strange eyes. Since that time I have often said to myself that those condemned to death must look thus when informed that their last day has come. In her eye there lurked a species of folly, a folly at once mysterious and violent, even more, a fever, an exasperated desire, impatient, at once incapable of being realized and unrealizable. Nay, it seemed to me that there was also going on within her a combat, in which her heart struggled against an unknown force that she wished to overcome, perhaps, even, something else. But what could I know? What could I know? 3. This was indeed a singular revelation. For some time I had commenced to work, as soon as daylight appeared, on a picture, the subject of which was as follows: a deep ravine, steep banks dominated by 2 declivities, lined with brambles and long rows of trees, hidden, drowned in milky vapor, clad in that misty robe which sometimes floats over valleys at break of day. At the extreme end of that thick and transparent fog, you see coming, or rather already come, a human couple, a stripling and a maiden embraced, interlaced, she, with head leaning on him, he, inclined toward hers and lip to lip. A ray of the sun, glistening through the branches, has traversed the fog of dawn and illuminated it with a rosy reflection, just behind the rustic lovers, whose vague shadows are reflected on it in clear silver. It was well done, yes, indeed, well done. I was working on the declivity which led to the Val d'Etretat. This particular morning, I had, by chance, the sort of floating vapor which was necessary for my purpose. Suddenly, an object appeared in front of me, a kind of phantom. It was Miss Harriet. On seeing me, she took to flight. But I called after her saying, come here, mademoiselle, I have a nice little picture for you." She came forward, though with seeming reluctance. I handed her my sketch. She said nothing, but stood for a long time motionless, looking at it. Suddenly she burst into tears. She wept spasmodically, like men who have been struggling hard against shedding tears, but who can do so no longer, and abandon themselves to grief, though unwillingly. I got up, trembling, moved myself by the sight of a sorrow I did not comprehend, and I took her by the hand with a gesture of brusque affection, a true French impulse which impels one quicker than one thinks. She let her hands rest in mine for a few seconds, and I felt them quiver, as if her whole nervous system was twisting and turning. Then she withdrew her hands abruptly, or, rather, tore them out of mine. I recognized that shiver as soon as I had felt it. I was deceived in nothing. Ah! The love shudder of a woman, whether she is 15 or 50 years of age, whether she is one of the people or one of the monde, goes so straight to my heart that I never had any difficulty in understanding it. Her whole frail being trembled, vibrated, yielded. I knew it. She walked away before I had time to say a word, leaving me as surprised as if I had witnessed a miracle, and as troubled as if I had committed a crime. I did not go in to breakfast. I took a walk on the banks of the Falaise, feeling that I could just as soon weep as laugh, looking on the adventure as both comic and deplorable, and my position as ridiculous, fain to believe that I had lost my head. I asked myself what I ought to do. I debated whether I ought not to take my leave of the place, and almost immediately my resolution was formed. Somewhat sad and perplexed, I wandered about until dinner time, and entered the farmhouse just when the soup had been served up. I sat down at the table, as usual. Miss Harriet was there, munching away solemnly, without speaking to anyone, without even lifting her eyes. She wore, however, her usual expression, both of countenance and manner. I waited, patiently, till the meal had been finished. Then, turning toward the landlady, I said, "Madame le Cashier, it will not be long now before I shall have to take my leave of you." The good woman, at once surprised and troubled, replied in a quivering voice, "My dear sir, what is it I have just heard you say? Are you going to leave us, after I have become so much accustomed to you?" I looked at Miss Harriet from the corner of my eye. Her countenance did not change in the least, but the underservant came toward me with eyes wide open. She was a fat girl, of about 18 years of age, rosy, fresh, strong as a horse, yet possessing a rare attribute in one in her position: she was very neat and clean. I had kissed her at odd times, in out-of-the-way corners, in the manner of a mountain guide, nothing more. The dinner being over, I went to smoke my pipe under the apple trees, walking up and down at my ease, from one end of the court to the other. All the reflections which I had made during the day, the strange discovery of the morning, that grotesque and passionate attachment for me, the recollections which that revelation had suddenly called up, recollections at once charming and perplexing, perhaps, also, that look which the servant had cast on me at the announcement of my departure, all these things, mixed up and combined, put me now in an excited bodily state, with the tickling sensation of kisses on my lips, and in my veins. Something which urged me on to commit some folly. Night having come on, casting its dark shadows under the trees, I descried Celeste, who had gone to shut the hen coops, at the other end of the enclosure. I darted toward her, running so noiselessly that she heard nothing, and as she got up from closing the small traps by which the chickens went in and out, I clasped her in my arms and rained on her coarse, fat face a shower of kisses. She made a struggle, laughing all the same, as she was accustomed to do in such circumstances. What made me suddenly lose my grip of her? Why did I at once experience a shock? What was it that I heard behind me? It was Miss Harriet, who had come upon us, who had seen us, and who stood in front of us, as motionless as a spectre. Then she disappeared in the darkness. I was ashamed, embarrassed, more annoyed at having been surprised by her than if she had caught me committing some criminal act. I slept badly that night. I was worried and haunted by sad thoughts. I seemed to hear loud weeping, but in this I was no doubt deceived. Moreover, I thought several times that I heard someone walking up and down in the house, and that someone opened my door from the outside. Toward morning, I was overcome by fatigue, and sleep seized on me. I got up late and did not go downstairs until breakfast time, being still in a bewildered state, not knowing what kind of face to put on. No one had seen Miss Harriet. We waited for her at table, but she did not appear. At length, Mother Lecasure went to her room. The Englishwoman had gone out. She must have set out at break of day, as she was wont to do, in order to see the sun rise. Nobody seemed astonished at this, and we began to eat in silence. The weather was hot, very hot, one of those still sultry days when not a leaf stirs. The table had been placed out of doors, under an apple tree, and from time to time Sapeur had gone to the cellar to draw a jug of cider. Everybody was so thirsty. Celeste brought the dishes from the kitchen, a ragout of mutton with potatoes, a cold rabbit, and a salad. Afterward she placed before us a dish of strawberries, the first of the season. As I wanted to wash and freshen these, I begged the servant to go and bring a pitcher of cold water. In about 5 minutes she returned, declaring that the well was dry. She had lowered the pitcher to the full extent of the cord, and had touched the bottom, but on drawing the pitcher up again, it was empty. Mother Lecasure, anxious to examine the thing for herself, went and looked down the hole. She returned announcing that one could see clearly something in the well, something altogether unusual. But this, no doubt, was pottles of straw, which, out of spite, had been cast down it by a neighbor. I wished also to look down the well, hoping to clear up the mystery, and perched myself close to its brink. I perceived, indistinctly, a white object. What could it be? I then conceived the idea of lowering a lantern at the end of a cord. When I did so, the yellow flame danced on the layers of stone and gradually became clearer. All four of us were leaning over the opening, Sapeur and Celeste having now joined us. The lantern rested on a black and white, indistinct mass, singular, incomprehensible. Sapeur exclaimed, "It is a horse. I see the hoofs. It must have escaped from the meadow, during the night, and fallen in headlong." But, suddenly, a cold shiver attacked my spine. I first recognized a foot, then a clothed limb. The body was entire, but the other limb had disappeared under the water. I groaned and trembled so violently that the light of the lamp danced hither and thither over the object, discovering a slipper. It is a woman. Who can it be? It is Miss Harriet. Sapeur alone did not manifest horror. He had witnessed many such scenes in Africa. Mother Lecasure and Celeste began to scream and to shriek, and ran away. But it was necessary to recover the corpse of the dead. I attached the boy securely by the loins to the end of the pulley rope, then I lowered him slowly, and watched him disappear in the darkness. In the one hand he had a lantern, and held on to the rope with the other. Soon I recognized his voice, which seemed to come from the center of the earth, crying, "Stop!" I then saw him fish something out of the water. It was the other limb. He bound the 2 feet together, and shouted anew, "Haul up!" I commenced to wind him up, but I felt my arms strain, my muscles twitch, and was in terror lest I should let the boy fall to the bottom. When his head appeared over the brink, I asked, "What is it?" as though I only expected that he would tell me what he had discovered at the bottom. We both got onto the stone slab at the edge of the well, and, face to face, hoisted the body. Mother Lecasure and Celeste watched us from a distance, concealed behind the wall of the house. When they saw, issuing from the well, the black slippers and white stockings of the drowned person, they disappeared. Sapeur seized the ankles of the poor chaste woman, and we drew it up, inclined, as it was, in the most immodest posture. The head was in a shocking state, bruised and black, and the long, grey hair, hanging down, was tangled and disordered. "In the name of all that is holy, how lean she is!" exclaimed Sapeur, in a contemptuous tone. We carried her into the room, and as the women did not put in an appearance, I, with the assistance of the lad, dressed the corpse for burial. I washed her disfigured face. By the touch of my hand an eye was slightly opened. It seemed to scan me with that pale stare, with that cold, that terrible look which corpses have, a look which seems to come from the beyond. I plaited up, as well as I could, her dishevelled hair, and I adjusted on her forehead a novel and singularly formed lock. Then I took off her dripping wet garments, bearing, not without a feeling of shame, as though I had been guilty of some profanation, her shoulders and her chest, and her long arms, slim as the twigs of branches. I next went to fetch some flowers, corn poppies, blue beetles, marguerites, and fresh and perfumed herbs, with which to strew her funeral couch. Being the only person near her, it was necessary for me to perform the usual ceremonies. In a letter found in her pocket, written at the last moment, she asked that her body be buried in the village in which she had passed the last days of her life. A frightful thought then oppressed my heart. Was it not on my account that she wished to be laid at rest in this place? Toward the evening, all the female gossips of the locality came to view the remains of the defunct, but I would not allow a single person to enter. I wanted to be alone, and I watched by the corpse the whole night. By the flickering light of the candles, I looked at the body of this miserable woman, wholly unknown, who had died so lamentably and so far away from home. Had she left no friends, no relatives behind her? What had her infancy been? What had been her life? Whence had she come thither, all alone, a wanderer, like a dog driven from home? What secrets of suffering and of despair were sealed up in that disagreeable body, in that spent and withered body, that impenetrable hiding place of a mystery which had driven her far away from affection and from love? How many unhappy beings there are! I felt that upon that human creature weighed the eternal injustice of implacable nature. Life was over with her, without her ever having experienced, perhaps, that which sustains the most miserable of us all, to wit, the hope of being once loved. Otherwise, why should she thus have concealed herself, have fled from the face of others? Why did she love everything so tenderly and so passionately, everything living that was not a man? I recognized, also, that she believed in a God, and that she hoped for compensation from him for the miseries she had endured. She had now begun to decompose, and to become, in turn, a plant. She who had blossomed in the sun was now to be eaten up by the cattle, carried away in herbs, and in the flesh of beasts, again to become human flesh. But that which is called the soul had been extinguished at the bottom of the dark well. She suffered no longer. She had changed her life for that of others yet to be born. Hours passed away in this silent and sinister communion with the dead. A pale light at length announced the dawn of a new day, and a bright ray glistened on the bed, shedding a dash of fire on the bedclothes and on her hands. This was the hour she had so much loved, when the waking birds began to sing in the trees. I opened the window to its fullest extent, I drew back the curtains, so that the whole heavens might look in upon us. Then bending toward the glassy corpse, I took in my hands the mutilated head, and slowly, without terror or disgust, imprinted a long, long kiss upon those lips which had never before received the salute of love. Leoncinal remained silent. The women wept. We heard on the box seat Count d'Atrale blow his nose, from time to time. The coachman alone had gone to sleep. The horses, which felt no longer the sting of the whip, had slackened their pace and dragged softly along. And the four-in-hand, hardly moving at all, became suddenly torpid, as if laden with sorrow. The whole cuts and wounds which caused death. That was the heading of the charge which brought Leopold Reynard, upholsterer, before the assize court. Round him were the principal witnesses, Madame Flameck, widow of the victim, Louis Ladurio, cabinet maker, and Jean Durdant, plumber. Near the criminal was his wife, dressed in black, a little ugly woman, who looked like a monkey dressed as a lady. This is how Reynard described the drama. Good heavens, it is a misfortune of which I am the first and last victim, and with which my will has nothing to do. The facts are their own commentary, Monsieur le Président. I am an honest man, a hard-working man, an upholsterer in the same street for the last 16 years, known, liked, respected, and esteemed by all, as my neighbors have testified, even the porter, who is not filleted every day. I am fond of work, I am fond of saving, I like honest men, and respectable pleasures. That is what has ruined me, so much the worse for me, but as my will had nothing to do with it, I continue to respect myself. Every Sunday for the last 5 years, my wife and I have spent the day at Passy. We get fresh air, not to say that we are fond of fishing, as fond of it as we are of small onions. Malai inspired me with that passion, the jade, she is more enthusiastic than I am, the scold, and all the mischief in this business is her fault, as you will see immediately. I am strong and mild-tempered, without a pennyworth of malice in me. But she. Oh. La. La. She looks insignificant, she is short and thin, but she does more mischief than a weasel. I do not deny that she has some good qualities, she has some, and those very important to a man in business. But her character. Just ask about it in the neighborhood, even the porter's wife, who has just sent me about my business, she will tell you something about it. Every day she used to find fault with my mild temper. I would not put up with this. I would not put up with that. If I had listened to her, Monsieur le Président, I should have had at least 3 bouts of fisticuffs a month. Madame Reynard interrupted him, and for good reasons too. They laugh best who laugh last. He turned toward her frankly. Oh. Very well, I can blame you, since you were the cause of it. Then, facing the president again, he said, I will continue. We used to go to Passy every Saturday evening, so as to be able to begin fishing at daybreak the next morning. It is a habit which has become second nature with us, as the saying is. 3 years ago this summer I discovered a place, oh! Such a spot! There, in the shade, were 8 feet of water at least and perhaps 10, a hole with a retour under the bank, a regular retreat for fish and a paradise for any fisherman. I might look upon that hole as my property, Monsieur le Président, as I was its Christopher Columbus. Everybody in the neighborhood knew it, without making any opposition. They used to say, "That is Renaud's place," and nobody would have gone to it, not even Monsieur Clumsy, who is renowned, be it said without any offense, for appropriating other people's places. Well, I went as usual to that place, of which I felt as certain as if I had owned it. I had scarcely got there on Saturday, when I got into Delila with my wife. Delila is my Norwegian boat, which I had built by Formays, and which is light and safe. Well, as I said, we got into the boat and we were going to bait, and for baiting there is nobody to be compared with me, and they all know it. You want to know with what I bait? I cannot answer that question, it has nothing to do with the accident, I cannot answer, that is my secret. There are more than 300 people who have asked me. I have been offered glasses of brandy and liquors, fried fish, matelots, to make me tell. But just go and try whether the chub will come. Ah! They have patted my stomach to get at my secret, my recipe. Only my wife knows, and she will not tell it, any more than I shall. Is not that so, Malai? The president of the court interrupted him. Just get to the facts as soon as you can. The accused continued, I am getting to them, I am getting to them. Well, on Saturday, July the 8th, we left by the 5:25 train, and before dinner we went to ground bait as usual. The weather promised to keep fine, and I said to Malai, all right for tomorrow. And she replied, it looks like it. We never talk more than that together. And then we returned to dinner. I was happy and thirsty, and that was the cause of everything. I said to Malai, look here Malai, it is fine weather, so suppose I drink a bottle of Cascamic. That is a little white wine which we have christened so, because if you drink too much of it it prevents you from sleeping and is the opposite of a nightcap. Do you understand me? She replied, you can do as you please, but you will be ill again, and will not be able to get up tomorrow. That was true, sensible, prudent, and clear-sighted, I must confess. Nevertheless, I could not withstand it, and I drank my bottle. It all comes from that. Well, I could not sleep. By Jove! It kept me awake till 2 o'clock in the morning, and then I went to sleep so soundly that I should not have heard the angel shouting at the last judgment. In short, my wife woke me at 6 o'clock and I jumped out of bed, hastily put on my trousers and jersey, washed my face and jumped on board Delila. But it was too late, for when I arrived at my hole it was already taken. Such a thing had never happened to me in 3 years, and it made me feel as if I were being robbed under my own eyes. I said to myself, confound it all. Confound it. And then my wife began to nag at me. Eh? What about your Cascamic? Get along, you drunkard. Are you satisfied, you great fool? I could say nothing, because it was all quite true, and so I landed all the same near the spot and tried to profit by what was left. Perhaps after all the fellow might catch nothing, and go away. He was a little thin man, in white linen coat and waistcoat, and with a large straw hat, and his wife, a fat woman who was doing embroidery, was behind him. When she saw us take up our position close to their place, she murmured, "I suppose there are no other places on the river." And my wife, who was furious, replied, "People who know how to behave make inquiries about the habits of the neighborhood before occupying reserved spots." As I did not want a fuss, I said to her, "Hold your tongue, Malai. Let them go on, we shall see." Well, we had fastened Delilah under the willow trees, and had landed and were fishing side by side, Malai and I, close to the two others. But here, monsieur, I must enter into details. We had only been there about 5 minutes when our male neighbor's float began to go down 2 or 3 times, and then he pulled out a chub as thick as my thigh, rather less, perhaps, but nearly as big. My heart beat, and the perspiration stood on my forehead, and Malai said to me, "Well, you sot, did you see that?" Just then, Monsieur Bru, the grocer of Poissy, who was fond of gudgeon fishing, passed in a boat, and called out to me, "So somebody has taken your usual place, Monsieur Renaud?" And I replied, "Yes, Monsieur Bru, there are some people in this world who do not know the usages of common politeness." The little man in linen pretended not to hear, nor his fat lump of a wife, either. Here the president interrupted him a second time, "Take care, you are insulting the widow, Madame Flameck, who is present." Renaud made his excuses, "I beg your pardon, my anger carried me away." Well, not a quarter of an hour had passed when the little man caught another chub and another almost immediately, and another 5 minutes later. The tears were in my eyes, and then I knew that Madame Renaud was boiling with rage, for she kept on nagging at me, "Oh, how horrid! Don't you see that he is robbing you of your fish? Do you think that you will catch anything? Not even a frog, nothing whatever. Why, my hands are burning, just to think of it." But I said to myself, "Let us wait until 12 o'clock. Then this poaching fellow will go to lunch, and I shall get my place again. As for me, Monsieur le Président, I lunch on the spot every Sunday, we bring our provisions in Delilah." But there. At 12 o'clock, the wretch produced a fowl out of a newspaper, and while he was eating, actually he caught another chub. Malai and I had a morsel also, just a mouthful, a mere nothing, for our heart was not in it. Then I took up my newspaper, to aid my digestion. Every Sunday I read the Gil Blas in the shade like that, by the side of the water. It is Columbine's day, you know, Columbine who writes the articles in the Gil Blas. I generally put Madame Renaud into a passion by pretending to know this Columbine. It is not true, for I do not know her, and have never seen her, but that does not matter. She writes very well, and then she says things straight out for a woman. She suits me, and there are not many of her sort. Well, I began to tease my wife, but she got angry immediately, and very angry, and so I held my tongue. At that moment our two witnesses, who are present here, Monsieur Ladurio and Monsieur Durdant, appeared on the other side of the river. We knew each other by sight. The little man began to fish again, and he caught so many that I trembled with vexation, and his wife said, "It is an uncommonly good spot, and we will come here always, Desire." As for me, a cold shiver ran down my back, and Madame Renaud kept repeating, "You are not a man, you have the blood of a chicken in your veins," and suddenly I said to her, "Look here, I would rather go away, or I shall only be doing something foolish." And she whispered to me as if she had put a red-hot iron under my nose, "You are not a man. Now you are going to run away, and surrender your place. Off you go, Bazaine." Well, I felt that, but yet I did not move, while the other fellow pulled out a bream. Oh! I never saw such a large one before, never. And then my wife began to talk aloud, as if she were thinking, and you can see her trickery. She said, "That is what one might call stolen fish, seeing that we baited the place ourselves. At any rate, they ought to give us back the money we have spent on bait." Then the fat woman in the cotton dress said in turn, "Do you mean to call us thieves, madam?" And they began to explain, and then they came to words. Oh, Lord! Those creatures know some good ones. They shouted so loud, that our two witnesses, who were on the other bank, began to call out by way of a joke, "Less noise over there, you will prevent your husbands from fishing." The fact is that neither of us moved any more than if we had been two tree stumps. We remained there, with our noses over the water, as if we had heard nothing, but by Jove, we heard all the same. You are a mere liar. You are nothing better than a street walker. You are only a trollop. You are a regular strumpet. And so on, and so on. A sailor could not have said more. Suddenly I heard a noise behind me, and turned round. It was the other one, the fat woman who had fallen onto my wife with her parasol. Whack! Whack! Malai got two of them, but she was furious, and she hits hard when she is in a rage, so she caught the fat woman by the hair and then, thump, thump. Slaps in the face rained down like ripe plums. I should have let them go on, women among themselves, men among themselves, it does not do to mix the blows, but the little man in the linen jacket jumped up like a devil and was going to rush at my wife. Ah! No, no, not that, my friend. I caught the gentleman with the end of my fist, crash, crash, one on the nose, the other in the stomach. He threw up his arms and legs and fell on his back into the river, just into the hole. I should have fished him out most certainly, Monsieur le Président, if I had had the time. But unfortunately the fat woman got the better of it, and she was drubbing Malai terribly. I know that I ought not to have assisted her while the man was drinking his fill, but I never thought that he would drown, and said to myself, "Bah, it will cool him." I therefore ran up to the women to separate them, and all I received was scratches and bites. Good Lord, What creatures! Well, it took me 5 minutes, and perhaps 10, to separate those two viragos. When I turned round, there was nothing to be seen, and the water was as smooth as a lake. The others yonder kept shouting, "Fish him out!" It was all very well to say that, but I cannot swim and still less dive. At last the man from the dam came, and 2 gentlemen with boat hooks, but it had taken over a quarter of an hour. He was found at the bottom of the hole in 8 feet of water, as I have said, but he was dead, the poor little man in his linen suit. There are the facts, such as I have sworn to. I am innocent, on my honor. The witnesses having deposed to the same effect, the accused was acquitted. 1. A preparation of several kinds of fish, with a sharp sauce. Love 3 pages from a sportsman's book I have just read among the general news in one of the papers, a drama of passion. He killed her and then he killed himself, so he must have loved her. What matters he or she? Their love alone matters to me, and it does not interest me because it moves me or astonishes me, or because it softens me or makes me think, but because it recalls to my mind a remembrance of my youth, a strange recollection of a hunting adventure where love appeared to me, as the cross appeared to the early Christians, in the midst of the heavens. I was born with all the instincts and the senses of primitive man, tempered by the arguments and the restraints of a civilized being. I am passionately fond of shooting, yet the sight of the wounded animal, of the blood on its feathers and on my hands, affects my heart so as almost to make it stop. That year the cold weather set in suddenly toward the end of autumn, and I was invited by one of my cousins, Carl de Rawfil, to go with him and shoot ducks on the marshes, at daybreak. My cousin was a jolly fellow of 40, with red hair, very stout and bearded, a country gentleman, an amiable semi-brute, of a happy disposition and endowed with that Gallic wit which makes even mediocrity agreeable. He lived in a house, half farmhouse, half chateau, situated in a broad valley through which a river ran. The hills right and left were covered with woods, old manorial woods where magnificent trees still remained, and where the rarest feathered game in that part of France was to be found. Eagles were shot there occasionally, and birds of passage, such as rarely venture into our overpopulated part of the country, invariably lighted amid these giant oaks, as if they knew or recognized some little corner of a primeval forest which had remained there to serve them as a shelter during their short nocturnal halt. In the valley there were large meadows watered by trenches and separated by hedges. Then, further on, the river, which up to that point had been kept between banks, expanded into a vast marsh. That marsh was the best shooting ground I ever saw. It was my cousin's chief care, and he kept it as a preserve. Through the rushes that covered it, and made it rustling and rough, narrow passages had been cut, through which the flat-bottomed boats, impelled and steered by poles, passed along silently over dead water, brushing up against the reeds and making the swift fish take refuge in the weeds, and the wild fowl, with their pointed, black heads, dive suddenly. I am passionately fond of the water, of the sea, though it is too vast, too full of movement, impossible to hold, of the rivers which are so beautiful, but which pass on, and flee away, and above all of the marshes, where the whole unknown existence of aquatic animals palpitates. The marsh is an entire world in itself on the world of earth, a different world, which has its own life, its settled inhabitants and its passing travelers, its voices, its noises, and above all its mystery. Nothing is more impressive, nothing more disquieting, more terrifying occasionally, than a fen. Why should a vague terror hang over these low plains covered with water? Is it the low rustling of the rushes, the strange will-o'-the-wisp lights, the silence which prevails on calm nights, the still mists which hang over the surface like a shroud, or is it the almost inaudible splashing, so slight and so gentle, yet sometimes more terrifying than the cannons of men or the thunders of the skies, which make these marshes resemble countries one has dreamed of, terrible countries holding an unknown and dangerous secret? No, something else belongs to it, another mystery, profounder and graver, floats amid these thick mists, perhaps the mystery of the creation itself. For was it not in stagnant and muddy water, amid the heavy humidity of moist land under the heat of the sun, that the first germ of life pulsated and expanded to the day? I arrived at my cousin's in the evening. It was freezing hard enough to split the stones. During dinner, in the large room whose sideboards, walls, and ceiling were covered with stuffed birds, with wings extended or perched on branches to which they were nailed, hawks, herons, owls, nightjars, buzzards, tearcells, vultures, falcons, my cousin who, dressed in a sealskin jacket, himself resembled some strange animal from a cold country, told me what preparations he had made for that same night. We were to start at 3:30 in the morning, so as to arrive at the place which he had chosen for our watching place at about 4:30. On that spot a hut had been built of lumps of ice, so as to shelter us somewhat from the trying wind which precedes daybreak, a wind so cold as to tear the flesh like a saw, cut it like the blade of a knife, prick it like a poisoned sting, twist it like a pair of pincers, and burn it like fire. My cousin rubbed his hands. I have never known such a frost, he said. It is already 12 degrees below zero at 6 o'clock in the evening. I threw myself onto my bed immediately after we had finished our meal, and went to sleep by the light of a bright fire burning in the grate. At 3 o'clock he woke me. In my turn, I put on a sheepskin, and found my cousin Carl covered with a bearskin. After having each swallowed 2 cups of scalding coffee, followed by glasses of liqueur brandy, we started, accompanied by a gamekeeper and our dogs, Plongeon and Pierrot. From the first moment that I got outside, I felt chilled to the very marrow. It was one of those nights on which the earth seems dead with cold. The frozen air becomes resisting and palpable, such pain does it cause, no breath of wind moves it, it is fixed and motionless, it bites you, pierces through you, dries you, kills the trees, the plants, the insects, the small birds themselves, who fall from the branches onto the hard ground, and become stiff themselves under the grip of the cold. The moon, which was in her last quarter and was inclining all to one side, seemed fainting in the midst of space, so weak that she was unable to wane, forced to stay up yonder, seized and paralyzed by the severity of the weather. She shed a cold, mournful light over the world, that dying and wan light which she gives us every month, at the end of her period. Karl and I walked side by side, our backs bent, our hands in our pockets and our guns under our arms. Our boots, which were wrapped in wool so that we might be able to walk without slipping on the frozen river, made no sound, and I looked at the white vapor which our dog's breath made. We were soon on the edge of the marsh, and entered one of the lanes of dry rushes which ran through the low forest. Our elbows, which touched the long, ribbon-like leaves, left a slight noise behind us, and I was seized, as I had never been before, by the powerful and singular emotion which marshes cause in me. This one was dead, dead from cold, since we were walking on it, in the middle of its population of dried rushes. Suddenly, at the turn of one of the lanes, I perceived the ice hut which had been constructed to shelter us. I went in, and as we had nearly an hour to wait before the wandering birds would awake, I rolled myself up in my rug in order to try and get warm. Then, lying on my back, I began to look at the misshapen moon, which had 4 horns through the vaguely transparent walls of this polar house. But the frost of the frozen marshes, the cold of these walls, the cold from the firmament penetrated me so terribly that I began to cough. My cousin Karl became uneasy. "No matter if we do not kill much today," he said, "I do not want you to catch cold, we will light a fire." And he told the gamekeeper to cut some rushes. We made a pile in the middle of our hut which had a hole in the middle of the roof to let out the smoke, and when the red flames rose up to the clear, crystal blocks they began to melt, gently, imperceptibly, as if they were sweating. Karl, who had remained outside, called out to me, "Come and look here." I went out of the hut and remained struck with astonishment. Our hut, in the shape of a cone, looked like an enormous diamond with a heart of fire which had been suddenly planted there in the midst of the frozen water of the marsh. And inside, we saw 2 fantastic forms, those of our dogs, who were warming themselves at the fire. But a peculiar cry, a lost, a wandering cry, passed over our heads, and the light from our hearth showed us the wild birds. Nothing moves one so much as the first clamor of a life which one does not see, which passes through the summer air so quickly and so far off, just before the first streak of a winter's day appears on the horizon. It seems to me, at this glacial hour of dawn, as if that passing cry which is carried away by the wings of a bird is the sigh of a soul from the world. "Put out the fire," said Karl, "it is getting daylight." The sky was, in fact, beginning to grow pale, and the flights of ducks made long, rapid streaks which were soon obliterated on the sky. A stream of light burst out into the night. Karl had fired, and the 2 dogs ran forward. And then, nearly every minute, now he, now I, aimed rapidly as soon as the shadow of a flying flock appeared above the rushes. And Pierrot and Plongeon, out of breath but happy, retrieved the bleeding birds, whose eyes still, occasionally, looked at us. The sun had risen, and it was a bright day with a blue sky, and we were thinking of taking our departure, when two birds with extended necks and outstretched wings glided rapidly over our heads. I fired, and one of them fell almost at my feet. It was a teal, with a silver breast, and then, in the blue space above me, I heard a voice, the voice of a bird. It was a short, repeated, heart-rending lament, and the bird, the little animal that had been spared, began to turn round in the blue sky, over our heads, looking at its dead companion which I was holding in my hand. Carl was on his knees, his gun to his shoulder, watching it eagerly, until it should be within shot. "You have killed the duck," he said, "and the drake will not fly away." He certainly did not fly away. He circled over our heads continually, and continued his cries. Never have any groans of suffering pained me so much as that desolate appeal, as that lamentable reproach of this poor bird which was lost in space. Occasionally he took flight under the menace of the gun which followed his movements, and seemed ready to continue his flight alone, but as he could not make up his mind to this, he returned to find his mate. "Leave her on the ground," Carl said to me, "he will come within shot by and by." And he did indeed come near us, careless of danger, infatuated by his animal love, by his affection for his mate, which I had just killed. Carl fired, and it was as if somebody had cut the string which held the bird suspended. I saw something black descend, and I heard the noise of a fall among the rushes. And Pierrot brought it to me. I put them, they were already cold, into the same game bag, and I returned to Paris the same evening. The inn, like all the little wooden inns in the higher Alps, tiny auberges situated in the bare and rocky gorges which intersect the white summits of the mountains, the Inn of Schwerenbach is a refuge for travelers who are crossing the Gemmi. It is open 6 months in the year, and is inhabited by the family of Jean Hauser. As soon as the snow begins to fall, and fills the valley so as to make the road down to Loesch impassable, the father, with mother, daughter, and the 3 sons depart, leaving the house in charge of the old guide, Gaspard Harry, with the young guide, Ulrich Kunze, and Sam, the great mountain dog. The 2 men and the dog remain till spring in their snowy prison, with nothing before their eyes except immense, white slopes of the Baumhorn, surrounded by light, glistening summits, and shut up, blocked up, and buried by the snow which rises around them, enveloping and almost burying the little house up to the eaves. It was the day on which the Hauser family were going to return to Loesch, as winter was approaching, and the descent was becoming dangerous. 3 mules started first, laden with baggage and led by the 3 sons. Then the mother, Jeannie Hauser, and her daughter Louise mounted a 4th mule, and set off in their turn. The father followed them, accompanied by the 2 men in charge, who were to escort the family as far as the brow of the descent. First of all they skirted the small lake, now frozen over, at the foot of the mass of rocks which stretched in front of the inn. Then they followed the valley, which was dominated on all sides by snow-covered peaks. A ray of sunlight glinted into that little white, glistening, frozen desert, illuminating it with a cold and dazzling flame. No living thing appeared among this ocean of hills. There was no stir in that immeasurable solitude, no noise disturbed the profound silence. By degrees the young guide, Ulrich Kunze, a tall, long-legged Swiss, left Daddy Hauser and old Gaspard behind, in order to catch up with the mule which carried the two women. The younger one looked at him as he approached, as if she would call him with her sad eyes. She was a young, light-haired peasant girl, whose milk-white cheeks and pale hair seemed to have lost their color by long dwelling amid the ice. When Ulrich had caught up with the animal which carried the women, he put his hand on the crupper, and relaxed his speed. Mother Hauser began to talk to him, and enumerated with minutest detail all that he would have to attend to during the winter. It was the first winter he would spend up there, while old Harry had already spent 14 winters amid the snow, at the inn of Schwerenbach. Ulrich Kunze listened, without appearing to understand, and looked incessantly at the girl. From time to time he replied, "Yes, Madame Hauser," but his thoughts seemed far away, and his calm features remained unmoved. They reached Lake Dorb, whose broad, frozen surface reached to the bottom of the valley. On the right, the Dorbenhorn showed its black mass, rising up in a peak above the enormous moraines of the Lomon Glacier, which soared above the Wildstrubel. As they approached the neck of the Gemmi, where the descent to Loesch begins, the immense horizon of the Alps of the valley, from which the broad, deep valley of the Rhone separated them, came in view. In the distance, there was a group of white, unequal, flat or pointed mountain summits, which glistened in the sun, the Mischabel with its twin peaks, the huge group of the Weisshorn, the heavy Brunigern, the lofty and formidable pyramid of Morn Servin, slayer of men, and the Dent Blanche, that terrible coquette. Then beneath them, as at the bottom of a terrible abyss, they saw Loesch, its houses looking like grains of sand which had been thrown into that enormous crevice which finishes and closes the Gemmi, and which opens, down below, onto the Rhone. The mule stopped at the edge of the path, which turns and twists continually, zigzagging fantastically and strangely along the steep side of the mountain, as far as the almost invisible little village at its feet. The women jumped into the snow, and the two old men joined them. "Well, Father Hauser said, goodbye, and keep up your spirits till next year, my friends," and old Harry replied, "Till next year." They embraced each other, and then Madame Hauser in her turn, offered her cheek, and the girl did the same. When Ulrich Kunze's turn came, he whispered in Louise's ear, "Do not forget those up yonder," and she replied, "No," in such a low voice, that he guessed what she had said, without hearing it. "Well, adieu," Jean Hauser repeated, "and don't fall ill." Then, going before the two women, he commenced the descent, and soon all three disappeared at the first turn in the road, while the two men returned to the inn at Schwerenbach. They walked slowly side by side, without speaking. The parting was over, and they would be alone together for 4 or 5 months. Then Gaspard Harry began to relate his life last winter. He had remained with Michael Cannol, who was too old now to stand it, for an accident might happen during that long solitude. They had not been dull, however. The only thing was to be resigned to it from the first, and in the end one would find plenty of distraction, games and other means of whiling away the time. Ulrich Kunze listened to him with his eyes on the ground, for in thought he was with those who were descending to the village. They soon came in sight of the inn, which was scarcely visible, so small did it look, a mere black speck at the foot of that enormous billow of snow. When they opened the door, Sam, the great curly dog, began to romp round them. "Come, my boy," old Gaspard said, "we have no women now, so we must get our own dinner ready. Go and peel the potatoes." And they both sat down on wooden stools, and began to put the bread into the soup. The next morning seemed very long to Kunze. Old Harry smoked and smoked beside the hearth, while the young man looked out of the window at the snow-covered mountain opposite the house. In the afternoon he went out, and going over the previous day's ground again, he looked for the traces of the mule that had carried the two women. Then when he had reached the neck of the Gemmi, he laid himself down on his stomach, and looked at Loesch. The village, in its rocky pit, was not yet buried under the snow, although the white masses came quite close to it, balked, however, of their prey by the pine woods which protected the hamlet. From his vantage point the low houses looked like paving stones in a large meadow. Hauser's little daughter was there now in one of those grey-coloured houses, in which Ulrich Kunze was too far away to be able to make them out separately. How he would have liked to go down while he was yet able! But the sun had disappeared behind the lofty crest of the Wildstrubel, and the young man returned to the chalet. Daddy Harry was smoking, and, when he saw his mate come in, proposed a game of cards to him. They sat down opposite each other for a long time and played the simple game called Brisk. Then they had supper and went to bed. The following days were like the first, bright and cold, without any more snow. Old Gaspard spent his afternoons in watching the eagles and other rare birds which ventured onto those frozen heights, while Ulrich journeyed regularly to the neck of the Gemmi to look at the village. In the evening they played at cards, dice, or dominoes, and lost and won trifling sums, just to create an interest in the game. One morning Harry, who was up first, called his companion. A moving cloud of white spray, deep and light, was falling on them noiselessly, and burying them by degrees under a dark, thick coverlay of foam. This lasted 4 days and 4 nights. It was necessary to free the door and the windows, to dig out a passage, and to cut steps to get over this frozen powder, which a 12 hours' frost had made as hard as the granite of the moraines. They lived like prisoners, not venturing outside their abode. They had divided their duties and performed them regularly. Ulrich Kunze undertook the scouring, washing, and everything that belonged to cleanliness. He also chopped up the wood, while Gaspard Harry did the cooking and attended to the fire. Their regular and monotonous work was relieved by long games at cards or dice, but they never quarreled, and were always calm and placid. They were never even impatient or ill-humored, nor did they ever use hard words, for they had laid in a stock of patience for this wintering on the top of the mountain. Sometimes old Gaspard took his rifle and went after chamois, and occasionally killed one. Then there was a feast in the inn at Schwerenbach, and they revelled in fresh meat. One morning he went out as usual. The thermometer outside marked 18 degrees of frost, and as the sun had not yet risen, the hunter hoped to surprise the animals at the approaches to the Wildstrubel. Ulrich, being alone, remained in bed until 10 o'clock. He was of a sleepy nature, but would not have dared to give way like that to his inclination in the presence of the old guide, who was ever an early riser. He breakfasted leisurely with Sam, who also spent his days and nights in sleeping in front of the fire. Then he felt low-spirited and even frightened at the solitude, and was seized by a longing for his daily game of cards, as one is by the domination of an invincible habit. So he went out to meet his companion, who was to return at 4 o'clock. The snow had leveled the whole deep valley, filled up the crevasses, obliterated all signs of the two lakes and covered the rocks, so that between the high summits there was nothing but an immense, white, regular, dazzling, and frozen surface. For 3 weeks, Ulrich had not been to the edge of the precipice, from which he had looked down onto the village, and he wanted to go there before climbing the slopes which led to the Wildstrubel. Loesch was now covered by the snow, and the houses could scarcely be distinguished, hidden as they were by that white cloak. Turning to the right, Ulrich reached the Lammern Glacier. He strode along with a mountaineer's long swinging pace, striking the snow, which was as hard as a rock, with his iron-shod stick, and with piercing eyes looking for the little black, moving speck in the distance, on that enormous, white expanse. When he reached the end of the glacier he stopped, and asked himself whether the old man had taken that road, and then he began to walk along the moraines with rapid and uneasy steps. The day was declining, the snow was assuming a rosy tint, and a dry, frozen wind blew in rough gusts over its crystal surface. Ulrich uttered a long, shrill, vibrating call. His voice sped through the death-like silence in which the mountains were sleeping. It reached into the distance, over the profound and motionless waves of glacial foam, like the cry of a bird over the waves of the sea. Then it died away and nothing answered him. He started off again. The sun had sunk behind the mountain tops, which still were purpled with the reflection from the heavens, but the depths of the valley were becoming grey, and suddenly the young man felt frightened. It seemed to him as if the silence, the cold, the solitude, the wintry death of these mountains were taking possession of him, were stopping and freezing his blood, making his limbs grow stiff, and turning him into a motionless and frozen object, and he began to run rapidly toward the dwelling. The old man, he thought, would have returned during his absence. He had probably taken another road, and would, no doubt, be sitting before the fire, with a dead chamois at his feet. He soon came in sight of the inn, but no smoke rose from it. Ulrich ran faster. Opening the door he met Sam, who ran up to him to greet him, but Gaspard Harry had not returned. Kunzi, in his alarm, turned round suddenly, as if he had expected to find his comrade hidden in a corner. Then he relighted the fire and made the soup, hoping every moment to see the old man come in. From time to time he went out to see if Gaspard were not in sight. It was night now, that one night of the mountain, a livid night, with the crescent moon, yellow and dim, just disappearing behind the mountain tops, and shining faintly on the edge of the horizon. Then the young man went in and sat down to warm his hands and feet, while he pictured to himself every possible sort of accident. Gaspard might have broken a leg, have fallen into a crevasse, have taken a false step and dislocated his ankle. Perhaps he was lying on the snow, overcome and stiff with the cold, in agony of mind, lost and perhaps shouting for help, calling with all his might, in the silence of the night. But where? The mountain was so vast, so rugged, so dangerous in places, especially at that time of the year, that it would have required 10 or 20 guides walking for a week in all directions, to find a man in that immense space. Ulrich Kunze, however, made up his mind to set out with Sam, if Gaspard did not return by 1 in the morning, and he made his preparations. He put provisions for 2 days into a bag, took his steel climbing irons, tied a long, thin, strong rope round his waist and looked to see that his iron-shod stick and his axe, which served to cut steps in the ice, were in order. Then he waited. The fire was burning on the hearth, the great dog was snoring in front of it, and the clock was ticking in its case of resounding wood, as regularly as a heart beating. He waited, his ears on the alert for distant sounds, and shivered when the wind blew against the roof and the walls. It struck 12, and he trembled. Then, as he felt frightened and shivery, he put some water on the fire, so that he might have hot coffee before starting. When the clock struck 1 he got up, woke Sam, opened the door and went off in the direction of the Wildstrubel. For 5 hours he ascended, scaling the rocks by means of his climbing irons, cutting into the ice, advancing continually, and occasionally hauling up the dog, who remained below at the foot of some slope that was too steep for him, by means of the rope. About 6 o'clock he reached one of the summits to which old Gaspard often came after chamois, and he waited till it should be daylight. The sky was growing pale overhead, and suddenly a strange light, springing, nobody could tell whence, suddenly illuminated the immense ocean of pale mountain peaks, which stretched for many leagues around him. It seemed as if this vague brightness arose from the snow itself, in order to spread itself into space. By degrees the highest and most distant summits assumed a delicate, flesh-like rose color, and the red sun appeared behind the ponderous giants of the Bernese Alps. Ulrich Kunze set off again, walking like a hunter, stooping and looking for any traces, and saying to his dog, "Seek, old fellow, seek." He was descending the mountain now, scanning the depths closely, and from time to time shouting, uttering a loud, prolonged familiar cry which soon died away in that silent vastness. Then, he put his ear to the ground, to listen. He thought he could distinguish a voice, and so he began to run and shout again. But he heard nothing more and sat down, worn out and in despair. Toward midday he breakfasted and gave Sam, who was as tired as himself, something to eat also. Then he recommenced his search. When evening came he was still walking, having traveled more than 30 miles over the mountains. As he was too far away to return home, and too tired to drag himself along any further, he dug a hole in the snow and crouched in it with his dog, under a blanket which he had brought with him. The man and the dog lay side by side, warming themselves one against the other, but frozen to the marrow, nevertheless. Ulrich scarcely slept, his mind haunted by visions and his limbs shaking with cold. Day was breaking when he got up. His legs were as stiff as iron bars, and his spirits so low that he was ready to weep, while his heart was beating so that he almost fell with excitement whenever he thought he heard a noise. Suddenly he imagined that he also was going to die of cold in the midst of this vast solitude. The terror of such a death roused his energies and gave him renewed vigor. He was descending toward the inn, falling down and getting up again, and followed at a distance by Sam, who was limping on 3 legs. They did not reach Schwerenbach until 4 o'clock in the afternoon. The house was empty, and the young man made a fire, had something to eat, and went to sleep, so worn out that he did not think of anything more. He slept for a long time, for a very long time, the unconquerable sleep of exhaustion. But suddenly a voice, a cry, a name, Ulrich aroused him from his profound slumber, and made him sit up in bed. Had he been dreaming? Was it one of those strange appeals which cross the dreams of disquieted minds? No, he heard it still, that reverberating cry, which had entered at his ears and remained in his brain, thrilling him to the tips of his sinewy fingers. Certainly, somebody had cried out, and called, Ulrich. There was somebody there, near the house. There could be no doubt of that, and he opened the door and shouted, "Is it you?" Gaspard, with all the strength of his lungs. But there was no reply, no murmur, no groan, nothing. It was quite dark, and the snow looked wan. The wind had risen, that icy wind which cracks the rocks, and leaves nothing alive on those deserted heights. It came in sudden gusts, more parching and more deadly than the burning wind of the desert, and again Ulrich shouted, "Gaspard! Gaspard! Gaspard!" Then he waited again. Everything was silent on the mountain. Then he shook with terror, and with a bound he was inside the inn. He shut and bolted the door, and then fell into a chair, trembling all over, for he felt certain that his comrade had called him at the moment of dissolution. He was certain of that, as certain as one is of conscious life or of taste when eating. Old Gaspard Harry had been dying for 2 days and 3 nights somewhere, in some hole, in one of those deep, untrodden ravines whose whiteness is more sinister than subterranean darkness. He had been dying for 2 days and 3 nights, and he had just then died, thinking of his comrade. His soul, almost before it was released, had taken its flight to the inn where Ulrich was sleeping, and it had called him by that terrible and mysterious power which the spirits of the dead possess. That voiceless soul had cried to the worn-out soul of the sleeper, it had uttered its last farewell, or its reproach, or its curse on the man who had not searched carefully enough. And Ulrich felt that it was there, quite close to him, behind the wall, behind the door which he had just fastened. It was wandering about, like a night bird which skims a lighted window with his wings, and the terrified young man was ready to scream with horror. He wanted to run away, but did not dare go out. He did not dare, and would never dare in the future, for that phantom would remain there day and night, round the inn, as long as the old man's body was not recovered and deposited in the consecrated earth of a churchyard. Daylight came, and Kunsi recovered some of his courage with the return of the bright sun. He prepared his meal, gave his dog some food, and then remained motionless on a chair, tortured at heart as he thought of the old man lying on the snow. Then, as soon as night once more covered the mountains, new terrors assailed him. He now walked up and down the dark kitchen, which was scarcely lighted by the flame of one candle. He walked from one end of it to the other with great strides, listening to hear the terrible cry of the preceding night again break the dreary silence outside. He felt himself alone, unhappy man, as no man had ever been alone before. Alone in this immense desert of snow, alone 5,000 feet above the inhabited earth, above human habitations, above that stirring, noisy, palpitating life, alone under an icy sky. A mad longing impelled him to run away, no matter where, to get down to Loesch by flinging himself over the precipice, but he did not even dare to open the door, as he felt sure that the dead, man would bar his road, so that he might not be obliged to remain up there alone. Toward midnight, tired with walking, worn out by grief and fear, he fell into a doze in his chair, for he was afraid of his bed, as one is of a haunted spot. But suddenly the strident cry of the preceding evening pierced his ears, so shrill that Ulrich stretched out his arms to repulse the ghost, and he fell onto his back with his chair. Sam, who was awakened by the noise, began to howl as frightened dogs do, and trotted all about the house trying to find out where the danger came from. When he got to the door, he sniffed beneath it, smelling vigorously, with his coat bristling and his tail stiff while he growled angrily. Kunsi, who was terrified, jumped up, and holding his chair by one leg, cried, "Don't come in, or I shall kill you." And the dog, excited by this threat, barked angrily at that invisible enemy who defied his master's voice. By degrees, however, he quieted down, came back and stretched himself in front of the fire. But he was uneasy, and kept his head up, and growled between his teeth. Ulrich, in turn, recovered his senses, but as he felt faint with terror, he went and got a bottle of brandy out of the sideboard, and drank off several glasses, one after another, at a gulp. His ideas became vague, his courage revived, and a feverish glow ran through his veins. He ate scarcely anything the next day, and limited himself to alcohol, so he lived for several days, like a drunken brute. As soon as he thought of Gaspard Hari he began to drink again, and went on drinking until he fell onto the floor, overcome by intoxication. And there he remained on his face, dead drunk, his limbs benumbed, and snoring with his face to the ground. But scarcely had he digested the maddening and burning liquor, than the same cry, Ulrich, woke him like a bullet piercing his brain, and he got up, still staggering, stretching out his hands to save himself from falling, and calling to some to help him. And the dog, who appeared to be going mad like his master, rushed to the door, scratched it with his claws, and gnawed it with his long white teeth, while the young man, his neck thrown back, and his head in the air, drank the brandy in gulps, as if it were cold water, so that it might by and by send his thoughts, his frantic terror, and his memory, to sleep again. In 3 weeks he had consumed all his stock of ardent spirits. But his continual drunkenness only lulled his terror, which awoke more furiously than ever, as soon as it was impossible for him to calm it by drinking. His fixed idea, which had been intensified by a month of drunkenness, and which was continually increasing in his absolute solitude, penetrated him like a gimlet. He now walked about his house like a wild beast in its cage, putting his ear to the door to listen if the other were there, and defying him through the wall. Then as soon as he dozed, overcome by fatigue, he heard the voice which made him leap to his feet. At last one night, as cowards do when driven to extremity, he sprang to the door and opened it, to see who was calling him, and to force him to keep quiet. But such a gust of cold wind blew into his face that it chilled him to the bone. He closed and bolted the door again immediately, without noticing that some had rushed out. Then, as he was shivering with cold, he threw some wood on the fire, and sat down in front of it to warm himself. But suddenly he started, for somebody was scratching at the wall, and crying. In desperation he called out, "Go away," but was answered by another long, sorrowful wail. Then all his remaining senses forsook him, from sheer fright. He repeated, "Go away," and turned round to find some corner in which to hide, while the other person went round the house still crying, and rubbing against the wall. Ulrich went to the oak sideboard, which was full of plates and dishes and of provisions, and lifting it up with superhuman strength, he dragged it to the door, so as to form a barricade. Then piling up all the rest of the furniture, the mattresses, paillasses, and chairs, he stopped up the windows as men do when assailed by an enemy. But the person outside now uttered long, plaintive, mournful groans, to which the young man replied by similar groans, and thus days and nights passed without their ceasing to howl at each other. The one was continually walking round the house and scraped the walls with his nails so vigorously that it seemed as if he wished to destroy them, while the other, inside, followed all his movements, stooping down, and holding his ear to the walls, and replying to all his appeals with terrible cries. One evening, however, Ulrich heard nothing more, and he sat down, so overcome by fatigue that he went to sleep immediately, and awoke in the morning without a thought, without any recollection of what had happened, just as if his head had been emptied during his heavy sleep. But he felt hungry, and he ate. The winter was over, and the Gemmi Pass was practicable again, so the Hauser family started off to return to their inn. As soon as they had reached the top of the ascent, the women mounted their mule, and spoke about the two men who they would meet again shortly. They were, indeed, rather surprised that neither of them had come down a few days before, as soon as the road became passable, in order to tell them all about their long winter sojourn. At last, however, they saw the inn, still covered with snow, like a quilt. The door and the windows were closed, but a little smoke was coming out of the chimney, which reassured old Hauser. On going up to the door, however, he saw the skeleton of an animal which had been torn to pieces by the eagles, a large skeleton lying on its side. They all looked closely at it, and the mother said, "That must be Sam." Then she shouted, "Hi!" Gaspard. A cry from the interior of the house answered her, so sharp a cry that one might have thought some animal uttered it. Old Hauser repeated, "Hi!" Gaspard, and they heard another cry, similar to the first. Then the three men, the father and the two sons, tried to open the door, but it resisted their efforts. From the empty cow stall they took a beam to serve as a battering ram, and hurled it against the door with all their might. The wood gave way, and the boards flew into splinters. Then the house was shaken by a loud voice, and inside, behind the sideboard which was overturned, they saw a man standing upright, his hair falling onto his shoulders and a beard descending to his breast, with shining eyes and nothing but rags to cover him. They did not recognize him, but Louise Hauser exclaimed, "It is Ulrich, mother." And her mother declared that it was Ulrich, although his hair was white. He allowed them to go up to him, and to touch him, but he did not reply to any of their questions, and they were obliged to take him to Loesch, where the doctors found that he was mad. Nobody ever knew what had become of his companion. Little Louise Hauser nearly died that summer of decline, which the medical men attributed to the cold air of the mountains. A family I was going to see my friend Simon Radovin once more, for I had not seen him for 15 years. Formerly he was my most intimate friend, and I used to spend long, quiet, and happy evenings with him. He was one of those men to whom one tells the most intimate affairs of the heart, and in whom one finds, when quietly talking, rare, clever, ingenious, and refined thoughts which stimulate and capture the mind. For years we had scarcely been separated, we had lived, traveled, thought, and dreamed together, had liked the same things with the same liking, admired the same books, comprehended the same works, shivered with the same sensations, and very often laughed at the same individuals, whom we understood completely, by merely exchanging a glance. Then he married, quite unexpectedly married a little girl from the provinces, who had come to Paris in search of a husband. However could that little, thin, insipidly fair girl, with her weak hands, her light, vacant eyes, and her clear, silly voice, who was exactly like 100,000 marriageable dolls, have picked up that intelligent, clever young fellow. Can anyone understand these things? No doubt he had hoped for happiness, simple, quiet, and long-enduring happiness, in the arms of a good, tender, and faithful woman. He had seen all that in the transparent looks of that schoolgirl with light hair. He had not dreamed of the fact that an active, living, and vibrating man grows tired as soon as he has comprehended the stupid reality of a commonplace life, unless indeed, he becomes so brutalized as to be callous to externals. What would he be like when I met him again? Still lively, witty, light-hearted, and enthusiastic, or in a state of mental torpor through provincial life? A man can change a great deal in the course of 15 years. The train stopped at a small station, and as I got out of the carriage, a very stout man with red cheeks and a big stomach rushed up to me with open arms, exclaiming, "George!" I embraced him, but I had not recognized him, and then I said, in astonishment, "By Jove! You have not grown thin." And he replied with a laugh, "What did you expect? Good living, a good table, and good nights. Eating and sleeping, that is my existence." I looked at him closely, trying to find the features I held so dear in that broad face. His eyes alone had not altered, but I no longer saw the same looks in them, and I said to myself, if looks be the reflection of the mind, the thoughts in that head are not what they used to be, those thoughts which I knew so well. Yet his eyes were bright, full of pleasure and friendship, but they had not that clear, intelligent expression which tells better than do words the value of the mind. Suddenly he said to me, "Here are my two eldest children." A girl of 14, who was almost a woman, and a boy of 13, in the dress of a pupil from a lycée, came forward in a hesitating and awkward manner, and I said in a low voice, "Are they yours?" "Of course they are," he replied laughing. "How many have you?" "5. There are 3 more indoors." He said that in a proud, self-satisfied, almost triumphant manner, and I felt profound pity, mingled with a feeling of vague contempt for this vainglorious and simple reproducer of his species, who spent his nights in his country house in uxorious pleasures. I got into a carriage, which he drove himself, and we set off through the town, a dull, sleepy, gloomy town where nothing was moving in the streets save a few dogs and 2 or 3 maid servants. Here and there a shopkeeper standing at his door took off his hat, and Simon returned the salute and told me the man's name, no doubt to show me that he knew all the inhabitants personally. The thought struck me that he was thinking of becoming a candidate for the Chamber of Deputies, that dream of all who have buried themselves in the provinces. We were soon out of the town. The carriage turned into a garden which had some pretensions to a park, and stopped in front of a turreted house, which tried to pass for a chateau. "That is my den," Simon said, so that he might be complimented on it, and I replied that it was delightful. A lady appeared on the steps, dressed up for a visitor, her hair done for a visitor, and with phrases ready prepared for a visitor. She was no longer the light-haired, insipid girl I had seen in church 15 years previously, but a stout lady in curls and flounces, one of those ladies of uncertain age, without intellect, without any of those things which constitute a woman. In short, she was a mother, a stout, commonplace mother, a human layer and broodmare, a machine of flesh which procreates, without mental care save for her children and her housekeeping book. She welcomed me, and I went into the hall, where 3 children, ranged according to their height, were ranked for review, like firemen before a mayor. Ah! Ah! So there are the others, said I. And Simon, who was radiant with pleasure, named them, Jean, Sophie, and Gontran. The door of the drawing-room was open. I went in, and in the depths of an easy-chair I saw something trembling, a man, an old, paralyzed man. Madame Radovin came forward and said, "This is my grandfather, monsieur, he is 87. And then she shouted into the shaking old man's ears, "This is a friend of Simon's, grandpapa." The old gentleman tried to say good day to me, and he muttered, "Oua, oua, oua," and waved his hand. I took a seat saying, "You are very kind, monsieur." Simon had just come in, and he said with a laugh, "So you have made grandpapa's acquaintance. He is priceless, is that old man. He is the delight of the children, and he is so greedy that he almost kills himself at every meal. You have no idea what he would eat if he were allowed to do as he pleased. But you will see, you will see. He looks all the sweets over as if they were so many girls. You have never seen anything funnier, you will see it presently." I was then shown to my room to change my dress for dinner, and hearing a great clatter behind me on the stairs, I turned round and saw that all the children were following me behind their father, to do me honor, no doubt. My windows looked out onto a plain, a bare, interminable plain, an ocean of grass, of wheat, and of oats, without a clump of trees or any rising ground, a striking and melancholy picture of the life which they must be leading in that house. A bell rang, it was for dinner, and so I went downstairs. Madame Radovin took my arm in a ceremonious manner, and we went into the dining room. A footman wheeled in the old man's armchair, who gave a greedy and curious look at the dessert, as with difficulty he turned his shaking head from one dish to the other. Simon rubbed his hands, saying, "You will be amused." All the children understood that I was going to be indulged with the sight of their greedy grandfather, and they began to laugh accordingly, while their mother merely smiled and shrugged her shoulders. Simon, making a speaking trumpet of his hands, shouted at the old man, "This evening there is sweet rice cream," and the wrinkled face of the grandfather brightened, he trembled violently all over, showing that he had understood and was very pleased. The dinner began. "Just look," Simon whispered. The grandfather did not like the soup, and refused to eat it, but he was made to, on account of his health. The footman forced the spoon into his mouth, while the old man blew energetically, so as not to swallow the soup, which was thus scattered like a stream of water onto the table and over his neighbors. The children shook with delight at the spectacle, while their father, who was also amused, said, "Isn't the old man funny?" During the whole meal they were all taken up solely with him. With his eyes he devoured the dishes which were put on the table, and with trembling hands tried to seize them and pull them to him. They put them almost within his reach to see his useless efforts, his trembling clutches at them, the piteous appeal of his whole nature, of his eyes, of his mouth, and of his nose as he smelled them. He slobbered onto his table napkin with eagerness, while uttering inarticulate grunts, and the whole family was highly amused at this horrible and grotesque scene. Then they put a tiny morsel onto his plate, which he ate with feverish gluttony, in order to get something more as soon as possible. When the rice cream was brought in, he nearly had a fit, and groaned with greediness. Gontran called out to him, "You have eaten too much already, you will have no more." And they pretended not to give him any. Then he began to cry and tremble more violently than ever, while all the children laughed. At last, however, they gave him his helping, a very small piece. As he ate the first mouthful of the pudding, he made a comical and greedy noise in his throat, and a movement with his neck like ducks do, when they swallow too large a morsel, and then, when he had done, he began to stamp his feet, so as to get more. I was seized with pity for this pitiable and ridiculous Tantalus, and interposed on his behalf, "Please, will you not give him a little more rice?" But Simon replied, "Oh, no, my dear fellow, if he were to eat too much, it might harm him at his age." I held my tongue, and thought over these words. Oh, ethics! Oh, logic! Oh, wisdom! At his age! So they deprived him of his only remaining pleasure out of regard for his health. His health! What would he do with it, inert and trembling wreck that he was? They were taking care of his life, so they said. His life! How many days? 10, 20, 50, or 100? Why? For his own sake. Or to preserve for some time longer the spectacle of his impotent greediness in the family. There was nothing left for him to do in this life, nothing whatever. He had one single wish left, one sole pleasure. Why not grant him that last solace constantly, until he died? After playing cards for a long time, I went up to my room and to bed. I was low-spirited and sad. I sat at my window, but I heard nothing but the beautiful warbling of a bird in a tree, somewhere in the distance. No doubt the bird was singing thus in a low voice during the night, to lull his mate, who was sleeping on her eggs. And I thought of my poor friend's 5 children, and to myself pictured him snoring by the side of his ugly wife. Bellflower, 1, 1, closhed. How strange are those old recollections which haunt us, without our being able to get rid of them. This one is so very old that I cannot understand how it has clung so vividly and tenaciously to my memory. Since then I have seen so many sinister things, either affecting or terrible, that I am astonished at not being able to pass a single day without the face of Mother Bellflower recurring to my mind's eye, just as I knew her formerly, long, long ago, when I was 10 or 12 years old. She was an old seamstress who came to my parents' house once a week, every Thursday, to mend the linen. My parents lived in one of those country houses called chateaux, which are merely old houses with pointed roofs, to which are attached 3 or 4 adjacent farms. The village, a large village, almost a small market town, was a few hundred yards off, and nestled round the church, a red brick church, which had become black with age. Well, every Thursday Mother Bellflower came between 6:30 and 7 in the morning, and went immediately into the linen room and began to work. She was a tall, thin, bearded or rather hairy woman, for she had a beard all over her face, a surprising, an unexpected beard, growing in improbable tufts, in curly bunches which looked as if they had been sewn by a madman over that great face, the face of a gendarme in petticoats. She had them on her nose, under her nose, round her nose, on her chin, on her cheeks, and her eyebrows, which were extraordinarily thick and long, and quite grey, bushy and bristling, looked exactly like a pair of moustaches stuck on there by mistake. She limped, but not like lame people generally do, but like a ship pitching. When she planted her great, bony, vibrant body on her sound leg, she seemed to be preparing to mount some enormous wave, and then suddenly she dipped as if to disappear in an abyss, and buried herself in the ground. Her walk reminded one of a ship in a storm, and her head, which was always covered with an enormous white cap, whose ribbons fluttered down her back, seemed to traverse the horizon from north to south and from south to north, at each limp. I adored Mother Bellflower. As soon as I was up I used to go into the linen room, where I found her installed at work, with a foot warmer under her feet. As soon as I arrived, she made me take the foot warmer and sit upon it, so that I might not catch cold in that large, chilly room under the roof. "That draws the blood from your head," she would say to me. She told me stories, while mending the linen with her long, crooked, nimble fingers, behind her magnifying spectacles, for age had impaired her sight. Her eyes appeared enormous to me, strangely profound, double. As far as I can remember from the things which she told me and by which my childish heart was moved, she had the large heart of a poor woman. She told me what had happened in the village, how a cow had escaped from the cow-house and had been found the next morning in front of Prosper Mallet's mill, looking at the sails turning, or about a hen's egg which had been found in the church belfry without anyone being able to understand what creature had been there to lay it, or the queer story of Jean Pillar's dog, who had gone 10 leagues to bring back his master's breeches which a tramp had stolen while they were hanging up to dry out of doors, after he had been caught in the rain. She told me these simple adventures in such a manner that in my mind they assumed the proportions of never-to-be-forgotten dramas, of grand and mysterious poems, and the ingenious stories invented by the poets, which my mother told me in the evening, had none of the flavor, none of the fullness or of the vigor of the peasant women's narratives. Well, One Thursday when I had spent all the morning in listening to Mother Cloche, I wanted to go upstairs to her again during the day, after picking hazelnuts with the manservant in the wood behind the farm. I remember it all as clearly as what happened only yesterday. On opening the door of the linen room, I saw the old seamstress lying on the floor by the side of her chair, her face turned down and her arms stretched out, but still holding her needle in one hand and one of my shirts in the other. One of her legs in a blue stocking, the longer one no doubt, was extended under her chair, and her spectacles glistened by the wall, where they had rolled away from her. I ran away uttering shrill cries. They all came running, and in a few minutes I was told that Mother Cloche was dead. I cannot describe the profound, poignant, terrible emotion which stirred my childish heart. I went slowly down into the drawing room and hid myself in a dark corner, in the depths of a great, old armchair, where I knelt and wept. I remained there for a long time no doubt, for night came on. Suddenly someone came in with a lamp, without seeing me, however, and I heard my father and mother talking with the medical man, whose voice I recognized. He had been sent for immediately, and he was explaining the cause of the accident, of which I understood nothing, however. Then he sat down and had a glass of liqueur and a biscuit. He went on talking, and what he then said will remain engraved on my mind until I die. I think that I can give the exact words which he used. "Ah," said he, "the poor woman. She broke her leg the day of my arrival here. I had not even had time to wash my hands after getting off the diligence before I was sent for in all haste, for it was a bad case, very bad. She was 17, and a pretty girl, very pretty. Would anyone believe it? I have never told her story before, in fact no one but myself and one other person, who is no longer living in this part of the country, ever knew it. Now that she is dead, I may be less discreet. A young assistant teacher had just come to live in the village. He was good-looking and had the bearing of a soldier. All the girls ran after him, but he was disdainful. Besides that, he was very much afraid of his superior, the schoolmaster, old Grabu, who occasionally got out of bed the wrong foot first. Old Grabu already employed pretty Hortense, who has just died here, and who was afterward nicknamed Cloche. The assistant master singled out the pretty young girl, who was no doubt flattered at being chosen by this disdainful conqueror. At any rate, she fell in love with him, and he succeeded in persuading her to give him a first meeting in the hayloft behind the school, at night, after she had done her day's sewing. She pretended to go home, but instead of going downstairs when she left the Grabbus, she went upstairs and hid among the hay, to wait for her lover. He soon joined her, and he was beginning to say pretty things to her, when the door of the hayloft opened and the schoolmaster appeared, and asked, "What are you doing up there, Sigisbert?" Feeling sure that he would be caught, the young schoolmaster lost his presence of mind and replied stupidly, "I came up here to rest a little among the bundles of hay, Monsieur Grabu." The loft was very large and absolutely dark. Sigisbert pushed the frightened girl to the further end and said, "Go there and hide yourself. I shall lose my situation, so get away and hide yourself." When the schoolmaster heard the whispering, he continued, "Why, you are not by yourself." "Yes, I am, Monsieur Grabu." "But you are not, for you are talking." "I swear I am, Monsieur Grabu." "I will soon find out," the old man replied, and double-locking the door, he went down to get a light. Then the young man, who was a coward such as one sometimes meets, lost his head, and he repeated, having grown furious all of a sudden, "Hide yourself, so that he may not find you. You will deprive me of my bread for my whole life, you will ruin my whole career. Do hide yourself." They could hear the key turning in the lock again, and Hortense ran to the window which looked out onto the street, opened it quickly, and then in a low and determined voice said, "You will come and pick me up when he is gone," and she jumped out. Old Grabu found nobody, and went down again in great surprise. A quarter of an hour later, Monsieur Sigisbert came to me and related his adventure. The girl had remained at the foot of the wall unable to get up, as she had fallen from the second story, and I went with him to fetch her. It was raining in torrents, and I brought the unfortunate girl home with me, for the right leg was broken in 3 places, and the bones had come out through the flesh. She did not complain, and merely said, with admirable resignation, "I am punished, well punished." I sent for assistance and for the work girl's friends and told them a made-up story of a runaway carriage which had knocked her down and lamed her, outside my door. They believed me, and the gendarmes for a whole month tried in vain to find the author of this accident. That is all. Now I say that this woman was a heroine, and had the fiber of those who accomplish the grandest deeds in history. That was her only love affair, and she died a virgin. She was a martyr, a noble soul, a sublimely devoted woman. And if I did not absolutely admire her, I should not have told you this story, which I would never tell anyone during her life. You understand why. The doctor ceased, Mama cried and Papa said some words which I did not catch, then they left the room, and I remained on my knees in the armchair and sobbed, while I heard a strange noise of heavy footsteps and something knocking against the side of the staircase. They were carrying away Cloche's body. Who knows? My God! My God! I am going to write down at last what has happened to me. But how can I? How dare I? The thing is so bizarre, so inexplicable, so incomprehensible, so silly. If I were not perfectly sure of what I have seen, sure that there was not in my reasoning any defect, any error in my declarations, any lacuna in the inflexible sequence of my observations, I should believe myself to be the dupe of a simple hallucination, the sport of a singular vision. After all, who knows? Yesterday I was in a private asylum, but I went there voluntarily, out of prudence and fear. Only one single human being knows my history, and that is the doctor of the said asylum. I am going to write to him. I really do not know why. To disembarrass myself. Yet, I feel as though weighed down by an intolerable nightmare. Let me explain. I have always been a recluse, a dreamer, a kind of isolated philosopher, easygoing, content with but little, harboring ill feeling against no man, and without even a grudge against heaven. I have constantly lived alone. Consequently, a kind of torture takes hold of me when I find myself in the presence of others. How is this to be explained? I do not know. I am not averse to going out into the world, to conversation, to dining with friends, but when they are near me for any length of time, even the most intimate of them, they bore me, fatigue me, enervate me, and I experience an overwhelming, torturing desire to see them get up and go, to take themselves away, and to leave me by myself. That desire is more than a craving, it is an irresistible necessity. And if the presence of people with whom I find myself were to be continued, if I were compelled, not only to listen, but also to follow, for any length of time, their conversation, a serious accident would assuredly take place. What kind of accident? Ah! Who knows? Perhaps a slight paralytic stroke. Probably. I like solitude so much that I cannot even endure the vicinage of other beings sleeping under the same roof. I cannot live in Paris, because there I suffer the most acute agony. I lead a moral life, and am therefore tortured in body and in nerves by that immense crowd which swarms and lives even when it sleeps. Ah! The sleeping of others is more painful still than their conversation. And I can never find repose when I know and feel that on the other side of a wall several existences are undergoing these regular eclipses of reason. Why am I thus? Who knows? The cause of it is very simple perhaps. I get tired very soon of everything that does not emanate from me. And there are many people in similar case. We are, on earth, two distinct races. Those who have need of others, whom others amuse, engage, soothe, whom solitude harasses, pains, stupefies, like the movement of a terrible glacier or the traversing of the desert, and those, on the contrary, whom others weary, tire, bore, silently torture, whom isolation calms and bathes in the repose of independency, and plunges into the humors of their own thoughts. In fine, there is here a normal, physical phenomenon. Some are constituted to live a life outside of themselves, others, to live a life within themselves. As for me, my exterior associations are abruptly and painfully short-lived, and, as they reach their limits, I experience in my whole body and in my whole intelligence an intolerable uneasiness. As a result of this, I became attached, or rather had become much attached, to inanimate objects, which have for me the importance of beings, and my house has or had become a world in which I lived an active and solitary life, surrounded by all manner of things, furniture, familiar knick-knacks, as sympathetic in my eyes as the visages of human beings. I had filled my mansion with them, little by little, I had adorned it with them, and I felt an inward content and satisfaction, was more happy than if I had been in the arms of a beloved girl, whose wonted caresses had become a soothing and delightful necessity. I had had this house constructed in the center of a beautiful garden, which hid it from the public highways, and which was near the entrance to a city where I could find, on occasion, the resources of society, for which, at moments, I had a longing. All my domestics slept in a separate building, which was situated at some considerable distance from my house, at the far end of the kitchen garden, which in turn was surrounded by a high wall. The obscure envelopment of night, in the silence of my concealed habitation, buried under the leaves of great trees, was so reposeful and so delicious, that before retiring to my couch I lingered every evening for several hours in order to enjoy the solitude a little longer. One day Sinead had been played at one of the city theatres. It was the first time that I had listened to that beautiful, musical, and fairy-like drama, and I had derived from it the liveliest pleasures. I returned home on foot with a light step, my head full of sonorous phrases, and my mind haunted by delightful visions. It was night, the dead of night, and so dark that I could hardly distinguish the broad highway, and consequently I stumbled into the ditch more than once. From the custom house, at the barriers, to my house, was about a mile, perhaps a little more, a leisurely walk of about 20 minutes. It was 1 o'clock in the morning, 1 o'clock or maybe 1:30. The sky had by this time cleared somewhat and the crescent appeared, the gloomy crescent of the last quarter of the moon. The crescent of the first quarter is that which rises about 5 or 6 o'clock in the evening and is clear, gay, and fretted with silver, but the one which rises after midnight is reddish, sad, and desolating. It is the true Sabbath crescent. Every prowler by night has made the same observation. The first, though slender as a thread, throws a faint, joyous light which rejoices the heart and lines the ground with distinct shadows. The last sheds hardly a dying glimmer, and is so wan that it occasions hardly any shadows. In the distance, I perceived the sombre mass of my garden, and, I know not why, was seized with a feeling of uneasiness at the idea of going inside. I slackened my pace, and walked very softly, the thick cluster of trees having the appearance of a tomb in which my house was buried. I opened my outer gate and entered the long avenue of sycamores which ran in the direction of the house, arranged vault-wise like a high tunnel, traversing opaque masses, and winding round the turf lawns, on which baskets of flowers, in the pale darkness, could be indistinctly discerned. While approaching the house, I was seized by a strange feeling. I could hear nothing, I stood still. Through the trees there was not even a breath of air stirring. What is the matter with me? I said to myself. For 10 years I had entered and re-entered in the same way, without ever experiencing the least inquietude. I never had any fear at nights. The sight of a man, a marauder, or a thief would have thrown me into a fit of anger, and I would have rushed at him without any hesitation. Moreover, I was armed, I had my revolver. But I did not touch it, for I was anxious to resist that feeling of dread with which I was seized. What was it? Was it a presentiment, that mysterious presentiment which takes hold of the senses of men who have witnessed something which, to them, is inexplicable, perhaps. Who knows? In proportion as I advanced, I felt my skin quiver more and more, and when I was close to the wall, near the outhouses of my large residence, I felt that it would be necessary for me to wait a few minutes before opening the door and going inside. I sat down, then, on a bench, under the windows of my drawing room. I rested there, a little disturbed, with my head leaning against the wall, my eyes wide open, under the shade of the foliage. For the first few minutes, I did not observe anything unusual around me. I had a humming noise in my ears, but that has happened often to me. Sometimes it seemed to me that I heard trains passing, that I heard clocks striking, that I heard a multitude on the march. Very soon, those humming noises became more distinct, more concentrated, more determinable. I was deceiving myself. It was not the ordinary tingling of my arteries which transmitted to my ears these rumbling sounds, but it was a very distinct, though confused, noise which came, without any doubt whatever, from the interior of my house. Through the walls I distinguished this continued noise, I should rather say agitation than noise, an indistinct moving about of a pile of things, as if people were tossing about, displacing, and carrying away surreptitiously all my furniture. I doubted, however, for some considerable time yet, the evidence of my ears. But having placed my ear against one of the outhouses, the better to discover what this strange disturbance was, inside my house, I became convinced, certain, that something was taking place in my residence which was altogether abnormal and incomprehensible. I had no fear, but I was, how shall I express it, paralyzed by astonishment. I did not draw my revolver, knowing very well that there was no need of my doing so. I listened a long time, but could come to no resolution, my mind being quite clear, though in myself I was naturally anxious. I got up and waited, listening always to the noise, which gradually increased, and at intervals grew very loud, and which seemed to become an impatient, angry disturbance, a mysterious commotion. Then, suddenly, ashamed of my timidity, I seized my bunch of keys. I selected the one I wanted, guided it into the lock, turned it twice, and pushing the door with all my might, sent it banging against the partition. The collision sounded like the report of a gun, and there responded to that explosive noise, from roof to basement of my residence, a formidable tumult. It was so sudden, so terrible, so deafening, that I recoiled a few steps, and though I knew it to be wholly useless, I pulled my revolver out of its case. I continued to listen for some time longer. I could distinguish now an extraordinary pattering upon the steps of my grand staircase, on the waxed floors, on the carpets, not of boots, or of naked feet, but of iron and wooden crutches, which resounded like cymbals. Then I suddenly discerned, on the threshold of my door, an armchair, my large reading easy-chair, which set off waddling. It went away through my garden. Others followed it, those of my drawing room, then my sofas, dragging themselves along like crocodiles on their short paws, then all my chairs, bounding like goats, and the little footstools, hopping like rabbits. Oh, what a sensation! I slunk back into a clump of bushes where I remained crouched up, watching. Meanwhile, my furniture defile passed, for everything walked away, the one behind the other, briskly or slowly, according to its weight or size. My piano, my grand piano, bounded past with the gallop of a horse and a murmur of music in its sides. The smaller articles slid along the gravel like snails, my brushes, crystal, cups and saucers, which glistened in the moonlight. I saw my writing desk appear, a rare curiosity of the last century, which contained all the letters I had ever received, all the history of my heart, an old history from which I have suffered so much. Besides, there were inside of it a great many cherished photographs. Suddenly, I no longer had any fear. I threw myself on it, seized it as one would seize a thief, as one would seize a wife about to run away, but it pursued its irresistible course, and despite my efforts and despite my anger, I could not even retard its pace. As I was resisting in desperation that insuperable force, I was thrown to the ground. It then rolled me over, trailed me along the gravel, and the rest of my furniture, which followed it, began to march over me, tramping on my legs and injuring them. When I loosed my hold, other articles had passed over my body, just as a charge of cavalry does over the body of a dismounted soldier. Seized at last with terror, I succeeded in dragging myself out of the main avenue, and in concealing myself again among the shrubbery, so as to watch the disappearance of the most cherished objects, the smallest, the least striking, the least unknown which had once belonged to me. I then heard, in the distance, noises which came from my apartments, which sounded now as if the house were empty, a loud noise of shutting of doors. They were being slammed from top to bottom of my dwelling, even the door which I had just opened myself unconsciously, and which had closed of itself, when the last thing had taken its departure. I took flight also, running toward the city, and only regained my self-composure on reaching the boulevards, where I met belated people. I rang the bell of a hotel where I was known. I had knocked the dust off my clothes with my hands, and I told the porter that I had lost my bunch of keys, which included also that to the kitchen garden, where my servants slept in a house standing by itself, on the other side of the wall of the enclosure which protected my fruits and vegetables from the raids of marauders. I covered myself up to the eyes in the bed which was assigned to me, but could not sleep, and I waited for the dawn listening to the throbbing of my heart. I had given orders that my servants were to be summoned to the hotel at daybreak, and my valet de chambre knocked at my door at 7 o'clock in the morning. His countenance bore a woeful look. "A great misfortune has happened during the night, monsieur," said he. "What is it?" "Somebody has stolen the whole of monsieur's furniture, all, everything, even to the smallest articles." This news pleased me. Why? Who knows? I was complete master of myself, bent on dissimulating, on telling no one of anything I had seen, determined on concealing and in burying in my heart of hearts a terrible secret. I responded, "They must then be the same people who have stolen my keys." The police must be informed immediately. I am going to get up, and I will join you in a few moments. The investigation into the circumstances under which the robbery might have been committed lasted for 5 months. Nothing was found, not even the smallest of my knickknacks, nor the least trace of the thieves. Good gracious! If I had only told them what I knew, if I had said, I should have been locked up, not the thieves, for I was the only person who had seen everything from the first. Yes. But I knew how to keep silence. I shall never refurnish my house. That were indeed useless. The same thing would happen again. I had no desire even to re-enter the house, and I did not re-enter it. I never visited it again. I moved to Paris, to the hotel, and consulted doctors in regard to the condition of my nerves, which had disquieted me a good deal ever since that awful night. They advised me to travel, and I followed their counsel. I began by making an excursion into Italy. The sunshine did me much good. For 6 months I wandered about from Genoa to Venice, from Venice to Florence, from Florence to Rome, from Rome to Naples. Then I traveled over Sicily, a country celebrated for its scenery and its monuments, relics left by the Greeks and the Normans. Passing over into Africa, I traversed at my ease that immense desert, yellow and tranquil, in which camels, gazelles, and Arab vagabonds roam about, where, in the rare and transparent atmosphere, there hover no vague hauntings, where there is never any night, but always day. I returned to France by Marseilles, and in spite of all its Provençal gaiety, the diminished clearness of the sky made me sad. I experienced, in returning to the continent, the peculiar sensation of an illness which I believed had been cured, and a dull pain which predicted that the seeds of the disease had not been eradicated. I then returned to Paris. At the end of a month I was very dejected. It was in the autumn, and I determined to make, before winter came, an excursion through Normandy, a country with which I was unacquainted. I began my journey, in the best of spirits, at Rouen, and for 8 days I wandered about, passive, ravished, and enthusiastic, in that ancient city, that astonishing museum of extraordinary Gothic monuments. But one afternoon, about 4 o'clock, as I was sauntering slowly through a seemingly unattractive street, by which there ran a stream as black as the ink called eau de Robec, my attention, fixed for the moment on the quaint, antique appearance of some of the houses, was suddenly attracted by the view of a series of second-hand furniture shops, which followed one another, door after door. They had carefully chosen their locality, these sordid traffickers in antiquities, in that quaint little street, overlooking the sinister stream of water, under those tile and slate-pointed roofs on which still grinned the veins of bygone days. At the end of these grim storehouses you saw piled up sculptured chests, Rouen, Sèvres, and Moustiers pottery, painted statues, others of oak, Christs, Virgins, Saints, church ornaments, chasubles, capes, even sacred vases, and an old gilded wooden tabernacle, where a god had hidden himself away. What singular caverns there are in those lofty houses, crowded with objects of every description, where the existence of things seems to be ended, things which have survived their original possessors, their century, their times, their fashions, in order to be bought as curiosities by new generations. My affection for antiques was awakened in that city of antiquaries. I went from shop to shop, crossing in 2 strides the rotten 4-plank bridges thrown over the nauseous current of the Oder Roebeck. Heaven protect me! What a shock! At the end of a vault, which was crowded with articles of every description and which seemed to be the entrance to the catacombs of a cemetery of ancient furniture, I suddenly descried one of my most beautiful wardrobes. I approached it, trembling in every limb, trembling to such an extent that I dared not touch it. I put forth my hand, I hesitated. Nevertheless, it was indeed my wardrobe, a unique wardrobe of the time of Louis XIII, recognizable by anyone who had seen it only once. Casting my eyes suddenly a little farther, toward the more sombre depths of the gallery, I perceived 3 of my tapestry-covered chairs, and farther on still, my 2 Henry II tables, such rare treasures that people came all the way from Paris to see them. Think. Only think in what a state of mind I now was. I advanced, haltingly, quivering with emotion, but I advanced, for I am brave, I advanced like a knight of the Dark Ages. At every step I found something that belonged to me. My brushes, my books, my tables, my silks, my arms, everything, except the bureau full of my letters, and that I could not discover. I walked on, descending to the dark galleries, in order to ascend next to the floors above. I was alone. I called out, nobody answered. I was alone. There was no one in that house, a house as vast and tortuous as a labyrinth. Night came on, and I was compelled to sit down in the darkness on one of my own chairs, for I had no desire to go away. From time to time I shouted, "Hello, hello, somebody." I had sat there, certainly, for more than an hour when I heard steps soft and slow, I knew not where. I was unable to locate them, but bracing myself up, I called out anew, whereupon I perceived a glimmer of light in the next chamber. "Who is there?" said a voice. "A buyer," I responded. "It is too late to enter thus into a shop." "I have been waiting for you for more than an hour," I answered. "You can come back tomorrow." Tomorrow I must quit Rouen. I dared not advance, and he did not come to me. I saw always the glimmer of his light, which was shining on a tapestry on which were 2 angels flying over the dead on a field of battle. It belonged to me also. I said, "Well, come here." "I am at your service," he answered. I got up and went toward him. Standing in the center of a large room, was a little man, very short, and very fat, phenomenally fat, a hideous phenomenon. He had a singular straggling beard, white and yellow, and not a hair on his head, not a hair. As he held his candle aloft at arm's length in order to see me, his cranium appeared to me to resemble a little moon, in that vast chamber encumbered with old furniture. His features were wrinkled and blown, and his eyes could not be seen. I bought 3 chairs which belonged to myself, and paid at once a large sum for them, giving him merely the number of my room at the hotel. They were to be delivered the next day before 9 o'clock. I then started off. He conducted me, with much politeness, as far as the door. I immediately repaired to the commissaire's office at the Central Police Depot, and told the commissaire of the robbery which had been perpetrated and of the discovery I had just made. He required time to communicate by telegraph with the authorities who had originally charge of the case, for information, and he begged me to wait in his office until an answer came back. An hour later, an answer came back, which was in accord with my statements. "I am going to arrest and interrogate this man," at once he said to me, "for he may have conceived some sort of suspicion, and smuggled away out of sight what belongs to you. Will you go and dine and return in 2 hours? I shall then have the man here, and I shall subject him to a fresh interrogation in your presence." "Most gladly, monsieur. I thank you with my whole heart." I went to dine at my hotel and I ate better than I could have believed. I was quite happy now, thinking that man was in the hands of the police. 2 hours later I returned to the office of the police functionary, who was waiting for me. "Well, monsieur," said he, on perceiving me, "we have not been able to find your man. My agents cannot put their hands on him." Ah! I felt my heart sinking. "But you have at least found his house?" I asked. "Yes, certainly, and what is more, it is now being watched and guarded until his return. As for him, he has disappeared." "Disappeared?" "Yes, disappeared. He ordinarily passes his evenings at the house of a female neighbor, who is also a furniture broker, a queer sort of sorceress, the widow Bedouin. She has not seen him this evening and cannot give any information in regard to him. We must wait until tomorrow." I went away. Ah! How sinister the streets of Rouen seemed to me, now troubled and haunted. I slept so badly that I had a fit of nightmare every time I went off to sleep. As I did not wish to appear too restless or eager, I waited till 10 o'clock the next day before reporting myself to the police. The merchant had not reappeared. His shop remained closed. The commissary said to me, "I have taken all the necessary steps. The court has been made acquainted with the affair. We shall go together to that shop and have it opened, and you shall point out to me all that belongs to you." We drove there in a cab. Police agents were stationed round the building. There was a locksmith, too, and the door of the shop was soon opened. On entering, I could not discover my wardrobes, my chairs, my tables. I saw nothing, nothing of that which had furnished my house, no, nothing, although on the previous evening, I could not take a step without encountering something that belonged to me. The chief commissary, much astonished, regarded me at first with suspicion. "My God, monsieur," said I to him, "the disappearance of these articles of furniture coincides strangely with that of the merchant." He laughed. That is true. You did wrong in buying and paying for the articles which were your own property, yesterday. It was that which gave him the cue. What seems to me incomprehensible, I replied, is that all the places that were occupied by my furniture are now filled by other furniture. Oh, responded the commissary, he has had all night, and has no doubt been assisted by accomplices. This house must communicate with its neighbors. But have no fear, monsieur, I will have the affair promptly and thoroughly investigated. The brigands shall not escape us for long, seeing that we are in charge of the den. Ah! My heart, my poor heart, how it beats! I remained a fortnight at Rouen. The man did not return. Heavens! Good heavens! That man, what was it that could have frightened and surprised him? But, on the 16th day, early in the morning, I received from my gardener, now the keeper of my empty and pillaged house, the following strange letter. Monsieur, I have the honor to inform Monsieur that something happened, the evening before last, which nobody can understand, and the police no more than the rest of us. The whole of the furniture has been returned, not one piece is missing, everything is in its place, up to the very smallest article. The house is now the same in every respect as it was before the robbery took place. It is enough to make one lose one's head. The thing took place during the night Friday, Saturday. The roads are dug up as though the whole fence had been dragged from its place up to the door. The same thing was observed the day after the disappearance of the furniture. We are anxiously expecting Monsieur, whose very humble and obedient servant, I am, Philippe Raudin. Ah! No, ah! Never, ah! No, I shall never return there. I took the letter to the commissary of police. It is a very clever restitution, said he. Let us bury the hatchet. We shall nip the man one of these days. But he has never been nipped. No. They have not nipped him, and I am afraid of him now, as of some ferocious animal that has been let loose behind me. Inexplicable. It is inexplicable, this chimera of a moonstruck skull. We shall never solve or comprehend it. I shall not return to my former residence. What does it matter to me? I am afraid of encountering that man again, and I shall not run the risk. And even if he returns, if he takes possession of his shop, who is to prove that my furniture was on his premises? There is only my testimony against him, and I feel that that is not above suspicion. Ah! No. This kind of existence has become unendurable. I have not been able to guard the secret of what I have seen. I could not continue to live like the rest of the world, with the fear upon me that those scenes might be reenacted. So I have come to consult the doctor who directs this lunatic asylum, and I have told him everything. After questioning me for a long time, he said to me, "Will you consent, monsieur, to remain here for some time?" "Most willingly, monsieur." "You have some means?" "Yes, monsieur." "Will you have isolated apartments?" "Yes, monsieur. Would you care to receive any friends? No, monsieur, no, nobody. The man from Rouen might take it into his head to pursue me here, to be revenged on me. I have been alone, all alone, for 3 months. I am growing tranquil by degrees. I have no longer any fears. If the antiquary should become mad, and if he should be brought into this asylum, even prisons themselves are not places of security. The devil. The peasant was standing opposite the doctor, by the bedside of the dying old woman, and she, calmly resigned and quite lucid, looked at them and listened to their talking. She was going to die, and she did not rebel at it, for her life was over. She was 92. The July sun streamed in at the window and through the open door and cast its hot flames onto the uneven brown clay floor, which had been stamped down by 4 generations of clodhoppers. The smell of the fields came in also, driven by the brisk wind, and parched by the noontide heat. The grasshoppers chirped themselves hoarse, filling the air with their shrill noise, like that of the wooden crickets which are sold to children at fair time. The doctor raised his voice and said, "Honor, you cannot leave your mother in this state, she may die at any moment." And the peasant, in great distress, replied, "But I must get in my wheat, for it has been lying on the ground a long time, and the weather is just right for it. What do you say about it, mother?" And the dying woman, still possessed by her Norman avariciousness, replied yes with her eyes and her forehead, and so urged her son to get in his wheat, and to leave her to die alone. But the doctor got angry, and stamping his foot he said, "You are no better than a brute, do you hear, and I will not allow you to do it. Do you understand? And if you must get in your wheat today, go and fetch Rapet's wife and make her look after your mother. I will have it. And if you do not obey me, I will let you die like a dog, when you are ill in your turn, do you hear me?" The peasant, a tall, thin fellow with slow movements, who was tormented by indecision, by his fear of the doctor and his keen love of saving, hesitated, calculated, and stammered out, "How much does La Rapet charge for attending sick people?" "How should I know?" the doctor cried. "That depends upon how long she is wanted for. Settle it with her, by Jove. But I want her to be here within an hour, do you hear?" So the man made up his mind. "I will go for her," he replied. "Don't get angry, doctor." And the latter left, calling out as he went, "Take care, you know, for I do not joke when I am angry." And as soon as they were alone, the peasant turned to his mother, and said in a resigned voice, "I will go and fetch La Rapet, as the man will have it. Don't go off while I am away." And he went out in his turn. La Rapet, who was an old washerwoman, watched the dead and the dying of the neighborhood, and then, as soon as she had sewn her customers into that linen cloth from which they would emerge no more, she went and took up her irons to smooth the linen of the living. Wrinkled like a last year's apple, spiteful, envious, avaricious with a phenomenal avarice, bent double, as if she had been broken in half across the loins, by the constant movement of the iron over the linen, one might have said that she had a kind of monstrous and cynical affection for a death struggle. She never spoke of anything but of the people she had seen die, of the various kinds of deaths at which she had been present, and she related, with the greatest minuteness, details which were always the same, just like a sportsman talks of his shots. When Honor Bontemps entered her cottage, he found her preparing the starch for the collars of the village women, and he said, "Good evening, I hope you are pretty well, Mother Rapet." She turned her head round to look at him and said, fairly well, and you?" "Oh, as for me, I am as well as I could wish, but my mother is very sick." "Your mother?" "Yes, my mother." "What's the matter with her?" "She is going to turn up her toes, that's what's the matter with her." The old woman took her hands out of the water and asked with sudden sympathy, "Is she as bad as all that?" "The doctor says she will not last till morning." "Then she certainly is very bad." Honor hesitated, for he wanted to make a few preliminary remarks before coming to his proposal, but as he could hit upon nothing, he made up his mind suddenly. "How much are you going to ask to stop with her till the end?" "You know that I am not rich, and I cannot even afford to keep a servant girl. It is just that which has brought my poor mother to this state, too much work and fatigue. She used to work for 10, in spite of her 92 years. You don't find any made of that stuff nowadays." La Rapet answered gravely, "There are two prices. 40 sous by day and 3 francs by night for the rich, and 20 sous by day, and 40 by night for the others. You shall pay me the 20 and 40. But the peasant reflected, for he knew his mother well. He knew how tenacious of life, how vigorous and unyielding she was. He knew, too, that she might last another week, in spite of the doctor's opinion, and so he said resolutely, "No, I would rather you would fix a price until the end. I will take my chance, one way or the other. The doctor says she will die very soon. If that happens, so much the better for you, and so much the worse for me, but if she holds out till tomorrow or longer, so much the better for me and so much the worse for you." The nurse looked at the man in astonishment, for she had never treated a death as a speculative job, and she hesitated, tempted by the idea of the possible gain. But almost immediately she suspected that he wanted to juggle her. "I can say nothing until I have seen your mother," she replied. "Then come with me and see her." She washed her hands, and went with him immediately. They did not speak on the road, she walked with short, hasty steps, while he strode on with his long legs, as if he were crossing a brook at every step. The cows lying down in the fields, overcome by the heat, raised their heads heavily and lowed feebly at the two passers-by, as if to ask them for some green grass. When they got near the house, Honor Bontemps murmured, "Suppose it is all over." And the unconscious wish that it might be so showed itself in the sound of his voice. But the old woman was not dead. She was lying on her back, on her wretched bed, her hands covered with a pink cotton counterpane, horribly thin, knotty paws, like some strange animals, or like crab's claws, hands closed by rheumatism, fatigue, and the work of nearly a century which she had accomplished. La Rapet went up to the bed and looked at the dying woman, felt her pulse, tapped her on the chest, listened to her breathing, and asked her questions, so as to hear her speak. Then, having looked at her for some time longer, she went out of the room, followed by Honor. His decided opinion was, that the old woman would not last out the night, and he asked, "Well?" And the sick nurse replied, "Well, she may last 2 days, perhaps 3. You will have to give me 6 francs, everything included." 6 francs. 6 francs, he shouted. Are you out of your mind? I tell you that she cannot last more than 5 or 6 hours. And they disputed angrily for some time, but as the nurse said she would go home, as the time was slipping away, and as his wheat would not come to the farmyard of its own accord, he agreed to her terms at last. "Very well, then, that is settled, 6 francs including everything, until the corpse is taken out." "That is settled, 6 francs." And he went away, with long strides, to his wheat, which was lying on the ground under the hot sun which ripens the grain, while the sick nurse returned to the house. She had brought some work with her, for she worked without stopping by the side of the dead and dying, sometimes for herself, sometimes for the family, who employed her as seamstress also, paying her rather more in that capacity. Suddenly she asked, "Have you received the last sacrament, Mother Bontemps?" The old peasant woman said no with her head, and La Rapet, who was very devout, got up quickly. "Good heavens, is it possible? I will go and fetch the cure," and she rushed off to the parsonage so quickly, that the urchins in the street thought some accident had happened, when they saw her trotting off like that. The priest came immediately in his surplice, preceded by a choirboy, who rang a bell to announce the passage of the host through the parched and quiet country. Some men, working at a distance, took off their large hats and remained motionless until the white vestment had disappeared behind some farm buildings. The women who were making up the sheaves stood up to make the sign of the cross. The frightened black hens ran away along the ditch until they reached a well-known hole through which they suddenly disappeared, while a foal, which was tied up in a meadow, took fright at the sight of the surplice and began to gallop round at the length of its rope, kicking violently. The choirboy, in his red cassock, walked quickly, and the priest, the square biretta on his bowed head, followed him, muttering some prayers. Last of all came La Rapet, bent almost double, as if she wished to prostrate herself. She walked with folded hands, as if she were in church. Honor saw them pass in the distance, and he asked, "Where is our priest going to?" And his man, who was more acute, replied, "He is taking the sacrament to your mother, of course." The peasant was not surprised and said, "That is quite possible," and went on with his work. Mother Bontemps confessed, received absolution and extreme unction, and the priest took his departure, leaving the two women alone in the suffocating cottage. La Rapet began to look at the dying woman, and to ask herself whether it could last much longer. The day was on the wane, and a cooler air came in stronger puffs, making a view of Epinal, which was fastened to the wall by 2 pins, flap up and down. The scanty window curtains, which had formerly been white, but were now yellow and covered with fly specks, looked as if they were going to fly off, and seemed to struggle to get away, like the old woman's soul. Lying motionless, with her eyes open, the old mother seemed to await the death which was so near, and which yet delayed its coming, with perfect indifference. Her short breath whistled in her throat. It would stop altogether soon, and there would be one woman less in the world, one whom nobody would regret. At nightfall Honor returned, and when he went up to the bed and saw that his mother was still alive, he asked, "How is she?" just as he had done formerly, when she had been sick. Then he sent La Rapet away, saying to her, "Tomorrow morning at 5 o'clock, without fail." And she replied, "Tomorrow at 5 o'clock." She came at daybreak, and found Honor eating his soup, which he had made himself, before going to work. "Well, is your mother dead?" asked the nurse. "She is rather better, on the contrary," he replied, with a malignant look out of the corner of his eyes. Then he went out. La Rapet was seized with anxiety, and went up to the dying woman, who was in the same state, lethargic and impassive, her eyes open and her hands clutching the counterpane. The nurse perceived that this might go on thus for 2 days, 4 days, 8 days, even, and her avaricious mind was seized with fear. She was excited to fury against the cunning fellow who had tricked her, and against the woman who would not die. Nevertheless, she began to sew and waited with her eyes fixed on the wrinkled face of Mother Bontemps. When Honor returned to breakfast he seemed quite satisfied, and even in a bantering humor, for he was carrying in his wheat under very favorable circumstances. La Rapet was getting exasperated. Every passing minute now seemed to her so much time and money stolen from her. She felt a mad inclination to choke this old ass, this headstrong old fool, this obstinate old wretch, to stop that short, rapid breath, which was robbing her of her time and money, by squeezing her throat a little. But then she reflected on the danger of doing so, and other thoughts came into her head, so she went up to the bed and said to her, "Have you ever seen the devil?" Mother Bontemps whispered, "No." Then the sick nurse began to talk and to tell her tales likely to terrify her weak and dying mind. "Some minutes before one dies the devil appears," she said, to all. "He has a broom in his hand, a saucepan on his head, and he utters loud cries." When anybody had seen him, all was over, and that person had only a few moments longer to live, and she enumerated all those to whom the devil had appeared that year: Josephine Loisel, Eulalie Ratier, Sophie Padagnot, Seraphine Grospide. Mother Bontemps, who was at last most disturbed in mind, moved about, wrung her hands, and tried to turn her head to look at the other end of the room. Suddenly La Rapet disappeared at the foot of the bed. She took a sheet out of the cupboard and wrapped herself up in it. Then she put the iron pot onto her head, so that its 3 short bent feet rose up like horns, took a broom in her right hand and a tin pail in her left, which she threw up suddenly, so that it might fall to the ground noisily. Certainly when it came down, it made a terrible noise. Then, climbing onto a chair, the nurse showed herself, gesticulating and uttering shrill cries into the pot which covered her face, while she menaced the old peasant woman, who was nearly dead, with her broom. Terrified, with a mad look on her face, the dying woman made a superhuman effort to get up and escape. She even got her shoulders and chest out of bed, then she fell back with a deep sigh. All was over, and La Rapet calmly put everything back into its place, the broom into the corner by the cupboard, the sheet inside it, the pot onto the hearth, the pail onto the floor, and the chair against the wall. Then with a professional air, she closed the dead woman's enormous eyes, put a plate on the bed and poured some holy water into it, dipped the twig of boxwood into it, and kneeling down, she fervently repeated the prayers for the dead, which she knew by heart, as a matter of business. When Honor returned in the evening, he found her praying. He calculated immediately that she had made 20 sous out of him, for she had only spent 3 days and 1 night there, which made 5 francs altogether, instead of the 6 which he owed her. Epiphany, said Captain the Count de Guerens, I should rather think that I do remember that Epiphany supper, during the war. At the time I was quartermaster of cavalry, and for a fortnight, I had been lurking about as a scout in front of the German advanced guard. The evening before we had cut down a few Uhlans and had lost 3 men, one of whom was that poor little Raudeville. You remember Joseph de Raudeville well, of course. Well, on that day my captain ordered me to take 6 troopers and occupy the village of Porterin, where there had been 5 fights in 3 weeks, and to hold it all night. There were not 20 houses left standing, nay, not a dozen, in that wasp's nest. So I took 10 troopers, and set out at about 4 o'clock. At 5 o'clock, while it was still pitch dark, we reached the first houses of Porterin. I halted and ordered Marchaz, you know Pierre de Marchaz, who afterward married little Marthe Lauvelin, the daughter of the Marquise de Marthe Lauvelin, to go alone into the village and to report to me what he saw. I had chosen nothing but volunteers, and all of good family. When on service it is pleasant not to be forced into intimacy with unpleasant fellows. This Marchaz was as sharp as possible, as cunning as a fox, and as supple as a serpent. He could scent the Prussians as well as a dog can scent a hare, could find victuals where we should have died of hunger without him, and could obtain information from everybody, information which was always reliable, with incredible cleverness. In 10 minutes he returned. All right, he said, there have been no Prussians here for 3 days. It is a sinister place, is this village. I have been talking to a sister of mercy, who is attending to 4 or 5 wounded men in an abandoned convent. I ordered them to ride on, and we penetrated into the principal street. On the right and left we could vaguely see roofless walls, hardly visible in the profound darkness. Here and there a light was burning in a room, some family had remained to keep its house standing as long as they were able, a family of brave, or of poor, people. The rain began to fall, a fine, ice-cold rain, which froze us before it wetted us through, by merely touching our cloaks. The horses stumbled against stones, against beams, against furniture. Maupassant guided us, going before us on foot, and leading his horse by the bridle. "Where are you taking us to?" I asked him. And he replied, "I have a place for us to lodge in, and a rare good one." And soon we stopped before a small house, evidently belonging to some person of the middle class, completely shut up, built onto the street with a garden in the rear. Maupassant broke open the lock by means of a big stone, which he picked up near the garden gate. Then he mounted the steps, smashed in the front door with his feet and shoulders, lighted a bit of wax candle, which he was never without, and preceded us into the comfortable apartments of some rich private individual, guiding us with admirable assurance, just as if he had lived in this house which he now saw for the first time. 2 troopers remained outside to take care of our horses. Then Maupassant said to Stout Pondrel, who followed him, "The stables must be on the left. I saw that as we came in. Go and put the animals up there, for we do not want them." And then turning to me he said, "Give your orders, confound it all." Maupassant always astonished me, and I replied with a laugh, "I shall post my sentinels at the country approaches and I will return to you here." "How many men are you going to take?" 5. "The others will relieve them at 5 o'clock in the evening." "Very well. Leave me 4 to look after provisions, to do the cooking, and to set the table. I will go and find out where the wine is hidden away." I went off to reconnoiter the deserted streets, until they ended in the open country, so as to post my sentries there. Half an hour later I was back, and found Maupassant lounging in a great armchair, the covering of which he had taken off, from love of luxury as he said. He was warming his feet at the fire and smoking an excellent cigar, whose perfume filled the room. He was alone, his elbows resting on the arms of the chair, his cheeks flushed, his eyes bright, and looking delighted. I heard the noise of plates and dishes in the next room, and Maupassant said to me, smiling in a beatific manner, "This is famous. I found the champagne under the flight of steps outside, the brandy, 50 bottles of the very finest, in the kitchen garden under a pear tree, which did not look to me to be quite straight, when I looked at it by the light of my lantern. As for solids, we have 2 fowls, a goose, a duck, and 3 pigeons. They are being cooked at this moment. It is a delightful part of the country." I had sat down opposite to him, and the fire in the grate was burning my nose and cheeks. "Where did you find this wood?" I asked. "Splendid wood," he replied. "The owner's carriage. It is the paint which is causing all this flame, an essence of alcohol and varnish. A capital house." I laughed, for I found the creature was funny, and he went on, "Fancy this being the Epiphany. I have had a bean put into the goose, but there is no queen. It is really very annoying." And I repeated like an echo, "It is annoying, but what do you want me to do in the matter?" "To find some, of course." "Some women." "Women, you must be mad." I managed to find the brandy under the pear tree, and the champagne under the steps, and yet there was nothing to guide me, while as for you, a petticoat is a sure sign. Go and look, old fellow. He looked so grave, so convinced, that I could not tell whether he was joking or not. So I replied, "Look here, Marchaz, are you having a joke with me? I never joke on duty. But where the devil do you expect me to find any women?" "Where you like. There must be 2 or 3 remaining in the neighborhood, so ferret them out and bring them here." I got up, for it was too hot in front of the fire, and Marchaz went on, "Do you want an idea?" "Yes." "Go and see the priest." "The priest? What for?" "Ask him to supper, and beg him to bring a woman with him." "The priest? A woman? Ha! Ha! Ha!" But Marchas continued with extraordinary gravity, "I am not laughing. Go and find the priest and tell him how we are situated, and, as he must be horribly dull, he will come. But tell him that we want 1 woman at least, a lady, of course, since we are all men of the world. He is sure to have the names of his female parishioners on the tips of his fingers, and if there is one to suit us, and you manage it well, he will indicate her to you. Come, come, Marchaz, what are you thinking of? My dear Gurans, you can do this quite well. It will be very funny. We are well bred, by Jove. And we will put on our most distinguished manners and our grandest style. Tell the abbé who we are, make him laugh, soften him, seduce him, and persuade him. No, it is impossible." He drew his chair close to mine, and as he knew my weak side, the scamp continued, "Just think what a swagger thing it will be to do, and how amusing to tell about. The whole army will talk about it, and it will give you a famous reputation." I hesitated, for the adventure rather tempted me. He persisted, "Come, my little Gurans. You are in command of this detachment, and you alone can go and call on the head of the church in this neighborhood. I beg of you to go, and I promise you that after the war, I will relate the whole affair in verse in the Revue des Deux Mondes. You owe this much to your men, for you have made them march enough during the last month. I got up at last and asked, "Where is the parsonage?" "Take the second turning at the end of the street, you will then see an avenue, and at the end of the avenue you will find the church. The parsonage is beside it." As I departed he called out, "Tell him the bill of fare, to make him hungry." I discovered the ecclesiastic's little house without any difficulty. It was by the side of a large, ugly, brick church. As there was neither bell nor knocker, I knocked at the door with my fist, and a loud voice from inside asked, "Who is there?" To which I replied, "A quartermaster of hussars." I heard the noise of bolts, and of a key being turned. Then I found myself face to face with a tall priest with a large stomach, the chest of a prize fighter, formidable hands projecting from turned-up sleeves, a red face, and the looks of a kind man. I gave him a military salute and said, "Good day, Monsieur le Curé." He had feared a surprise, some marauder's ambush, and he smiled as he replied, "Good day, my friend, come in." I followed him into a small room, with a red-tiled floor, in which a small fire was burning, very different to Marchaz's furnace. He gave me a chair and said, "What can I do for you?" "Monsieur, allow me first of all to introduce myself," and I gave him my card, which he took and read half aloud, "The Comte de Guérin's." I continued, "There are 11 of us here, Monsieur l'Abbé, 5 on Grand Guard, and 6 installed at the house of an unknown inhabitant. The names of the 6 are, Guérin's, that is I, Pierre de Marchaz, Ludovic de Pondrel, Baron d'Atrilis, Carl Massoligny, the painter's son, and Joseph Herban, a young musician. I have come to ask you, in their name and my own, to do us the honor of supping with us. It is an Epiphany supper, Monsieur le Curé, and we should like to make it a little cheerful." The priest smiled and murmured, "It seems to me to be hardly a suitable occasion for amusing oneself." I replied, "We are fighting every day, Monsieur. 14 of our comrades have been killed in a month, and 3 fell as late as yesterday. That is war. We stake our life every moment, have we not, therefore, the right to amuse ourselves freely? We are Frenchmen, we like to laugh, and we can laugh everywhere. Our fathers laughed on the scaffold. This evening we should like to brighten ourselves up a little, like gentlemen, and not like soldiers, you understand me, I hope. Are we wrong?" He replied quickly, "You are quite right, my friend, and I accept your invitation with great pleasure." Then he called out, "Hermance." An old, bent, wrinkled, horrible, peasant woman appeared and said, "What do you want?" "I shall not dine at home, my daughter." "Where are you going to dine then?" "With some gentlemen, hussars." I felt inclined to say, "Bring your servant with you just to see Marchaz's face," but I did not venture to, and continued, "Do you know anyone among your parishioners, male or female, whom I could invite as well?" He hesitated, reflected, and then said, "No, I do not know anybody." I persisted, "Nobody?" "Come, monsieur, think, it would be very nice to have some ladies, I mean to say, some married couples." "I know nothing about your parishioners." The baker and his wife, the grocer, the watchmaker, the shoemaker, the chemist with his wife. We have a good spread, and plenty of wine, and we should be enchanted to leave pleasant recollections of ourselves behind us with the people here. The priest thought again for a long time and then said resolutely, "No, there is nobody." I began to laugh. "By Jove, Monsieur le Curé, it is very vexing not to have an Epiphany Queen, for we have the bean. Come, think. Is there not a married mayor, or a married deputy mayor, or a married municipal councillor, or schoolmaster? No, all the ladies have gone away." "What, Is there not in the whole place some good tradesman's wife with her good tradesman, to whom we might give this pleasure, for it would be a pleasure to them, a great pleasure under present circumstances? But suddenly the curé began to laugh, and he laughed so violently that he fairly shook, and exclaimed, "Ha! Ha! Ha! I have got what you want, yes. I have got what you want. Ha! 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 We will laugh and enjoy ourselves, my children, we will have some fun. How pleased the ladies will be, I say, how delighted they will be. Ha! Ha! Where are you staying?" I described the house, and he understood where it was. "Very good," he said. "It belongs to Monsieur Bertin Lavale. I will be there in half an hour, with 4 ladies." Ha! 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 4 ladies. He went out with me, still laughing, and left me, repeating, "That is capital, in half an hour at Bertin Lavale's house." I returned quickly, very much astonished and very much puzzled. "Covers for how many?" Marchaz asked, as soon as he saw me. 11. "There are 6 of us hussars besides the priest and 4 ladies." He was thunderstruck, and I triumphant, and he repeated 4 ladies. "Did you say 4 ladies?" "I said 4 women." "Real women?" "Real women." "Well, accept my compliments." "I will, for I deserve them." He got out of his armchair, opened the door, and I saw a beautiful, white tablecloth on a long table, round which 3 hussars in blue aprons were setting out the plates and glasses. "There are some women coming," Marchaz cried. And the 3 men began to dance and to cheer with all their might. Everything was ready, and we were waiting. We waited for nearly an hour, while a delicious smell of roast poultry pervaded the whole house. At last, however, a knock against the shutters made us all jump up at the same moment. Stout Pondrel ran to open the door, and in less than a minute a little Sister of Mercy appeared in the doorway. She was thin, wrinkled, and timid, and successively saluted the 4 bewildered hussars who saw her enter. Behind her, the noise of sticks sounded on the tiled floor in the vestibule. As soon as she had come into the drawing-room I saw 3 old heads in white caps, following each other one by one, balancing themselves with different movements, one canting to the right, while the other canted to the left. Then 3 worthy women showed themselves, limping, dragging their legs behind them, crippled by illness and deformed through old age, 3 infirm old women, past service, the only 3 pensioners who were able to walk in the establishment which Sister Saint Benedict managed. She had turned round to her invalids, full of anxiety for them, and then seeing my quartermaster's stripes, she said to me, "I am much obliged to you for thinking of these poor women. They have very little pleasure in life, and you are at the same time giving them a great treat and doing them a great honor." I saw the priest, who had remained in the obscurity of the passage, and who was laughing heartily, and I began to laugh in my turn, especially when I saw Marchaz's face. Then, Motioning the nun to the seats, I said, "Sit down, sister. We are very proud and very happy that you have accepted our unpretentious invitation." She took 3 chairs which stood against the wall, set them before the fire, led her 3 old women to them, settled them on them, took their sticks and shawls which she put into a corner, and then, pointing to the first, a thin woman with an enormous stomach, who was evidently suffering from the dropsy, she said, "This is Mother Pormel, whose husband was killed by falling from a roof, and whose son died in Africa. She is 60 years old." Then she pointed to another, a tall woman, whose head shook unceasingly. "This is Mother Jean, who is 67. She is nearly blind, for her face was terribly singed in a fire, and her right leg was half burned off." Then she pointed to the third, a sort of dwarf, with protruding, round, stupid eyes, which she rolled incessantly in all directions. "This is La Putois, an idiot. She is only 44. I bowed to the 3 women as if I were being presented to some royal highness, and turning to the priest I said, "You are an excellent man, Monsieur l'Abbé, and we all owe you a debt of gratitude." Everybody was laughing, in fact, except Marchaz, who seemed furious, and just then Karl Massoligny cried, "Sister Saint Benedict, supper is on the table." I made her go first with the priest, then I helped up Mother Pormel, whose arm I took and dragged her into the next room, which was no easy task, for her swollen stomach seemed heavier than a lump of iron. Stout Pondrel gave his arm to Mother Jean, who bemoaned her crutch, and little Joseph Herban took the idiot, La Putois, to the dining room, which was filled with the odor of the viands. As soon as we were opposite our plates, the sister clapped her hands 3 times, and, with the precision of soldiers presenting arms, the women made a rapid sign of the cross, and then the priest slowly repeated the Benedictus in Latin. Then we sat down, and the 2 fowls appeared, brought in by Marchaz, who chose to wait rather than to sit down as a guest at this ridiculous repast. But I cried, "Bring the champagne at once," and a cork flew out with the noise of a pistol, and in spite of the resistance of the priest and the kind sister, the 3 hussars sitting by the side of the 3 invalids, emptied their 3 full glasses down their throats by force. Massoligny, who possessed the faculty of making himself at home, and of being on good terms with everyone, wherever he was, made love to Mother Pormel, in the drollest manner. The dropsical woman, who had retained her cheerfulness in spite of her misfortunes, answered him banteringly in a high falsetto voice which seemed to be assumed, and she laughed so heartily at her neighbor's jokes that her large stomach looked as if it were going to rise up and get onto the table. Little Herban had seriously undertaken the task of making the idiot drunk, and Baron D'Atrilis, whose wits were not always particularly sharp, was questioning old Jean about the life, the habits, and the rules in the hospital. The nun said to Massoligny in consternation, "Oh! Oh! You will make her ill. Pray do not make her laugh like that, monsieur." "Oh! Monsieur." Then she got up and rushed at Herban to take a full glass out of his hands which he was hastily emptying down La Putois's throat, while the priest shook with laughter, and said to the sister, "Never mind, just this once, it will not hurt her. Do leave them alone." After the 2 fowls they ate the duck, which was flanked by the 3 pigeons and a blackbird, and then the goose appeared, smoking, golden-colored, and diffusing a warm odor of hot, browned fat meat. La Pommelle, who was getting lively, clapped her hands. La Jean left off answering the Baron's numerous questions, and La Putois uttered grunts of pleasure, half cries and half sighs, like little children do when one shows them sweets. "Allow me to carve this bird," the cure said. "I understand these sort of operations better than most people." "Certainly, Monsieur l'Abbé," and the sister said. "How would it be to open the window a little? They are too warm, and I am afraid they will be ill." I turned to Marchaz. "Open the window for a minute." He did so. The cold outer air as it came in made the candles flare, and the smoke from the goose, which the cure was scientifically carving, with a table napkin round his neck, whirl about. We watched him doing it, without speaking now, for we were interested in his attractive handiwork, and also seized with renewed appetite at the sight of that enormous golden-colored bird, whose limbs fell one after another into the brown gravy at the bottom of the dish. At that moment, in the midst of greedy silence which kept us all attentive, the distant report of a shot came in at the open window. I started to my feet so quickly that my chair fell down behind me, and I shouted, "Mount, all of you! You, Marchaz, will take 2 men and go and see what it is. I shall expect you back here in 5 minutes." And while the 3 riders went off at full gallop through the night, I got into the saddle with my 3 remaining hussars, in front of the steps of the villa, while the cure, the sister, and the 3 old women showed their frightened faces at the window. We heard nothing more, except the barking of a dog in the distance. The rain had ceased, and it was cold, very cold. Soon I heard the gallop of a horse, of a single horse, coming back. It was Marchaz, and I called out to him, "Well, it is nothing." François has wounded an old peasant who refused to answer his challenge and who continued to advance in spite of the order to keep off. They are bringing him here, and we shall see what is the matter. I gave orders for the horses to be put back into the stable, and I sent my 2 soldiers to meet the others, and returned to the house. Then the cure, Marchaz, and I took a mattress into the room to put the wounded man on. The sister tore up a table napkin in order to make lint, while the 3 frightened women remained huddled up in a corner. Soon I heard the rattle of sabers on the road, and I took a candle to show a light to the men who were returning. They soon appeared, carrying that inert, soft, long, and sinister object which a human body becomes when life no longer sustains it. They put the wounded man on the mattress that had been prepared for him, and I saw at the first glance that he was dying. He had the death rattle, and was spitting up blood which ran out of the corners of his mouth, forced out of his lungs by his gasps. The man was covered with it. His cheeks, his beard, his hair, his neck, and his clothes seemed to have been rubbed, to have been dipped in a red tub. The blood had congealed on him, and had become a dull color which was horrible to look at. The old man, wrapped up in a large shepherd's cloak, occasionally opened his dull, vacant eyes. They seemed stupid with astonishment, like the eyes of hunted animals which fall at the sportsman's feet, half dead before the shot, stupefied with fear and surprise. The cure exclaimed, "Ah! There is old Placide, the shepherd from Les Moulins. He is deaf, poor man, and heard nothing. Ah! Oh, God! They have killed the unhappy man." The sister had opened his blouse and shirt and was looking at a little blue hole in the middle of his chest, which was not bleeding any more. "There is nothing to be done," she said. The shepherd was gasping terribly and bringing up blood with every breath. In his throat to the very depth of his lungs, they could hear an ominous and continued gurgling. The cure, standing in front of him, raised his right hand, made the sign of the cross, and in a slow and solemn voice pronounced the Latin words which purify men's souls. But before they were finished, the old man was shaken by a rapid shudder, as if something had broken inside him. He no longer breathed. He was dead. When I turned round I saw a sight which was even more horrible than the death struggle of this unfortunate man. The three old women were standing up huddled close together, hideous, and grimacing with fear and horror. I went up to them, and they began to utter shrill screams, while La Jean, whose leg had been burned and could not longer support her, fell to the ground at full length. Sister Saint Benedict left the dead man, ran up to her infirm old women, and without a word or a look for me wrapped their shawls round them, gave them their crutches, pushed them to the door, made them go out, and disappeared with them into the dark night. I saw that I could not even let a hussar accompany them, for the mere rattle of a sword would have sent them mad with fear. The cure was still looking at the dead man, but at last he turned to me and said, "Oh, what a horrible thing! Simon's Papa noon had just struck." The school door opened and the youngsters streamed out tumbling over one another in their haste to get out quickly. But instead of promptly dispersing and going home to dinner as was their daily wont, they stopped a few paces off, broke up into knots and set to whispering. The fact was that morning Simon, the son of La Blancotte, had, for the first time, attended school. They had all of them in their families heard of La Blancotte, and although in public she was welcome enough, the mothers among themselves treated her with compassion of a somewhat disdainful kind, which the children had caught without in the least knowing why. As for Simon himself, they did not know him, for he never went abroad, and did not play around with them through the streets of the village or along the banks of the river. So they loved him but little, and it was with a certain delight, mingled with astonishment, that they gathered in groups this morning, repeating to each other this sentence, concocted by a lad of 14 or 15 who appeared to know all about it. So sagaciously did he wink, "You know Simon, well, he has no papa." La Blancotte's son appeared in his turn upon the threshold of the school. He was 7 or 8 years old, rather pale, very neat, with a timid and almost awkward manner. He was making his way back to his mother's house when the various groups of his schoolfellows, perpetually whispering, and watching him with the mischievous and heartless eyes of children bent upon playing a nasty trick, gradually surrounded him and ended by enclosing him altogether. There he stood amid them, surprised and embarrassed, not understanding what they were going to do with him. But the lad who had brought the news, puffed up with the success he had met with, demanded, "What do you call yourself?" He answered, "Simon." "Simon what?" retorted the other. The child, altogether bewildered, repeated, "Simon." The lad shouted at him, "You must be named Simon something." "That is not a name, Simon indeed." And he, on the brink of tears, replied for the third time, "I am named Simon." The urchins began laughing. The lad triumphantly lifted up his voice, "You can see plainly that he has no papa." A deep silence ensued. The children were dumbfounded by this extraordinary, impossibly monstrous thing, a boy who had not a papa. They looked upon him as a phenomenon, an unnatural being, and they felt rising in them the hitherto inexplicable pity of their mothers for La Blancotte. As for Simon, he had propped himself against a tree to avoid falling, and he stood there as if paralyzed by an irreparable disaster. He sought to explain, but he could think of no answer for them, no way to deny this horrible charge that he had no papa. At last he shouted at them quite recklessly, "Yes, I have one." "Where is he?" demanded the boy. Simon was silent, he did not know. The children shrieked, tremendously excited. These sons of toil, nearly related to animals, experienced the cruel craving which makes the fowls of a farmyard destroy one of their own kind as soon as it is wounded. Simon suddenly spied a little neighbor, the son of a widow, whom he had always seen, as he himself was to be seen, quite alone with his mother. "And no more have you," he said, "no more have you a papa." "Yes," replied the other, "I have one." "Where is he?" rejoined Simon. "He is dead," declared the brat with superb dignity, "he is in the cemetery, is my papa." A murmur of approval rose amid the scapegraces, as if the fact of possessing a papa dead in a cemetery made their comrade big enough to crush the other one who had no papa at all. And these rogues, whose fathers were for the most part evildoers, drunkards, thieves, and ill-treaters of their wives, hustled each other as they pressed closer and closer to Simon as though they, the legitimate ones, would stifle in their pressure one who was beyond the law. The lad next Simon suddenly put his tongue out at him with a waggish air and shouted at him, "No papa! No papa!" Simon seized him by the hair with both hands and set to work to demolish his legs with kicks, while he bit his cheek ferociously. A tremendous struggle ensued between the two boys, and Simon found himself beaten, torn, bruised, rolled on the ground in the middle of the ring of applauding little vagabonds. As he arose, mechanically brushing his little blouse all covered with dust with his hand, someone shouted at him, "Go and tell your papa." He then felt a great sinking in his heart. They were stronger than he, They had beaten him and he had no answer to give them, for he knew it was true that he had no papa. Full of pride he tried for some moments to struggle against the tears which were suffocating him. He had a choking fit, and then without cries he began to weep with great sobs which shook him incessantly. Then a ferocious joy broke out among his enemies, and, just like savages in fearful festivals, they took one another by the hand and danced in a circle about him as they repeated in refrain, "No papa! No papa!" But suddenly Simon ceased sobbing. Frenzy overtook him. There were stones under his feet. He picked them up and with all his strength hurled them at his tormentors. 2 or 3 were struck and ran away yelling, and so formidable did he appear that the rest became panic-stricken. Cowards, like a jeering crowd in the presence of an exasperated man, they broke up and fled. Left alone, the little thing without a father set off running toward the fields, for a recollection had been awakened which nerved his soul to a great determination. He made up his mind to drown himself in the river. He remembered, in fact, that 8 days ago a poor devil who begged for his livelihood had thrown himself into the water because he had no more money. Simon had been there when they fished him out again, and the sight of the fellow, who had seemed to him so miserable and ugly, had then impressed him, his pale cheeks, his long drenched beard, and his open eyes being full of calm. The bystanders had said, "He is dead." And someone had added, "He is quite happy now." So Simon wished to drown himself also because he had no father, just as the wretched being did who had no money. He reached the water and watched it flowing. Some fishes were rising briskly in the clear stream and occasionally made little leaps and caught the flies on the surface. He stopped crying in order to watch them, for their feeding interested him vastly. But, at intervals, as in the lulls of a tempest, when tremendous gusts of wind snap off trees and then die away, this thought would return to him with intense pain: I am about to drown myself because I have no papa. It was very warm and fine weather. The pleasant sunshine warmed the grass, the water shone like a mirror, and Simon enjoyed for some minutes the happiness of that languor which follows weeping, desirous even of falling asleep there upon the grass in the warmth of noon. A little green frog leaped from under his feet. He endeavored to catch it. It escaped him. He pursued it and lost it 3 times following. At last he caught it by one of its hind legs and began to laugh as he saw the efforts the creature made to escape. It gathered itself up on its large legs and then with a violent spring suddenly stretched them out as stiff as 2 bars. Its eyes stared wide open in their round, golden circle, and it beat the air with its front limbs, using them as though they were hands. It reminded him of a toy made with straight slips of wood nailed zigzag one on the other, which by a similar movement regulated the exercise of the little soldiers fastened thereon. Then he thought of his home and of his mother, and overcome by great sorrow he again began to weep. His limbs trembled, and he placed himself on his knees and said his prayers as before going to bed. But he was unable to finish them, for such hurried and violent sobs overtook him that he was completely overwhelmed. He thought no more, he no longer heeded anything around him but was wholly given up to tears. Suddenly a heavy hand was placed upon his shoulder, and a rough voice asked him, "What is it that causes you so much grief, my fine fellow?" Simon turned round. A tall workman, with a black beard and hair all curled, was staring at him good-naturedly. He answered with his eyes and throat full of tears, "They have beaten me because I have no papa, no papa." "What?" said the man smiling, "why, everybody has one." The child answered painfully amid his spasms of grief, "But I have none." Then the workman became serious. He had recognized La Blancott's son, and although a recent arrival to the neighborhood he had a vague idea of her history. "Well," said he, "console yourself, my boy, and come with me home to your mother. She will give you a papa." And so they started on the way, the big one holding the little one by the hand. The man smiled afresh, for he was not sorry to see this Blancotte, who by popular report was one of the prettiest girls in the countryside, and, perhaps, he said to himself, at the bottom of his heart, that a lass who had erred once might very well err again. They arrived in front of a very neat little white house. "There it is," exclaimed the child, and he cried, "Mamma!" A woman appeared, and the workman instantly left off smiling, for he at once perceived that there was no more fooling to be done with the tall pale girl, who stood austerely at her door as though to defend from one man the threshold of that house where she had already been betrayed by another. Intimidated, his cap in his hand, he stammered out, "See, madam, I have brought you back your little boy, who had lost himself near the river." But Simon flung his arms about his mother's neck and told her, as he again began to cry, "No, mamma, I wished to drown myself, because the others had beaten me, because I have no papa." A burning redness covered the young woman's cheeks, and, hurt to the quick, she embraced her child passionately, while the tears coursed down her face. The man, much moved, stood there, not knowing how to get away. But Simon suddenly ran to him and said, "Will you be my papa?" A deep silence ensued. La Blancotte, dumb and tortured with shame, leaned against the wall, her hands upon her heart. The child, seeing that no answer was made him, replied, "If you do not wish it, I shall return to drown myself." The workman took the matter as a jest and answered laughing, "Why, yes, I wish it certainly." "What is your name?" then went on the child, "so that I may tell the others when they wish to know your name." "Philip," answered the man. Simon was silent a moment so that he might get the name well into his memory, then he stretched out his arms, quite consoled, and said, "Well, then, Philip, you are my papa." The workman, lifting him from the ground, kissed him hastily on both cheeks, and then strode away quickly. When the child returned to school next day he was received with a spiteful laugh, and at the end of school, when the lads were on the point of recommencing, Simon threw these words at their heads as he would have done a stone, he is named Philip, my papa." Yells of delight burst out from all sides. "Philip who? Philip what? What on earth is Philip? Where did you pick up your Philip?" Simon answered nothing, and immovable in faith he defied them with his eye, ready to be martyred rather than fly before them. The schoolmaster came to his rescue and he returned home to his mother. For a space of 3 months, the tall workman, Philip, frequently passed by La Blancote's house, and sometimes made bold to speak to her when he saw her sewing near the window. She answered him civilly, always sedately, never joking with him, nor permitting him to enter her house. Notwithstanding this, being, like all men, a bit of a coxcomb, he imagined that she was often rosier than usual when she chatted with him. But a fallen reputation is so difficult to recover, and always remains so fragile that, in spite of the shy reserve La Blancote maintained, they already gossiped in the neighborhood. As for Simon, he loved his new papa much, and walked with him nearly every evening when the day's work was done. He went regularly to school and mixed in a dignified way with his schoolfellows without ever answering them back. One day, however, the lad who had first attacked him said to him, "You have lied. You have not a papa named Philip." "Why do you say that?" demanded Simon, much disturbed. The youth rubbed his hands. He replied, "Because if you had one he would be your mamma's husband." Simon was confused by the truth of this reasoning, nevertheless he retorted, "He is my papa all the same." "That can very well be," exclaimed the urchin with a sneer, "but that is not being your papa altogether." La Blancote's little one bowed his head and went off dreaming in the direction of the forge belonging to old Loyson, where Philip worked. This forge was entombed in trees. It was very dark there, the red glare of a formidable furnace alone lit up with great flashes 5 blacksmiths, who hammered upon their anvils with a terrible din. Standing enveloped in flame, they worked like demons, their eyes fixed on the red-hot iron they were pounding, and their dull ideas rising and falling with their hammers. Simon entered without being noticed and quietly plucked his friend by the sleeve. Philip turned round. All at once the work came to a standstill and the men looked on very attentively. Then, in the midst of this unaccustomed silence, rose the little slender pipe of Simon. "Philip, explain to me what the lad at La Michandi has just told me, that you are not altogether my papa." "And why that?" asked the smith. The child replied in all innocence, "Because you are not my mamma's husband." No one laughed. Philip remained standing, leaning his forehead upon the back of his great hands, which held the handle of his hammer upright upon the anvil. He mused. His 4 companions watched him, and, like a tiny mite among these giants, Simon anxiously waited. Suddenly, one of the smiths, voicing the sentiment of all, said to Philip, "All the same La Blancote is a good and honest girl, stalwart and steady in spite of her misfortune, and one who would make a worthy wife for an honest man." "That is true," remarked the 3 others. The smith continued, is it the girl's fault if she has fallen? She had been promised marriage, and I know more than one who is much respected today and has sinned every bit as much." "That is true," responded the three men in chorus. He resumed, "How hard she has toiled, poor thing, to educate her lad all alone, and how much she has wept since she no longer goes out, save to church, God only knows." "That also is true," said the others. Then no more was heard save the roar of the bellows which fanned the fire of the furnace. Philip hastily bent himself down to Simon, "Go and tell your mamma that I shall come to speak to her." Then he pushed the child out by the shoulders. He returned to his work, and in unison the 5 hammers again fell upon their anvils. Thus they wrought the iron until nightfall, strong, powerful, happy, like Vulcans satisfied. But as the great bell of a cathedral resounds upon feast days above the jingling of the other bells, so Philip's hammer, dominating the noise of the others, clanged second after second with a deafening uproar. His eye on the fire, he plied his trade vigorously, erect amid the sparks. The sky was full of stars as he knocked at La Blancote's door. He had his Sunday blouse on, a fresh shirt, and his beard was trimmed. The young woman showed herself upon the threshold and said in a grieved tone, "It is ill to come thus when night has fallen, Mr. Philip." He wished to answer, but stammered and stood confused before her. She resumed, "And you understand quite well that it will not do that I should be talked about any more." Then he said all at once, "What does that matter to me, if you will be my wife?" No voice replied to him, but he believed that he heard in the shadow of the room the sound of a body falling. He entered very quickly, and Simon, who had gone to his bed, distinguished the sound of a kiss and some words that his mother said very softly. Then he suddenly found himself lifted up by the hands of his friend, who, holding him at the length of his Herculean arms, exclaimed to him, "You will tell your schoolfellows that your papa is Philip Remy, the blacksmith, and that he will pull the ears of all who do you any harm." On the morrow, when the school was full and lessons were about to begin, little Simon stood up quite pale with trembling lips. "My papa," said he in a clear voice, "is Philip Remy, the blacksmith, and he has promised to box the ears of all who do me any harm." This time no one laughed any longer, for he was very well known, was Philip Remy, the blacksmith, and he was a papa of whom anyone in the world would be proud. "Waiter, a bock, 1, Bavarian beer." Why on this particular evening did I enter a certain beer shop? I cannot explain it. It was bitterly cold. A fine rain, a watery mist floated about, veiling the gas jets in a transparent fog, making the pavements under the shadow of the shop fronts glitter, which revealed the soft slush and the soiled feet of the passers-by. I was going nowhere in particular, was simply having a short walk after dinner. I had passed the Crédit Lyonnais, the Rue Vivienne, and several other streets. Suddenly I descried a large café, which was more than half full. I walked inside, with no object in mind. I was not the least thirsty. by a searching glance I detected a place where I would not be too much crowded. So I went and sat down by the side of a man who seemed to me to be old, and who smoked a halfpenny clay pipe, which had become as black as coal. From 6 to 8 beer saucers were piled up on the table in front of him, indicating the number of books he had already absorbed. With that same glance I had recognized in him a regular toper, one of those frequenters of beer houses, who come in the morning as soon as the place is open, and only go away in the evening when it is about to close. He was dirty, bald to about the middle of the cranium, while his long grey hair fell over the neck of his frock coat. His clothes, much too large for him, appeared to have been made for him at a time when he was very stout. One could guess that his pantaloons were not held up by braces, and that this man could not take 10 paces without having to pull them up and readjust them. Did he wear a vest? The mere thought of his boots and the feet they enveloped filled me with horror. The frayed cuffs were as black at the edges as were his nails. As soon as I had sat down near him, this queer creature said to me in a tranquil tone of voice, "How goes it with you?" I turned sharply round to him and closely scanned his features, whereupon he continued, "I see you do not recognize me." "No, I do not." Des Barret's. I was stupefied. It was Count Jean des Barret's, my old college chum. I seized him by the hand, so dumbfounded that I could find nothing to say. I, at length, managed to stammer out, "And you, how goes it with you?" He responded placidly, "With me? Just as I like." He became silent. I wanted to be friendly, and I selected this phrase, "What are you doing now?" "You see what I am doing," he answered, quite resignedly. I felt my face getting red. I insisted, "But every day." "Every day is alike to me," was his response, accompanied with a thick puff of tobacco smoke. He then tapped on the top of the marble table with a sou, to attract the attention of the waiter, and called out, "Waiter, 2 box." A voice in the distance repeated, "2 box instead of 4. Another voice, more distant still, shouted out, "Here they are, sir, here they are." Immediately there appeared a man with a white apron, carrying 2 box which he set down foaming on the table, the foam running over the edge, onto the sandy floor. Des Barret's emptied his glass at a single draught and replaced it on the table, sucking in the drops of beer that had been left on his mustache. He next asked, "What is there new?" "I know of nothing new, worth mentioning, really," I stammered, "but nothing has grown old for me, I am a commercial man." In an equable tone of voice, he said, "Indeed, does that amuse you?" "No, but what do you mean by that? Surely you must do something." "What do you mean by that?" "I only mean, how do you pass your time? What's the use of occupying myself with anything? For my part, I do nothing at all, as you see, never anything. When one has not got a sou one can understand why one has to go to work. What is the good of working? Do you work for yourself, or for others?" If you work for yourself, you do it for your own amusement, which is all right. If you work for others, you reap nothing but ingratitude. Then sticking his pipe into his mouth, he called out anew, "Waiter, a bock. It makes me thirsty to keep calling so. I am not accustomed to that sort of thing. Yes, I do nothing, I let things slide, and I am growing old. In dying I shall have nothing to regret. If so, I should remember nothing, outside this public house. I have no wife, no children, no cares, no sorrows, nothing. That is the very best thing that could happen to one." He then emptied the glass which had been brought him, passed his tongue over his lips, and resumed his pipe. I looked at him stupefied and asked him, "But you have not always been like that?" "Pardon me, sir, ever since I left college. It is not a proper life to lead, my dear sir, it is simply horrible. Come, you must indeed have done something, you must have loved something, you must have friends." "No, I get up at noon, I come here, I have my breakfast, I drink my bock, I remain until the evening, I have my dinner, I drink bock. Then about 1 in the morning, I return to my couch, because the place closes up. And it is this latter that embitters me more than anything. For the last 10 years, I have passed 6/10 of my time on this bench, in my corner, and the other 4/10 in my bed, never changing. I talk sometimes with the habitués. But on arriving in Paris, what did you do at first?" "I paid my devoir to the Café de Médicis." "What next?" "Next, I crossed the water and came here." "Why did you take even that trouble?" "What do you mean?" "One cannot remain all one's life in the Latin Quarter. The students make too much noise. But I do not move about any longer. Waiter, a bock." I now began to think that he was making fun of me, and I continued, "Come now, be frank. You have been the victim of some great sorrow, despair in love, no doubt. It is easy to see that you are a man whom misfortune has hit hard. What age are you?" "I am 30 years of age, but I look to be 45 at least." I looked him straight in the face. His shrunken figure, badly cared for, gave one the impression that he was an old man. On the summit of his cranium, a few long hairs shot straight up from a skin of doubtful cleanness. He had enormous eyelashes, a large mustache, and a thick beard. Suddenly I had a kind of vision, I know not why, the vision of a basin filled with noisome water, the water which should have been applied to that pole. I said to him, "Verily, you look to be more than that age. Of a certainty you must have experienced some great disappointment." He replied, "I tell you that I have not. I am old because I never take air. There is nothing that vitiates the life of a man more than the atmosphere of a café." I could not believe him. "You must surely have been married as well. One could not get as bald-headed as you are without having been much in love." He shook his head, sending down his back little hairs from the scalp. "No, I have always been virtuous. And raising his eyes toward the luster, which beat down on our heads, he said, "If I am bald-headed, it is the fault of the gas. It is the enemy of hair. Waiter, a bock. You must be thirsty also." "No, thank you. But you certainly interest me. When did you have your first discouragement? Your life is not normal, is not natural. There is something under it all." "Yes, and it dates from my infancy. I received a heavy blow when I was very young. It turned my life into darkness, which will last to the end." "How did it come about? You wish to know about it? Well, then, listen. You recall, of course, the castle in which I was brought up, seeing that you used to visit it for 5 or 6 months during the vacations. You remember that large, grey building in the middle of a great park, and the long avenues of oaks, which opened toward the 4 cardinal points. You remember my father and my mother, both of whom were ceremonious, solemn, and severe. I worshipped my mother, I was suspicious of my father, but I respected both, accustomed always as I was to see everyone bow before them. In the country, they were Monsieur le Comte and Madame la Comtesse, and our neighbors, the Tanimes, the Ravelets, the Brenevils, showed the utmost consideration for them. I was then 13 years old, happy, satisfied with everything, as one is at that age, and full of joy and vivacity. Now toward the end of September, a few days before entering the Lycée, while I was enjoying myself in the mazes of the park, climbing the trees and swinging on the branches, I saw crossing an avenue my father and mother, who were walking together. I recall the thing as though it were yesterday. It was a very windy day. The whole line of trees bent under the pressure of the wind, moaned and seemed to utter cries, cries dull, yet deep, so that the whole forest groaned under the gale. Evening had come on, and it was dark in the thickets. The agitation of the wind and the branches excited me, made me skip about like an idiot, and howl in imitation of the wolves. As soon as I perceived my parents, I crept furtively toward them, under the branches, in order to surprise them, as though I had been a veritable wolf. But suddenly seized with fear, I stopped a few paces from them. My father, a prey to the most violent passion, cried, "Your mother is a fool, moreover. It is not your mother that is the question, it is you. I tell you that I want money, and I will make you sign this." My mother responded in a firm voice, "I will not sign it. It is Jean's fortune, I shall guard it for him, and I will not allow you to devour it with strange women, as you have your own heritage." Then my father, full of rage, wheeled round and seized his wife by the throat, and began to slap her full in the face with the disengaged hand. My mother's hat fell off, her hair became dishevelled and fell down her back. She essayed to parry the blows, but could not escape from them. And my father, like a madman, banged and banged at her. My mother rolled over on the ground, covering her face in both her hands. Then he turned her over on her back in order to batter her still more, pulling away the hands which were covering her face. As for me, my friend, It seemed as though the world had come to an end, that the eternal laws had changed. I experienced the overwhelming dread that one has in presence of things supernatural, in presence of irreparable disaster. My boyish head whirled round and soared. I began to cry with all my might, without knowing why, a prey to terror, to grief, to a dreadful bewilderment. My father heard me, turned round, and, on seeing me, made as though he would rush at me. I believed that he wanted to kill me, and I fled like a hunted animal, running straight in front of me through the woods. I ran perhaps for an hour, perhaps for 2, I know not. Darkness had set in, I tumbled over some thick herbs, exhausted, and I lay there lost, devoured by terror, eaten up by a sorrow capable of breaking forever the heart of a child. I became cold, I became hungry. At length day broke. I dared neither get up, walk, return home, nor save myself, fearing to encounter my father whom I did not wish to see again. I should probably have died of misery and of hunger at the foot of a tree if the guard had not discovered me and led me away by force. I found my parents wearing their ordinary aspect. My mother alone spoke to me. "How you have frightened me, you naughty boy, I have been the whole night sleepless." I did not answer, but began to weep. My father did not utter a single word. 8 days later I entered the Lycée. Well, my friend, it was all over with me. I had witnessed the other side of things, the bad side. I have not been able to perceive the good side since that day. What things have passed in my mind, what strange phenomena have warped my ideas, I do not know. But I no longer have a taste for anything, a wish for anything, a love for anybody, a desire for anything whatever, no ambition, no hope. And I can always see my poor mother lying on the ground, in the avenue, while my father was maltreating her. My mother died a few years after, my father lives still. I have not seen him since. Waiter, a bock. A waiter brought him his bock which he swallowed at a gulp. But, in taking up his pipe again, trembling as he was, he broke it. Then he made a violent gesture. Zounds! This is indeed a grief, a real grief. I have had it for a month, and it was coloring so beautifully. Then he went off through the vast saloon, which was now full of smoke and of people drinking, calling out, "Waiter, a bock, and a new pipe." Sequel to a divorce certainly, although he had been engaged in the most extraordinary, most unlikely, most extravagant, and funniest cases, and had won legal games without a trump in his hand, although he had worked out the obscure law of divorce, as if it had been a Californian gold mine. Maitre, 1. Garaulia, the celebrated, the only Garaulia, could not check a movement of surprise, nor a disheartening shake of the head, nor a smile, when the Countess de Bourdamont explained her affairs to him. For the first time. He had just opened his correspondence, and his slender hands, on which he bestowed the greatest attention, buried themselves in a heap of female letters, and one might have thought oneself in the confessional of a fashionable preacher, so impregnated was the atmosphere with delicate perfumes. Immediately, even before she had said a word, with the sharp glance of a practiced man of the world, that look which made beautiful Madame de Serpenoise say, "He strips your heart bare," the lawyer had classed her in the third category. Those who suffer came into his first category, those who love, into the second, and those who are bored, into the third, and she belonged to the latter. She was a pretty windmill, whose sails turned and flew round, and fretted the blue sky with a delicious shiver of joy, as it were, and had the brain of a bird, in which four correct and healthy ideas cannot exist side by side, and in which all dreams and every kind of folly are engulfed, like a great kaleidoscope. Incapable of hurting a fly, emotional, charitable, with a feeling of tenderness for the street girl who sells bunches of violets for a penny, for a cab horse which a driver is ill-using, for a melancholy pauper's funeral, when the body, without friends or relations to follow it, is being conveyed to the common grave, doing anything that might afford 5 minutes' amusement, not caring if she made men miserable for the rest of their days, and taking pleasure in kindling passions which consumed men's whole being, looking upon life as too short to be anything else than one uninterrupted round of gaiety and enjoyment. She thought that people might find plenty of time for being serious and reasonable in the evening of life, when they are at the bottom of the hill, and their looking-glasses reveal a wrinkled face, surrounded with white hair. A thoroughbred Parisian, whom one would follow to the end of the world, like a poodle, a woman whom one adores with the head, the heart, and the senses until one is nearly driven mad, as soon as one has inhaled the delicate perfume that emanates from her dress and hair, or touched her skin, and heard her laugh, a woman for whom one would fight a duel and risk one's life without a thought, for whom a man would remove mountains, and sell his soul to the devil several times over, if the devil were still in the habit of frequenting the places of bad repute on this earth. She had perhaps come to see this Garaulia, whom she had so often heard mentioned at 5 o'clock teas, so as to be able to describe him to her female friends subsequently in droll phrases, imitating his gestures and the unctuous inflections of his voice, in order, perhaps, to experience some new sensation, or, perhaps, for the sake of dressing like a woman who was going to try for a divorce, and, certainly, the whole effect was perfect. She wore a splendid cloak embroidered with jet, which gave an almost serious effect to her golden hair, to her small slightly turned up nose, with its quivering nostrils, and to her large eyes, full of enigma and fun, over a dark stuff dress, which was fastened at the neck by a sapphire and a diamond pin. The barrister did not interrupt her, but allowed her to get excited and to chatter, to enumerate her causes for complaint against poor Count de Bourdamont, who certainly had no suspicion of his wife's escapade, and who would have been very much surprised if anyone had told him of it at that moment, when he was taking his fencing lesson at the club. When she had quite finished, he said coolly, as if he were throwing a pail of water on some burning straw, "But, madam, there is not the slightest pretext for a divorce in anything that you have told me here. The judges would ask me whether I took the law courts for a theatre, and intended to make fun of them. And seeing how disheartened she was, that she looked like a child whose favorite toy had been broken, that she was so pretty that he would have liked to kiss her hands in his devotion, and as she seemed to be witty, and very amusing, and as, moreover, he had no objection to such visits being prolonged, when papers had to be looked over, while sitting close together, Maitre Garaulia appeared to be considering. Taking his chin in his hand, he said, "However, I will think it over. There is sure to be some dark spot that can be made out worse. Write to me, and come and see me again." In the course of her visits, that black spot had increased so much, and Madame de Bourdamont had followed her lawyer's advice so punctually, and had played on the various strings so skillfully that a few months later, after a lawsuit, which is still spoken of in the courts of justice, and during the course of which the President had to take off his spectacles, and to use his pocket handkerchief noisily, the divorce was pronounced in favor of the Countess Marie-Anne Nicole Bonnet de Bourdamont, née de Tanchat de Pithas. The Count, who was nonplussed at such an adventure turning out so seriously, first of all flew into a terrible rage, rushed off to the lawyer's office and threatened to cut off his knavish ears for him. But when his access of fury was over, and he thought of it, he shrugged his shoulders and said, "All the better for her, if it amuses her." Then he bought Baron Silberstein's yacht, and with some friends, got up a cruise to Ceylon and India. Marie-Anne began by triumphing, and felt as happy as a schoolgirl going home for the holidays. She committed every possible folly, and soon, tired, satiated, and disgusted, began to yawn, cried, and found out that she had sacrificed her happiness, like a millionaire who has gone mad and has cast his banknotes and shares into the river, and that she was nothing more than a disabled waif and stray. Consequently, she now married again, as the solitude of her home made her morose from morning till night, and then, besides, she found a woman requires a mansion when she goes into society, to race meetings, or to the theatre. And so, while she became a marchioness, and pronounced her second yes before a very few friends, at the office of the mayor of the English urban district, malicious people in the faubourg were making fun of the whole affair, and affirming this and that, whether rightly or wrongly, and comparing the present husband to the former one, even declaring that he had partially been the cause of the former divorce. Meanwhile Monsieur de Bourdamont was wandering over the four quarters of the globe trying to overcome his homesickness, and to deaden his longing for love, which had taken possession of his heart and of his body, like a slow poison. He traveled through the most out-of-the-way places, and the most lovely countries, and spent months and months at sea, and plunged into every kind of dissipation and debauchery. But neither the supple forms nor the luxurious gestures of the Bayadères, nor the large passive eyes of the Creoles, nor flirtations with English girls with hair the color of new cider, nor nights of waking dreams, when he saw new constellations in the sky, nor dangers during which a man thinks it is all over with him, and mutters a few words of prayer in spite of himself, when the waves are high, and the sky black. Nothing was able to make him forget that little Parisian woman who smelled so Sweet that she might have been taken for a bouquet of rare flowers, who was so coaxing, so curious, so funny, who never had the same caprice, the same smile, or the same look twice, and who, at bottom, was worth more than many others, either saints or sinners. He thought of her constantly, during long hours of sleeplessness. He carried her portrait about with him in the breast pocket of his pea jacket, a charming portrait in which she was smiling, and showing her white teeth between her half-open lips. Her gentle eyes with their magnetic look had a happy, frank expression, and from the mere arrangement of her hair, one could see that she was fair among the fair. He used to kiss that portrait of the woman who had been his wife as if he wished to efface it, would look at it for hours, and then throw himself down on the netting and sob like a child as he looked at the infinite expanse before him, seeming to see their lost happiness, the joys of their perished affections, and the divine remembrance of their love, in the monotonous waste of green waters. And he tried to accuse himself for all that had occurred, and not to be angry with her, to think that his grievances were imaginary, and to adore her in spite of everything and always. And so he roamed about the world, tossed to and fro, suffering and hoping he knew not what. He ventured into the greatest dangers, and sought for death just as a man seeks for his mistress, and death passed close to him without touching him, perhaps amused at his grief and misery. For he was as wretched as a stone breaker, as one of those poor devils who work and nearly break their backs over the hard flints the whole day long, under the scorching sun or the cold rain. And Marie Anne herself was not happy, for she was pining for the past and remembered their former love. At last, however, he returned to France, changed, tanned by exposure, sun, and rain, and transformed as if by some witch's philtre. Nobody would have recognized the elegant and effeminate clubman, in this corsair with broad shoulders, a skin the color of tan, with very red lips, who rolled a little in his walk, who seemed to be stifled in his black dress coat, but who still retained the distinguished manners and bearing of a nobleman of the last century, one of those who, when he was ruined, fitted out a privateer, and fell upon the English wherever he met them, from St. Malo to Calcutta. And wherever he showed himself his friends exclaimed, "Why, is that you? I should never have known you again." He was very nearly starting off again immediately. He even telegraphed orders to Havre to get the steam yacht ready for sea directly, when he heard that Marie Anne had married again. He saw her in the distance, at the Theatre Français one Tuesday, and when he noticed how pretty, how fair, how desirable she was, looking so melancholy, with all the appearance of an unhappy soul that regrets something, his determination grew weaker, and he delayed his departure from week to week, and waited, without knowing why, until, at last, worn out with the struggle, watching her wherever she went, more in love with her than he had ever been before, he wrote her long, mad, ardent letters, in which his passion overflowed like a stream of lava. He altered his handwriting, as he remembered her restless brain, and her many whims. He sent her the flowers which he knew she liked best, and told her that she was his life, that he was dying of waiting for her, of longing for her, for her his idol. At last, very much puzzled and surprised, guessing, who knows, from the instinctive beating of her heart, and her general emotion, that it must be he this time, he whose soul she had tortured with such cold cruelty, and knowing that she could make amends for the past and bring back their former love, she replied to him, and granted him the meeting that he asked for. She fell into his arms, and they both sobbed with joy and ecstasy. Their kisses were those which lips give only when they have lost each other and found each other again at last, when they meet and exhaust themselves in each other's looks, thirsting for tenderness, love, and enjoyment. Last week Count de Bourdamont carried off Marie-Anne quietly and coolly, just like one resumes possession of one's house on returning from a journey, and drives out the intruders. And when Maître Garaulier was told of this unheard of scandal, he rubbed his hands, the long, delicate hands of a sensual prelate, and exclaimed, "That is absolutely logical, and I should like to be in their place." 1. Title given to advocates in France. The Madwoman. I can tell you a terrible story about the Franco-Prussian War, Monsieur d'Endolin said to some friends assembled in the smoking room of Baron de Ravot's chateau. You know my house in the Faubourg de Courmayeur. I was living there when the Prussians came, and I had for a neighbor a kind of madwoman, who had lost her senses in consequence of a series of misfortunes. At the age of 27 she had lost her father, her husband, and her newly born child, all in the space of a month. When death has once entered into a house, it almost invariably returns immediately, as if it knew the way, and the young woman, overwhelmed with grief, took to her bed and was delirious for 6 weeks. Then a species of calm lassitude succeeded that violent crisis, and she remained motionless, eating next to nothing, and only moving her eyes. Every time they tried to make her get up, she screamed as if they were about to kill her, and so they ended by leaving her continually in bed, and only taking her out to wash her, to change her linen, and to turn her mattress. An old servant remained with her, to give her something to drink, or a little cold meat, from time to time. What passed in that despairing mind? No one ever knew, for she did not speak at all now. Was she thinking of the dead? Was she dreaming sadly, without any precise recollection of anything that had happened? Or was her memory as stagnant as water without any current? But however this may have been, for 15 years she remained thus inert and secluded. The war broke out, and in the beginning of December the Germans came to Courmayeur. I can remember it as if it were but yesterday. It was freezing hard enough to split the stones, and I myself was lying back in an armchair, being unable to move on account of the gout, when I heard their heavy and regular tread, and could see them pass from my window. They defiled past interminably, with that peculiar motion of a puppet on wires, which belongs to them. Then the officers billeted their men on the inhabitants, and I had 17 of them. My neighbor, the crazy woman, had a dozen, one of whom was the commandant, a regular violent, surly swashbuckler. During the first few days, everything went on as usual. The officers next door had been told that the lady was ill, and they did not trouble themselves about that in the least, but soon that woman whom they never saw irritated them. They asked what her illness was, and were told that she had been in bed for 15 years, in consequence of terrible grief. No doubt they did not believe it, and thought that the poor mad creature would not leave her bed out of pride, so that she might not come near the Prussians, or speak to them or even see them. The commandant insisted upon her receiving him. He was shown into the room and said to her roughly, "I must beg you to get up, madam, and to come downstairs so that we may all see you." But she merely turned her vague eyes on him, without replying, and so he continued, "I do not intend to tolerate any insolence, and if you do not get up of your own accord, I can easily find means to make you walk without any assistance." But she did not give any signs of having heard him, and remained quite motionless. Then he got furious, taking that calm silence for a mark of supreme contempt, so he added, "If you do not come downstairs tomorrow," and then he left the room. The next day the terrified old servant wished to dress her, but the mad woman began to scream violently, and resisted with all her might. The officer ran upstairs quickly, and the servant threw herself at his feet and cried, "She will not come down, monsieur, she will not. Forgive her, for she is so unhappy." The soldier was embarrassed, as in spite of his anger, he did not venture to order his soldiers to drag her out. But suddenly he began to laugh, and gave some orders in German, and soon a party of soldiers was seen coming out supporting a mattress as if they were carrying a wounded man. On that bed, which had not been unmade, the mad woman, who was still silent, was lying quite quietly, for she was quite indifferent to anything that went on, as long as they let her lie. Behind her, a soldier was carrying a parcel of feminine attire, and the officer said, rubbing his hands, "We will just see whether you cannot dress yourself alone, and take a little walk." And then the procession went off in the direction of the forest of Imoville. In 2 hours the soldiers came back alone, and nothing more was seen of the mad woman. What had they done with her? Where had they taken her to? No one knew. The snow was falling day and night, and enveloped the plain and the woods in a shroud of frozen foam, and the wolves came and howled at our very doors. The thought of that poor lost woman haunted me, and I made several applications to the Prussian authorities in order to obtain some information, and was nearly shot for doing so. When spring returned, the army of occupation withdrew, but my neighbor's house remained closed, and the grass grew thick in the garden walks. The old servant had died during the winter, and nobody troubled any longer about the occurrence. I alone thought about it constantly. What had they done with the woman? Had she escaped through the forest? Had somebody found her, and taken her to a hospital, without being able to obtain any information from her? Nothing happened to relieve my doubts, but by degrees, time assuaged my fears. Well, in the following autumn the woodcock were very plentiful, and as my gout had left me for a time, I dragged myself as far as the forest. I had already killed 4 or 5 of the long-billed birds, when I knocked over one which fell into a ditch full of branches, and I was obliged to get into it, in order to pick it up, and I found that it had fallen close to a dead, human body. Immediately the recollection of the madwoman struck me like a blow in the chest. Many other people had perhaps died in the wood during that disastrous year, but though I do not know why, I was sure, I tell you, that I should see the head of that wretched maniac. And suddenly I understood, I guessed everything. They had abandoned her on that mattress in the cold, deserted wood, and, faithful to her fixed idea, she had allowed herself to perish under that thick and light counterpane of snow, without moving either arms or legs. Then the wolves had devoured her, and the birds had built their nests with the wool from her torn bed, and I took charge of her bones. I only pray that our sons may never see any wars again. In various roles in the following reminiscences will frequently be mentioned a lady who played a great part in the annals of the police from 1848 to 1866. We will call her Wanda von Schubert. Born in Galicia of German parents, and carefully brought up in every way, when only 16 she married, from love, a rich and handsome officer of noble birth. The young couple, however, lived beyond their means, and when the husband died suddenly, 2 years after they were married, she was left anything but well off. As Wanda had grown accustomed to luxury and amusement, a quiet life in her parents' house did not suit her any longer. Even while she was still in mourning for her husband, she allowed a Hungarian magnate to make love to her. She went off with him at a venture, and continued the same extravagant life which she had led when her husband was alive, of her own volition. At the end of 2 years, however, her lover left her in a town in North Italy, almost without means. She was thinking of going on the stage, when chance provided her with another resource, which enabled her to reassert her position in society. She became a secret police agent, and soon was one of their most valuable members. In addition to the proverbial charm and wit of a Polish woman, she also possessed high linguistic attainments, and spoke Polish, Russian, French, German, English, and Italian, with almost equal fluency and correctness. Then she had that encyclopedic polish which impresses people much more than the most profound learning of the specialist. She was very attractive in appearance, and she knew how to set off her good looks by all the arts of dress and coquetry. In addition to this, she was a woman of the world in the widest sense of the term, pleasure-loving, faithless, unstable, and therefore never in any danger of really losing her heart, and consequently her head. She used to change the place of her abode, according to what she had to do. Sometimes she lived in Paris among the Polish emigrants, in order to find out what they were doing, and maintained intimate relations with the Tuileries and the Palais Royal at the same time. Sometimes she went to London for a short time, or hurried off to Italy to watch the Hungarian exiles, only to reappear suddenly in Switzerland, or at one of the fashionable German watering places. In revolutionary circles, she was looked upon as an active member of the Great League of Freedom, and diplomatists regarded her as an influential friend of Napoleon III. She knew everyone, but especially those men whose names were to be met with every day in the journals, and she counted Victor Emmanuel, Ruher, Gladstone, and Gorchakov among her friends, as well as Mazzini, Kossuth, Garibaldi, Mroslavsky, and Bakunin. In the spring of 185 she was at Vivi on the lovely lake of Geneva, and went into raptures when talking to an old German diplomatist about the beauties of nature, and about Kalame, Stifter, and Turgenev, whose Diary of a Hunter had just become fashionable. One day a man appeared at the table d'hôte, who excited unusual attention, and hers especially, so that there was nothing strange in her asking the proprietor of the hotel what his name was. She was told that he was a wealthy Brazilian, and that his name was Don Escovedo. Whether it was an accident, or whether he responded to the interest which the young woman felt for him, at any rate she constantly met him wherever she went, whether taking a walk, or on the lake, or looking at the newspapers in the reading room. At last she was obliged to confess to herself that he was the handsomest man she had ever seen. Tall, slim, and yet muscular, the young, beardless Brazilian had a head which any woman might envy, features not only beautiful and noble, but also extremely delicate, dark eyes which possessed a wonderful charm, and thick, auburn, curly hair, which completed the attractiveness and the strangeness of his appearance. They soon became acquainted, through a Prussian officer whom the Brazilian had asked for an introduction to the beautiful Polish lady, for Frau von Schubert was taken for one in Vivi. She, cold and designing as she was, blushed slightly when he stood before her for the first time, and when he gave her his arm, he could feel her hand tremble slightly on it. The same evening they went out riding together, the next he was lying at her feet, and on the third she was his. For 4 weeks the lovely Wanda and the Brazilian lived together as if they had been in paradise, but he could not deceive her searching eyes any longer. Her sharp and practiced eye had already discovered in him that indefinable something which makes a man appear a suspicious character. Any other woman would have been pained and horrified at such a discovery, but she found the strange consolation in it that her handsome adorer promised also to become a very interesting object for pursuit, and so she began systematically to watch the man who lay unsuspectingly at her feet. She soon found out that he was no conspirator, but she asked herself in vain whether she was to look for a common swindler, an impudent adventurer, or perhaps even a criminal in him. The day that she had foreseen soon came. The Brazilian's banker unaccountably had omitted to send him any money, and so he borrowed some of her. So he is a male courtesan, she said to herself. The handsome man soon required money again, and she lent it to him again. Then at last he left suddenly and nobody knew where he had gone to, only this much, that he had left Vivi as the companion of an old but wealthy Wallachian lady. So this time clever Wanda was duped. A year afterward she met the Brazilian unexpectedly at Lucca, with an insipid-looking, light-haired, thin Englishwoman on his arm. Wanda stood still and looked at him steadily, but he glanced at her quite indifferently. He did not choose to know her again. The next morning, however, his valet brought her a letter from him, which contained the amount of his debt in Italian 100 lire notes, accompanied by a very cool excuse. Wanda was satisfied, but she wished to find out who the lady was, in whose company she constantly saw Don Iscovdo. Don Iscovdo, an Austrian count, who had a loud and silly laugh, said, "Who has saddled you with that yarn?" "The lady is Lady Nightingale, and his name is Romanesco." "Romanesco?" "Yes, he is a rich boyar from Moldavia, where he has extensive estates." Romanesco ran a faro bank in his apartments, and certainly cheated, for he nearly always won. It was not long, therefore, before other people in good society at Lucca shared Madame von Schubert's suspicions, and, consequently, Romanesco thought it advisable to vanish as suddenly from Lucca as Iscovdo had done from Vivi, and without leaving any more traces behind him. Some time afterward, Madame von Schubert was on the island of Heligoland, for the sea bathing, and one day she saw Iscovdo Romanesco sitting opposite to her at the table d'hôte, in very animated conversation with a Russian lady, only his hair had turned black since she had seen him last. Evidently his light hair had become too compromising for him. "The sea water seems to have a very remarkable effect upon your hair," Wanda said to him spitefully, in a whisper. "Do you think so?" he replied, condescendingly. "I fancy that at one time your hair was fair." "You are mistaking me for somebody else," the Brazilian replied, quietly. "I am not." "For whom do you take me, pray?" he said with an insolent smile. "For Don Iscovdo." "I am Count Dembizki from Valkynia," the former Brazilian said with a bow. "Perhaps you would like to see my passport." Well, perhaps, and he had the impudence to show her his false passport. A year afterward Wanda met Count Dembizki in Baden, near Vienna. His hair was still black, but he had a magnificent, full, black beard. He had become a Greek prince, and his name was Anastasio Morokidatos. She met him once in one of the sidewalks in the park, where he could not avoid her. "If it goes on like this," she called out to him in a mocking voice, "the next time I see you, you will be king of some Negro tribe or other." That time, however, the Brazilian did not deny his identity. On the contrary, he surrendered at discretion, and implored her not to betray him. As she was not revengeful, she pardoned him, after enjoying his terror for a time, and promised him that she would hold her tongue, as long as he did nothing contrary to the laws. "First of all, I must beg you not to gamble. You have only to command, and we do not know each other in the future." "I must certainly insist on that," she said maliciously. The exotic prince had, however, made a conquest of the charming daughter of a wealthy Austrian count, and had cut out an excellent young officer, who was wooing her. The latter, in his despair, began to make love to Frau von Schubert, and at last told her he loved her. But she only laughed at him. "You are very cruel," he stammered in confusion. What are you thinking about?" Wanda replied, still smiling, "All I mean is that you have directed your love to the wrong address, for Countess "Do not speak of her, she is engaged to another man." "As long as I choose to permit it," she said, "but what will you do if I bring her back to your arms? Will you still call me cruel?" "Can you do this?" the young officer asked, in great excitement. "Well, supposing I can do it, what shall I be then?" "An angel, whom I shall thank on my knees." A few days later, the rivals met at a coffee house. The Greek prince began to lie and boast, and the Austrian officer gave him the lie direct. In consequence, it was arranged that they should fight a duel with pistols next morning in a wood close to Baden. But as the officer was leaving the house with his seconds the next morning, a police commissary came up to him and begged him not to trouble himself any further about the matter, but another time to be more careful before accepting a challenge. "What does it mean?" the officer asked, in some surprise. "It means that this Maupassant is a dangerous swindler and adventurer, whom we have just taken into custody. He is not a prince. No, a circus rider." An hour later, the officer received a letter from the charming countess, in which she humbly begged for pardon. The happy lover set off to go and see her immediately, but on the way a sudden thought struck him, and so he turned back in order to thank beautiful Wanda, as he had promised, on his knees. The false gems Lantin had met the young woman at a soirée, at the home of the assistant chief of his bureau, and at first sight had fallen madly in love with her. She was the daughter of a country physician who had died some months previously. She had come to live in Paris, with her mother, who visited much among her acquaintances, in the hope of making a favorable marriage for her daughter. They were poor and honest, quiet and unaffected. The young girl was a perfect type of the virtuous woman whom every sensible young man dreams of one day winning for life. Her simple beauty had the charm of angelic modesty, and the imperceptible smile which constantly hovered about her lips seemed to be the reflection of a pure and lovely soul. Her praises resounded on every side. People were never tired of saying, "Happy the man who wins her love. He could not find a better wife." Now Lantin enjoyed a snug little income of $700, and, thinking he could safely assume the responsibilities of matrimony, proposed to this model young girl and was accepted. He was unspeakably happy with her. She governed his household so cleverly and economically that they seemed to live in luxury. She lavished the most delicate attentions on her husband, coaxed and fondled him, and the charm of her presence was so great that 6 years after their marriage Lantin discovered that he loved his wife even more than during the first days of their honeymoon. He only felt inclined to blame her for 2 things, her love of the theatre, and a taste for false jewelry. Her friends, she was acquainted with some officers' wives, frequently procured for her a box at the theatre, often for the first representations of the new plays, and her husband was obliged to accompany her, whether he willed or not, to these amusements, though they bored him excessively after a day's labor at the office. After a time, Lantin begged his wife to get some lady of her acquaintance to accompany her. She was at first opposed to such an arrangement, but, After much persuasion on his part, she finally consented, to the infinite delight of her husband. Now, with her love for the theatre came also the desire to adorn her person. True, her costumes remained as before, simple, and in the most correct taste, but she soon began to ornament her ears with huge rhinestones which glittered and sparkled like real diamonds. Around her neck she wore strings of false pearls, and on her arms bracelets of imitation gold. Her husband frequently remonstrated with her, saying, "My dear, as you cannot afford to buy real diamonds, you ought to appear adorned with your beauty and modesty alone, which are the rarest ornaments of your sex." But she would smile sweetly, and say, "What can I do? I am so fond of jewelry. It is my only weakness. We cannot change our natures." Then she would roll the pearl necklaces around her fingers, and hold up the bright gems for her husband's admiration, gently coaxing him, "Look! Are they not lovely? One would swear they were real." Lantin would then answer, smilingly, "You have bohemian tastes, my dear." Often of an evening, when they were enjoying a tête-à-tête by the fireside, she would place on the tea-table the leather box containing the trash as Lantin called it. She would examine the false gems with a passionate attention as though they were in some way connected with a deep and secret joy, and she often insisted on passing a necklace around her husband's neck, and laughing heartily would exclaim, "How droll you look!" Then she would throw herself into his arms and kiss him affectionately. One evening in winter she attended the opera, and on her return was chilled through and through. The next morning she coughed, and 8 days later she died of inflammation of the lungs. Lantin's despair was so great that his hair became white in 1 month. He wept unceasingly, his heart was torn with grief, and his mind was haunted by the remembrance, the smile, the voice, by every charm of his beautiful, dead wife. Time, the healer, did not assuage his grief. Often during office hours, while his colleagues were discussing the topics of the day, his eyes would suddenly fill with tears, and he would give vent to his grief in heart-rending sobs. Everything in his wife's room remained as before her decease, and here he was wont to seclude himself daily and think of her who had been his treasure, the joy of his existence. But life soon became a struggle. His income, which in the hands of his wife had covered all household expenses, was now no longer sufficient for his own immediate wants, and he wondered how she could have managed to buy such excellent wines, and such rare delicacies, things which he could no longer procure with his modest resources. He incurred some debts and was soon reduced to absolute poverty. One morning, finding himself without a cent in his pocket, he resolved to sell something, and, immediately, the thought occurred to him of disposing of his wife's paste jewels. He cherished in his heart a sort of rancor against the false gems. They had always irritated him in the past, and the very sight of them spoiled somewhat the memory of his lost darling. To the last days of her life, she had continued to make purchases, bringing home new gems almost every evening. He decided to sell the heavy necklace which she seemed to prefer, and which, he thought, ought to be worth about 6 or 7 francs, for although paste it was, nevertheless, of very fine workmanship. He put it in his pocket and started out in search of a jeweller's shop. He entered the first one he saw, feeling a little ashamed to expose his misery, and also to offer such a worthless article for sale. "Sir," said he to the merchant, "I would like to know what this is worth." The man took the necklace, examined it, called his clerk and made some remarks in an undertone. Then he put the ornament back on the counter, and looked at it from a distance to judge of the effect. Lantin was annoyed by all this detail and was on the point of saying, "Oh, I know well enough it is not worth anything," when the jeweller said, "Sir, that necklace is worth from 12 to 15,000 francs, but I could not buy it unless you tell me now whence it comes." The widower opened his eyes wide and remained gaping, not comprehending the merchant's meaning. Finally he stammered, "You say, are you sure?" The other replied dryly, "You can search elsewhere and see if anyone will offer you more. I consider it worth 15,000 at the most. Come back here if you cannot do better." Lantin, beside himself with astonishment, took up the necklace and left the store. He wished time for reflection. Once outside, he felt inclined to laugh, and said to himself, "The fool! Had I only taken him at his word! That jeweler cannot distinguish real diamonds from paste." A few minutes after, he entered another store in the Rue de la Paix. As soon as the proprietor glanced at the necklace, he cried out, "Ah, parbleu! I know it well, it was bought here." Lantin was disturbed, and asked, "How much is it worth?" "Well, I sold it for 20,000 francs. I am willing to take it back for 18,000 when you inform me, according to our legal formality, how it comes to be in your possession." This time Lantin was dumbfounded. He replied, but, examine it well. Until this moment I was under the impression that it was paste." Said the jeweler, "What is your name, sir?" "Lantin, I am in the employ of the Minister of the Interior. I live at number 16 Rue des Martyrs." The merchant looked through his books, found the entry, and said, "That necklace was sent to Mme. Lantin's address, 16 Rue des Martyrs, the 20th of July, 1876. The two men looked into each other's eyes, the widower speechless with astonishment, the jeweler scenting a thief. The latter broke the silence by saying, "Will you leave this necklace here for 24 hours? I will give you a receipt." "Certainly," answered Lantin, hastily. Then, putting the ticket in his pocket, he left the store. He wandered aimlessly through the streets, his mind in a state of dreadful confusion. He tried to reason, to understand. His wife could not afford to purchase such a costly ornament. Certainly not. But, then, it must have been a present from whom? Why was it given her? He stopped and remained standing in the middle of the street. A horrible doubt entered his mind. She Then all the other gems must have been presents, too. The earth seemed to tremble beneath him, the tree before him was falling. Throwing up his arms, he fell to the ground, unconscious. He recovered his senses in a pharmacy into which the passers-by had taken him, and was then taken to his home. When he arrived, he shut himself up in his room and wept until nightfall. Finally, overcome with fatigue, he threw himself on the bed, where he passed an uneasy, restless night. The following morning he arose and prepared to go to the office. It was hard to work after such a shock. He sent a letter to his employer requesting to be excused. Then he remembered that he had to return to the jeweller's. He did not like the idea, but he could not leave the necklace with that man. So he dressed and went out. It was a lovely day, a clear blue sky smiled on the busy city below, and men of leisure were strolling about with their hands in their pockets. Observing them, Lantin said to himself, "The rich, indeed, are happy. With money it is possible to forget even the deepest sorrow. One can go where one pleases, and in travel find that distraction which is the surest cure for grief. Oh, if I were only rich!" He began to feel hungry, but his pocket was empty. He again remembered the necklace. 18,000 francs. 18,000 francs. What a sum! He soon arrived in the Rue de la Paix, opposite the jeweller's. 18,000 francs. 20 times he resolved to go in, but shame kept him back. He was hungry, however, very hungry, and had not a cent in his pocket. He decided quickly, ran across the street in order not to have time for reflection, and entered the store. The proprietor immediately came forward, and politely offered him a chair. The clerks glanced at him knowingly. "I have made inquiries," Lantin said the jeweler, "and if you are still resolved to dispose of the gems, I am ready to pay you the price I offered." "Certainly, sir," stammered Lantin. Whereupon the proprietor took from a drawer 18 large bills, counted and handed them to Lantin, who signed a receipt and with a trembling hand put the money into his pocket. As he was about to leave the store, he turned toward the merchant, who still wore the same knowing smile, and lowering his eyes, said, I have other gems which I have received from the same source. Will you buy them also?" The merchant bowed. "Certainly, sir." Lantin said gravely, "I will bring them to you." An hour later he returned with the gems. The large diamond earrings were worth 20,000 francs, the bracelets 35,000, the rings 16,000, a set of emeralds and sapphires 14,000, a gold chain with solitaire pendant 40,000, making the sum of 143,000 francs. The jeweler remarked, jokingly, there was a person who invested all her earnings in precious stones. Lantin replied, seriously, it is only another way of investing one's money. That day he lunched at Voisin's and drank wine worth 20 francs a bottle. Then he hired a carriage and made a tour of the Bois, and as he scanned the various turnouts with a contemptuous air he could hardly refrain from crying out to the occupants, "I, too, am rich, I am worth 200,000 francs." Suddenly he thought of his employer. He drove up to the office, and entered gaily, saying, "Sir, I have come to resign my position. I have just inherited 300,000 francs." He shook hands with his former colleagues and confided to them some of his projects for the future, then he went off to dine at the Café Anglais. He seated himself beside a gentleman of aristocratic bearing, and during the meal informed the latter confidentially that he had just inherited a fortune of 400,000 francs. For the first time in his life he was not bored at the theatre, and spent the remainder of the night in a gay frolic. 6 months afterward he married again. His second wife was a very virtuous woman, with a violent temper. She caused him much sorrow. Countess Satani. They were discussing dynamite, the social revolution, nihilism, and even those who cared least about politics had something to say. Some were alarmed, others philosophized, and others again tried to smile. Bah! N. said, "When we are all blown up, we shall see what it is like." Perhaps, after all, it may be an amusing sensation, provided one goes high enough. But we shall not be blown up at all. G. the optimist said, interrupting him. "It is all a romance." "You are mistaken, my dear fellow." Jules de C. replied. "It is like a romance, but with this confounded nihilism, everything is the same. It would be a mistake to trust to it. For instance, the manner in which I made Bakounine's acquaintance. They knew that he was a good narrator, and it was no secret that his life had been an adventurous one, so they drew closer to him, and listened intently. This is what he told them. Too, I met Countess Nioska W., that strange woman who was usually called Countess Satan, in Naples. I immediately attached myself to her out of curiosity, and soon fell in love with her. Not that she was beautiful, for she was a Russian with the bad characteristics of the Russian type. She was thin and squat at the same time, while her face was sallow and puffy, with high cheekbones and a Cossack's nose. But her conversation bewitched everyone. She was many-sided, learned, a philosopher, scientifically depraved, satanic. Perhaps the word is rather pretentious, but it exactly expresses what I want to say, for in other words she loved evil for the sake of evil. She rejoiced in other people's vices. She liked to sow the seeds of evil, in order to see it flourish. And that, too, by fraud on an enormous scale. It was not enough for her to corrupt individuals, she only did that to keep her hand in. What she wished to do was to corrupt the masses. By slightly altering it after her own fashion, she might have used Caligula's famous wish. She also might have wished that the whole human race had but one head, not in order that she might cut it off, but that she might make the philosophy of nihilism flourish there. What a temptation to become the lord and master of such a monster! I allowed myself to be tempted, and undertook the adventure. The means came unsought for by me, and the only thing that I had to do was to show myself more perverted and satanic than she was herself. And so I played the devil. Yes, I said, we writers are the best workmen for doing evil, as our books may be bottles of poison. The so-called men of action only turn the handle of the mitrailleuse which we have loaded. Formulas will destroy the world, and it is we who invent them. That is true, said she, and that is what is wanting in Bakounine, I am sorry to say. That name was constantly in her mouth. So I asked her for details, which she gave me, as she knew the man intimately. After all, she said, with a contemptuous grimace, he is only a kind of Garibaldi. She told me, although she made fun of him as she did so, about that odyssey of the barricades and of the hulks which made up Bakounine's history, and which is, nevertheless, the exact truth, about his adventures as chief of the insurgents at Prague and then at Dresden, of his first death sentence, about his imprisonment at Olmutz, in the casemates of the fortress of St. Peter and St. Paul, and in a subterranean dungeon at Scusselburg, about his exile to Siberia and his wonderful escape down the river Amur, on a Japanese coasting vessel, and about his final arrival, by way of Yokohama and San Francisco, in London, whence he was directing all the operations of nihilism. You see, she said, he is a thorough adventurer, and now all his adventures are over. He got married at Tobolsk and became a mere respectable, middle-class man. And then he has no individual ideas. Hurton, the pamphleteer of Kolokol, inspired him with the only fertile phrase that he ever uttered, land and liberty. But that is not yet the definite formula, the general formula, what I may call the dynamite formula. At best, Bakounine would only become an incendiary, and burn down cities. And what is that, I ask you? Bah! A second-hand Rostopchin. He wants a prompter, and I offered to become his, but he did not take me seriously. It would be useless to enter into all the psychological details which marked the course of my passion for the Countess, and to explain to you more fully the curious and daily growing attraction which she had for me. It was getting exasperating, and the more so as she resisted me as stoutly as the shyest of innocents could have done. At the end of a month of mad Satanism, I saw what her game was. Do you know what she intended? She meant to make me Bakounine's prompter, or, at any rate, that is what she said. But no doubt she reserved the right to herself, at least that is how I understood her, to prompt the prompter, and my passion for her, which she purposely left unsatisfied, assured her that absolute power over me. All this may appear madness to you, but it is, nevertheless, the exact truth. In short, one morning she bluntly made the offer, become Bakounine's soul, and you shall possess me. Of course I accepted, for it was too fantastically strange to refuse. Don't you think so? What an adventure! What luck! A number of letters between the Countess and Bakounine prepared the way. I was introduced to him at his house, and they discussed me there. I became a sort of Western prophet, a mystic charmer who was ready to nihilize the Latin races, the Saint Paul of the new religion of nothingness, and at last a day was fixed for us to meet in London. He lived in a small, one-storied house in Pimlico, with a tiny garden in front, and nothing noticeable about it. We were first of all shown into the commonplace parlor of all English homes, and then upstairs. The room where the Countess and I were left was small, and very badly furnished. It had a square table with writing materials on it, in the center of the room. This was his sanctuary. The deity soon appeared, and I saw him in flesh and bone, especially in flesh, for he was enormously stout. His broad face, with prominent cheekbones, in spite of fat, a nose like a double funnel, and small, sharp eyes, which had a magnetic lock, proclaimed the Tartar, the old Trinian blood which produced the Attilas, the Genghis Khans, the Tamerlanes. The obesity which is characteristic of nomad races, who are always on horseback or driving, added to his Asiatic look. The man was certainly not a European, a slave, a descendant of the deistic Aryans, but a scion of the atheistic hordes who had several times already almost overrun Europe, and who, instead of ideas of progress, have nihilism buried in their hearts. I was astonished, for I had not expected that the majesty of a whole race could be thus revived in a man, and my stupefaction increased after an hour's conversation. I could quite understand why such a colossus had not wished for the Countess as his Egeria. She was a silly child to have dreamed of acting such a part to such a thinker. She had not felt the profoundness of that horrible philosophy which was hidden under his material activity, nor had she seen the prophet under this hero of the barricades. Perhaps he had not thought it advisable to reveal himself to her, but he revealed himself to me, and inspired me with terror. A prophet. Oh. Yes. He thought himself an Attila, and foresaw the consequences of his revolution. It was not only from instinct but also from theory that he urged a nation on to nihilism. The phrase is not his, but Turgenev's, I believe, but the idea certainly belonged to him. He got his program of agricultural communism from Herten, and his destructive radicalism from Pugachev, but he did not stop there. I mean that he went on to evil for the sake of evil. Herten wished for the happiness of the Slav peasant, Pugachev wanted to be elected emperor, but all that Bakunin wanted was to overthrow the actual order of things, no matter by what means, and to replace social concentration by a universal upheaval. It was the dream of a Tartar, it was true nihilism pushed to extreme and practical conclusions. It was, in a word, the applied philosophy of chance, the indeterminate end of anarchy. Monstrous it may be, but grand in its monstrosity. And you must note that the typical man of action so despised by the Countess was, in Bakunin, the gigantic dreamer whom I have just shown to you. His dream did not remain a dream, but began to be realized. It was by the care of Bakunin that the nihilistic party became an entity, a party in which there is a little of everything, you know, but on the whole, a formidable party, the advanced guard of which is true nihilism, whose object is nothing less than to destroy the Western world, to see it blossom from under the ruins of a general dispersion, the last conception of modern Tartarism. I never saw Bakunin again, for the Countess's conquest would have been too dearly bought by any attempt to act a comedy with this old man of the mountain. And besides that, after this visit, poor Countess Satan appeared to me quite silly. Her famous Satanism was nothing but the flicker of a spirit lamp, after the general conflagration of which the other had dreamed. She had certainly shown herself very silly, when she could not understand that prodigious monster. And as she had seduced me only by her intellect and her perversity, I was disgusted as soon as she laid aside that mask. I left her without telling her of my intention, and never saw her again, either. No doubt they both took me for a spy from the third section of the Imperial Chancellery. In that case, they must have thought me very clever to have escaped discovery, and all I have to do is to look out, lest any affiliated members of their society recognize me. Then he smiled and, turning to the waiter who had just come in, said, "Open another bottle of champagne, and make the cork pop. It will, at any rate, remind us of the day when we ourselves shall be blown up with dynamite." "The Colonel's ideas, upon my word," said Colonel Laporte. "I am old and gouty, my legs are as stiff as two sticks, and yet if a pretty woman were to tell me to go through the eye of a needle, I believe I should take a jump at it, like a clown through a hoop. I shall die like that, it is in the blood. I am an old beau, one of the old regime, and the sight of a woman, a pretty woman, stirs me to the tips of my toes. There. And then we are all very much alike in France, we remain cavaliers, cavaliers of love and fortune, since God has been abolished, whose bodyguard we really were. But nobody will ever get the woman out of our hearts. There she is, and there she will remain. We love her, and shall continue to love her, and to commit all kinds of frolics on her account, so long as there is a France on the map of Europe. And even if France were to be wiped off the map, there would always be Frenchmen left. When I am in the presence of a woman, of a pretty woman, I feel capable of anything. By Jove, when I feel her looks penetrating me, those confounded looks which set your blood on fire, I could do anything, fight a duel, have a row, smash the furniture, anything just to show that I am the strongest, the bravest, the most daring, and the most devoted of men. But I am not the only one, certainly not. The whole French army is like me, that I will swear to. From the common soldier to the general, we all go forward, and to the very end, mark you, when there is a woman in the case, a pretty woman. Remember what Joan of Arc made us do formerly. Come, I'd make a bet that if a pretty woman had taken command of the army on the eve of Sedan, when Marshal MacMahon was wounded, we should have broken through the Prussian lines, by Jove, and have had a drink out of their guns. It was not Trochu, but Saint Genevieve, who was required in Paris, and I remember a little anecdote of the war which proves that we are capable of everything in the presence of a woman. I was a captain, a simple captain, at the time, and was in command of a detachment of scouts who were retreating through a district swarming with Prussians. We were surrounded, pursued, tired out, and half dead with fatigue and hunger, and by the next day we had to reach Bar-sur-Seine, otherwise we should be done for, cut off from the main body and killed. I do not know how we managed to escape so far. However, we had 10 leagues to go during the night, 10 leagues through the snow, and upon empty stomachs. I thought to myself, it is all over, my poor fellows will never be able to do it. We had eaten nothing since the day before, and the whole day long we remained hidden in a barn, huddled close together, so as not to feel the cold so much. We did not venture to speak or even move, and we slept by fits and starts, like you sleep when you are worn out with fatigue. It was dark by 5 o'clock, that one darkness caused by the snow, and I shook up my men. Some of them would not get up. They were almost incapable of moving or of standing upright, and their joints were stiff from the cold and want of motion. In front of us there was a large expanse of flat, bare country. The snow was still falling like a curtain, in large, white flakes, which concealed everything under a heavy, thick, frozen mantle, a mattress of ice. You would have thought that it was the end of things. Come, my lads, let us start. They looked at the thick, white dust which was coming down, and seemed to think, we have had enough of this, we may just as well die here. Then I took out my revolver, and said, I will shoot the first man who flinches. And so they set off, but very slowly, like men whose legs were of very little use to them. I sent 4 of them 300 yards ahead, to scout, and the others followed pell-mell, walking at random and without any order. I put the strongest in the rear, with orders to quicken the pace of the sluggards with the points of their bayonets in the back. The snow seemed as if it were going to bury us alive. It powdered our kepis, and cloaks without melting, and made phantoms of us, ghosts of worn-out soldiers who were very tired, and I said to myself, we shall never get out of this, except by a miracle. Sometimes we had to stop for a few minutes, on account of those who could not follow us, hearing nothing but the falling snow, that vague, almost indiscernible sound which the flakes make, as they come down together. Some of the men shook themselves, but others did not move, and so I gave the order to set off again. They shouldered their rifles, and with weary feet we set out again, when suddenly the scouts fell back. Something had alarmed them. They had heard voices in front of them, and so I sent 6 men and a sergeant on ahead, and waited. All at once a shrill cry, a woman's cry, pierced through the heavy silence of the snow, and in a few minutes they brought back 2 prisoners, an old man and a girl, whom I questioned in a low voice. They were escaping from the Prussians, who had occupied their house during the evening, and who had got drunk. The father had become alarmed on his daughter's account, and, without even telling their servants, they had made their escape into the darkness. I saw immediately that they belonged to the upper classes, and, as I should have done in any case, I invited them to come with us. So we started off together, and as the old man knew the road, he acted as our guide. It had ceased snowing, the stars appeared, and the cold became intense. The girl, who was leaning on her father's arm, walked wearily and with jerks, and several times she murmured, "I have no feeling at all in my feet." I suffered more than she did, I believe, to see that poor little woman dragging herself like that through the snow. But suddenly she stopped, and said, "Father, I am so tired that I cannot go any further." The old man wanted to carry her, but he could not even lift her up, and she fell on the ground with a deep sigh. We all came round her, and as for me, I stamped on the ground, not knowing what to do, quite unable to make up my mind to abandon that man and girl like that. Suddenly one of the soldiers, a Parisian, whom they had nicknamed Pratique, said, "Come, comrades, we must carry the young lady, otherwise we shall not show ourselves Frenchmen, confound it." I really believe that I swore with pleasure, and said, "That is very good of you, my children, I will take my share of the burden." We could indistinctly see the trees of a little wood on the left, through the darkness. Several men went into it, and soon came back with a bundle of branches twisted into a litter. "Who will lend his cloak?" "It is for a pretty girl," Comrades Pratique said, and 10 cloaks were thrown to him. In a moment, the girl was lying, warm and comfortable, among them, and was raised upon 6 shoulders. I placed myself at their head, on the right, and very pleased I was with my charge. We started off much more briskly, as if we had been having a drink of wine, and I even heard a few jokes. A woman is quite enough to electrify Frenchmen, you see. The soldiers, who were reanimated and warm, had almost reformed their ranks, and an old franc-tireur, too, who was following the litter, waiting for his turn to replace the first of his comrades who might give in, said to one of his neighbors, loud enough for me to hear, "I am not a young man, now, but by Jove, there is nothing like a woman to make you feel queer from head to foot." We went on, almost without stopping, until 3 o'clock in the morning, when suddenly our scouts fell back again. Soon the whole detachment showed nothing but a vague shadow on the ground, as the men lay on the snow, and I gave my orders in a low voice, and heard the harsh, metallic sound of the cocking of rifles. There, in the middle of the plain, some strange object was moving about. It might have been taken for some enormous animal running about, which uncoiled itself like a serpent, or came together into a coil, then suddenly went quickly to the right or left, stopped, and then went on again. But presently the wandering shape came near, and I saw a dozen lancers, one behind the other, who were trying to find their way, which they had lost. By this time they were so near that I could hear the panting of the horses, the clink of the swords, and the creaking of the saddles, and so cried, "Fire!" 50 rifle shots broke the stillness of the night. Then there were 4 or 5 reports, and at last one single shot was heard. When the smoke had cleared away we saw that the 12 men and 9 horses had fallen. 3 of the animals were galloping away at a furious pace. One of them was dragging the body of its rider behind it. His foot had caught in the stirrup, and his body rebounded from the ground in a horrible way. One of the soldiers behind me gave a harsh laugh, and said, "There are a few more widows now." Perhaps he was married. And another added, "It did not take long." A head was put out of the litter. "What is the matter?" she asked. "You are fighting." "It is nothing, mademoiselle," I replied. "We have got rid of a dozen Prussians." "Poor fellows," she said. But as she was cold, she quickly disappeared beneath the cloaks again, and we started off once more. We marched on for a long time, and at last the sky began to grow pale. The snow became quite clear, luminous, and bright, and a rosy tint appeared in the east. Suddenly a voice in the distance cried, "Who goes there?" The whole detachment halted, and I advanced to say who we were. We had reached the French lines, and as my men defiled before the outpost, a commandant on horseback, whom I had informed of what had taken place, asked in a sonorous voice, as he saw the litter pass him, "What have you there?" And immediately a small head, covered with light hair, appeared, dishevelled and smiling, and replied, "It is I, monsieur." At this, the men raised a hearty laugh, and we felt quite light-hearted, while Pratique, who was walking by the side of the litter, waved his kepi, and shouted, "Vive la France!" And I felt really moved. I do not know why, except that I thought it a pretty and gallant thing to say. It seemed to me as if we had just saved the whole of France, and had done something that other men could not have done, something simple, and really patriotic. I shall never forget that little face, you may be sure, and if I had to give my opinion about abolishing drums, trumpets, and bugles, I should propose to replace them in every regiment by a pretty girl, and that would be even better than playing the Marseillaise. By Jove! It would put some spirit into a trooper to have a Madonna like that, a living Madonna, by the colonel's side. He was silent for a few moments, and then with an air of conviction, and jerking his head, continued, "You see, we are very fond of women, we Frenchmen. 1. Forage caps. 2. Volunteers, in the Franco-German War of 1870–71, of whom the Germans often made short work when caught. 2 little soldiers every Sunday. The moment they were dismissed, the 2 little soldiers made off. Once outside the barracks, they struck out to the right through Courbevoie, walking with long rapid strides, as though they were on a march. When they were beyond the last of the houses, they slackened pace along the bare, dusty roadway which goes to Maupassant. They were both small and thin, and looked quite lost in their coats, which were too big and too long. Their sleeves hung down over their hands, and they found their enormous red breeches, which compelled them to waddle, very much in the way. Under their stiff, high helmets their faces had little character, 2 poor, sallow Breton faces, simple with an almost animal simplicity, and with gentle and quiet blue eyes. They never conversed during these walks, but went straight on, each with the same thought in his head. This thought atoned for the lack of conversation. It was this, that just inside the little wood near Les Champions they had found a place which reminded them of their own country, where they could feel happy again. When they arrived under the trees where the roads from Columbs and from Chater cross, they would take off their heavy helmets and wipe their foreheads. They always halted on the Bezons bridge to look at the Seine, and would remain there 2 or 3 minutes, bent double, leaning on the parapet. Sometimes they would gaze out over the great basin of Argenteuil, where the skiffs might be seen scudding, with their white, careening sails, recalling perhaps the look of the Breton waters, the harbour of Vannes, near which they lived, and the fishing boats standing out across the moor by hand to the open sea. Just beyond the Seine they bought their provisions from a sausage merchant, a baker, and a wine seller. A piece of blood pudding, 4 sous worth of bread, and a litre of petit bleu constituted the provisions, which they carried off in their handkerchiefs. After they had left Bezons they travelled slowly and began to talk. In front of them a barren plain studded with clumps of trees led to the wood, to the little wood which had seemed to them to resemble the one at Camarivan. Grain fields and hay fields bordered the narrow path, which lost itself in the young greenness of the crops, and Jean Curderin would always say to Luc le Ganidec, "It looks like it does near Plounivon." Yes, exactly. Side by side they strolled, their souls filled with vague memories of their own country, with awakened images as naive as the pictures on the colored broadsheets which you buy for a penny. They kept on recognizing, as it were, now a corner of a field, a hedge, a bit of moorland, now a crossroad, now a granite cross. Then, too, they would always stop beside a certain landmark, a great stone, because it looked something like the cromlech at Loch Newven. Every Sunday on arriving at the first clump of trees Luc le Ganidec would cut a switch, a hazel switch, and begin gently to peel off the bark, thinking meanwhile of the folk at home. Jean Curderin carried the provisions. From time to time Luc would mention a name, or recall some deed of their childhood in a few brief words, which caused long thoughts. And their own country, their dear, distant country, recaptured them little by little, seizing on their imaginations, and sending to them from afar her shapes, her sounds, her well-known prospects, her odors of the green lands where the salt sea air was blowing. No longer conscious of the exhalations of the Parisian stables, on which the earth of the banlieue fattens, they scented the perfume of the flowering broom, which the salt breeze of the open sea plucks and bears away. And the sails of the boats from the river banks seemed like the white wings of the coasting vessels seen beyond the great plain which extended from their homes to the very margin of the sea. They walked with short steps, Luc le Ganidec and Jean Curderin, content and sad, haunted by a sweet melancholy, by the lingering, ever-present sorrow of a caged animal who remembers his liberty. By the time that Luc had stripped the slender wand of its bark they reached the corner of the wood where every Sunday they took breakfast. They found the 2 bricks which they kept hidden in the thicket, and kindled a little fire of twigs, over which to roast the blood pudding at the end of a bayonet. When they had breakfasted, eaten their bread to the last crumb, and drunk their wine to the last drop, they remained seated side by side upon the grass, saying nothing, their eyes on the distance, their eyelids drooping, their fingers crossed as at mass, their red legs stretched out beside the poppies of the field. and the leather of their helmets and the brass of their buttons glittered in the ardent sun, making the larks, which sang and hovered above their heads, cease in mid-song. Toward noon they began to turn their eyes from time to time in the direction of the village of Bazans, because the girl with the cow was coming. She passed by them every Sunday on her way to milk and change the pasture of her cow, the only cow in this district which ever went out of the stable to grass. It was pastured in a narrow field along the edge of the wood a little farther on. They soon perceived the girl, the only human being within vision, and were gladdened by the brilliant reflections thrown off by the tin milk pail under the rays of the sun. They never talked about her. They were simply glad to see her, without understanding why. She was a big strong wench with red hair, burned by the heat of sunny days, a sturdy product of the environs of Paris. Once, finding them seated in the same place, she said, "Good morning. You two are always here, aren't you?" Luc Le Ganidque, the boulder, stammered, "Yes, we come to rest." That was all. But the next Sunday she laughed on seeing them, laughed with a protecting benevolence and a feminine keenness which knew well enough that they were bashful. And she asked, "What are you doing there? Are you trying to see the grass grow?" Luc was cheered up by this, and smiled likewise. "Maybe we are." "That's pretty slow work," said she. He answered, still laughing, "Well, yes, it is." She went on. But coming back with a milk pail full of milk, she stopped again before them, and said, "Would you like a little? It will taste like home." With the instinctive feeling that they were of the same peasant race as she, being herself perhaps also far away from home, she had divined and touched the spot. They were both touched. Then with some difficulty, she managed to make a little milk run into the neck of the glass bottle in which they carried their wine. And Luc drank first, with little swallows, stopping every minute to see whether he had drunk more than his half. Then he handed the bottle to Jean. She stood upright before them, her hands on her hips, her pail on the ground at her feet, glad at the pleasure which she had given. Then she departed, shouting, "Ayans, adieu. Till next Sunday." And as long as they could see her at all, they followed with their eyes her tall silhouette, which faded, growing smaller and smaller, seeming to sink into the verdure of the fields. When they were leaving the barracks the week after, Jean said to Luc, "Oughtn't we to buy her something good?" They were in great embarrassment before the problem of the choice of a delicacy for the girl with the cow. Luc was of the opinion that a little tripe would be the best, but Jean preferred some berlingots because he was fond of sweets. His choice fairly made him enthusiastic, and they bought at a grocer's 2 sous worth of white and red candies. They ate their breakfast more rapidly than usual, being nervous with expectation. Jean saw her first. "There she is," he cried. Luc added, "Yes, there she is." While yet some distance off she laughed at seeing them. Then she cried, "Is everything going as you like it?" And in unison they asked, "Are you getting on all right?" Then she conversed, talked to them of simple things in which they felt an interest, of the weather, of the crops, and of her master. They were afraid to offer her the candies, which were slowly melting away in Jean's pocket. At last Luck grew bold, and murmured, "We have brought you something." She demanded, "What is it? Tell me." Then Jean, blushing up to his ears, managed to get at the little paper cornucopia, and held it out. She began to eat the little bonbons, rolling them from one cheek to the other where they made little round lumps. The two soldiers, seated before her, gazed at her with emotion and delight. Then she went to milk her cow, and once more gave them some milk on coming back. They thought of her all the week, several times they even spoke of her. The next Sunday she sat down with them for a little longer talk, and all three, seated side by side, their eyes lost in the distance, clasping their knees with their hands, told the small doings, the minute details of life in the villages where they had been born, while over there the cow, seeing that the milkmaid had stopped on her way, stretched out toward her its heavy head with its dripping nostrils, and gave a long low to call her. Soon the girl consented to eat a bit of bread with them and drink a mouthful of wine. She often brought them plums in her pocket, for the season of plums had come. Her presence sharpened the wits of the two little Breton soldiers, and they chattered like two birds. But, one Tuesday, Luc le Ganid asked for leave, a thing which had never happened before, and he did not return until 10 o'clock at night. Jean racked his brains uneasily for a reason for his comrades going out in this way. The next Thursday Luc, having borrowed 10 sous from his bedfellow, again asked and obtained permission to leave the barracks for several hours. When he set off with Jean on their Sunday walk his manner was very queer, quite restless, and quite changed. Curderin did not understand, but he vaguely suspected something without divining what it could be. They did not say a word to one another until they reached their usual halting place, where, from their constant sitting in the same spot, the grass was quite worn away. They ate their breakfast slowly. Neither of them felt hungry. Before long the girl appeared. As on every Sunday, they watched her coming. When she was quite near, Luc rose and made 2 steps forward. She put her milk pail on the ground and kissed him. She kissed him passionately, throwing her arms about his neck, without noticing Jean, without remembering that he was there, without even seeing him. And he sat there desperate, poor Jean, so desperate that he did not understand, his soul quite overwhelmed, his heart bursting, but not yet understanding himself. Then the girl seated herself beside Luc, and they began to chatter. Jean did not look at them. He now divined why his comrade had gone out twice during the week, and he felt within him a burning grief, a kind of wound, that sense of rending which is caused by treason. Luc and the girl went off together to change the position of the cow. Jean followed them with his eyes. He saw them departing side by side. The red breeches of his comrade made a bright spot on the road. It was Luc who picked up the mallet and hammered down the stake to which they tied the beast. The girl stooped to milk her, while he stroked the cow's sharp spine with a careless hand. Then they left the milk pail on the grass, and went deep into the wood. Jean saw nothing but the wall of leaves where they had entered, and he felt himself so troubled that if he had tried to rise he would certainly have fallen. He sat motionless, stupefied by astonishment and suffering, with an agony which was simple but deep. He wanted to cry, to run away, to hide himself, never to see anybody any more. Soon he saw them issuing from the thicket. They returned slowly, holding each other's hands as in the villages do those who are promised. It was Luck who carried the pail. They kissed one another again before they separated, and the girl went off after having thrown Jean a friendly good evening and a smile which was full of meaning. Today she no longer thought of offering him any milk. The two little soldiers sat side by side, motionless as usual, silent and calm, their placid faces betraying nothing of all which troubled their hearts. The sun fell on them. Sometimes the cow lowed, looking at them from afar. At their usual hour they rose to go back. Luck cut a switch. Jean carried the empty bottle to return it to the wine cellar at Maupassant's. Then they sallied out upon the bridge, and, as they did every Sunday, stopped several minutes in the middle to watch the water flowing. Jean leaned more and more, over the iron railing, as though he saw in the current something which attracted him. Luck said, "Are you trying to drink?" Just as he uttered the last word Jean's head overbalanced his body, his legs described a circle in the air, and the little blue and red soldier fell in a heap, struck the water, and disappeared. Luck, his tongue paralyzed with anguish, tried in vain to shout. Farther down he saw something stir, then the head of his comrade rose to the surface of the river and sank immediately. Farther still he again perceived a hand, a single hand, which issued from the stream and then disappear. That was all. The bargeman who dragged the river did not find the body that day. Luck set out alone for the barracks, going at a run, his soul filled with despair. He told of the accident, with tears in his eyes, and a husky voice, blowing his nose again and again. He leaned over, he leaned over, so far that his head turned a somersault, and so he fell, choked with emotion. He could say no more. If he had only known. Ghosts just at the time when the Concordat was in its most flourishing condition, a young man belonging to a wealthy and highly respectable middle-class family went to the office of the head of the police at P, and begged for his help and advice, which was immediately promised him. "My father threatens to disinherit me," the young man began, "although I have never offended against the laws of the state, of morality, or against his paternal authority, merely because I do not share his blind reverence for the Catholic Church and her clergy. On that account he looks upon me, not merely as latitudinarian but as a perfect atheist, and a faithful old manservant of ours, who is much attached to me, and who accidentally saw my father's will, told me in confidence that he had left all his property to the Jesuits. I think this is highly suspicious, and I fear that the priests have been maligning me to my father. Until less than a year ago, we used to live very quietly and happily together, but ever since he has had so much to do with the clergy, our domestic peace and happiness are at an end. What you have told me, replied the official, is as likely as it is regrettable, but I fail to see how I can interfere in the matter. Your father is in full possession of all his mental faculties, and can dispose of all his property exactly as he pleases. I think that your protest is premature. You must wait until his will can legally take effect, and then you can invoke the aid of justice. I am sorry to say that just now I can do nothing for you. I think you will be able to, the young man replied, for I believe that a very clever piece of deceit is being carried on. How? Please explain yourself more clearly. When I remonstrated with him, yesterday evening, he referred to my dead mother, and at last assured me, in a voice of the deepest conviction, that she had frequently appeared to him, had threatened him with all the torments of the damned, if he did not disinherit his son, who had fallen away from God, and leave all his property to the church. Now I do not believe in ghosts. Neither do I, the police director replied, but I cannot well do anything on such grounds, having nothing but superstitions to go upon. You know how the Church rules all our affairs since the Concordat with Rome, and if I investigate this matter and obtain no results, I am risking my post. It would be very different if you could adduce any proofs for your suspicions. I do not deny that I should like to see the clerical party, which will, I fear, be the ruin of Austria, receive a staggering blow. Try, therefore, to get to the bottom of this business, and then we will talk it over again. About a month passed, without the young latitudinarian being heard of. Suddenly, he came one evening, in a great state of excitement, and told the inspector that he was in a position to expose the priestly deceit which he had mentioned, if the authorities would assist him. The police director asked for further information. I have obtained a number of important clues, said the young man. In the first place, my father confessed to me that my mother did not appear to him in our house, but in the churchyard where she is buried. My mother was consumptive for many years, and a few weeks before her death she went to the village of S, where she died and was buried. In addition to this, I found out from our footman that my father has already left the house twice, late at night, in company of X, the Jesuit priest, and that on both occasions he did not return till morning. Each time he was remarkably uneasy and low-spirited after his return, and had 3 masses said for my dead mother. He also told me just now that he has to leave home this evening on business, but, immediately after he told me that, our footman saw the Jesuit go out of the house. We may, therefore, assume that he intends this evening to consult the spirit of my dead mother again, and this would be an excellent opportunity to solve the matter, if you do not object to opposing the most powerful force in the empire for the sake of such an insignificant individual as myself. Every citizen has an equal right to the protection of the state, the police director replied, and I think that I have shown often enough that I am not wanting in courage to perform my duty, no matter how serious the consequences may be. but only very young men act without any prospects of success, because they are carried away by their feelings. When you came to me the first time, I was obliged to refuse your request for assistance, but today your request is just and reasonable. It is now 8 o'clock, I shall expect you in 2 hours' time, here in my office. At present, all you have to do is to hold your tongue, everything else is my affair. As soon as it was dark, 4 men got into a closed carriage in the yard of the police office, and were driven in the direction of the village of S. Their carriage, however, did not enter the village, but stopped at the edge of a small wood in the immediate neighborhood. Here all 4 alighted, the police director, accompanied by the young latitudinarian, a police sergeant, and an ordinary policeman, the latter however, dressed in plain clothes. The first thing for us to do is to examine the locality carefully, said the police director. It is 11 o'clock and the exorcisers of ghosts will not arrive before midnight, so we have time to look round us, and to lay our plans. The 4 men went to the churchyard, which lay at the end of the village, near the little wood. Everything was as still as death, and not a soul was to be seen. The sexton was evidently sitting in the public house, for they found the door of his cottage locked, as well as the door of the little chapel that stood in the middle of the churchyard. "Where is your mother's grave?" the police director asked. As there were only a few stars visible, it was not easy to find it, but at last they managed it, and the police director surveyed the neighborhood of it. "The position is not a very favorable one for us," he said at last. "There is nothing here, not even a shrub, behind which we could hide." But just then, the policeman reported that he had tried to get into the sexton's hut through the door or a window, and that at last he had succeeded in doing so by breaking open a square in a window which had been mended with paper, that he had opened it and obtained possession of the key, which he brought to the police director. The plans were very quickly settled. The police director had the chapel opened and went in with the young latitudinarian. Then he told the police sergeant to lock the door behind him and to put the key back where he had found it, and to shut the window of the sexton's cottage carefully. Lastly, he made arrangements as to what they were to do, in case anything unforeseen should occur, whereupon the sergeant and the constable left the churchyard, and lay down in a ditch at some distance from the gate, but opposite to it. Almost as soon as the clock struck 11:30, they heard steps near the chapel, whereupon the police director and the young latitudinarian went to the window in order to watch the beginning of the exorcism, and as the chapel was in total darkness, they thought that they should be able to see without being seen, but matters turned out differently from what they expected. Suddenly, the key turned in the lock. They barely had time to conceal themselves behind the altar, before 2 men came in, one of whom was carrying a dark lantern. One was the young man's father, an elderly man of the middle class, who seemed very unhappy and depressed. The other the Jesuit Father X, a tall, lean, big-boned man, with a thin, bilious face, in which 2 large grey eyes shone restlessly under bushy, black eyebrows. He lit the tapers, which were standing on the altar, and began to say a requiem mass, while the old man kneeled on the altar steps and served him. When it was over, the Jesuit took the book of the Gospels and the holy water sprinkler, and went slowly out of the chapel, the old man following him with the holy water basin in one hand, and a taper in the other. Then the police director left his hiding place, and stooping down, so as not to be seen, crept to the chapel window, where he cowered down carefully. The young man followed his example. They were now looking straight at his mother's grave. The Jesuit, followed by the superstitious old man, walked 3 times round the grave. Then he remained standing before it, and by the light of the taper read a few passages from the Gospel. Then he dipped the holy water sprinkler 3 times into the holy water basin, and sprinkled the grave 3 times. Then both returned to the chapel, kneeled down outside it with their faces toward the grave, and began to pray aloud, until at last the Jesuit sprang up, in a species of wild ecstasy, and cried out 3 times in a shrill voice, "Exsurge! Exsurge! Exsurge!" 1. Scarcely had the last words of the exorcism died away, when thick, blue smoke rose out of the grave, rapidly grew into a cloud, and began to assume the outlines of a human body, until at last a tall, white figure stood behind the grave, and beckoned with its hand. "Who art thou?" the Jesuit asked solemnly, while the old man began to cry. "When I was alive, I was called Anna Maria B., replied the ghost in a hollow voice. "Will you answer all my questions?" the priest continued. "As far as I can." "Have you not yet been delivered from purgatory by our prayers, and by all the masses for your soul, which we have said for you?" "Not yet, but soon, soon I shall be." "When?" "As soon as that blasphemer, my son, has been punished." "Has that not already happened?" "Has not your husband disinherited his lost son, and in his place made the church his heir?" "That is not enough." "What must he do besides?" "He must deposit his will with the judicial authorities, as his last will and testament, and drive the reprobate out of his house." "Consider well what you are saying. Must this really be?" "It must, or otherwise I shall have to languish in purgatory much longer," the sepulchral voice replied with a deep sigh, but the next moment the ghost yelled out in terror, "Oh, good Lord!" and began to run away as fast as it could. A shrill whistle was heard, and then another, and the police director laid his hand on the shoulder of the exorciser with the remark, "You are in custody." Meanwhile, the police sergeant and the policeman, who had come into the churchyard, had caught the ghost, and dragged it forward. It was the sexton, who had put on a flowing, white dress, and wore a wax mask, which bore a striking resemblance to his mother, so the son declared. When the case was heard, it was proved that the mask had been very skillfully made from a portrait of the deceased woman. The government gave orders that the matter should be investigated as secretly as possible, and left the punishment of Father X to the spiritual authorities, which was a matter of necessity, at a time when priests were outside of the jurisdiction of the civil authorities. It is needless to say that Father X was very comfortable during his imprisonment in a monastery, in a part of the country which abounded with game and trout. The only valuable result of the amusing ghost story was that it brought about a reconciliation between father and son. The former, as a matter of fact, felt such deep respect for priests and their ghosts in consequence of the apparition, that a short time after his wife had left purgatory for the last time in order to talk with him, he turned Protestant. 1. Arise. Was it a dream? I had loved her madly. Why does one love? Why does one love? How queer it is to see only one being in the world, to have only one thought in one's mind, only one desire in the heart, and only one name on the lips, a name which comes up continually, rising, like the water in a spring, from the depths of the soul to the lips, a name which one repeats over and over again, which one whispers ceaselessly, everywhere, like a prayer. I am going to tell you our story, for love only has one, which is always the same. I met her and loved her, that is all. And for a whole year I have lived on her tenderness, on her caresses, in her arms, in her dresses, on her words, so completely wrapped up, bound, and absorbed in everything which came from her, that I no longer cared whether it was day or night, or whether I was dead or alive, on this old earth of ours. And then she died. How? I do not know, I no longer know anything. But one evening she came home wet, for it was raining heavily, and the next day she coughed, and she coughed for about a week, and took to her bed. What happened I do not remember now, but doctors came, wrote, and went away. Medicines were brought, and some women made her drink them. Her hands were hot, her forehead was burning, and her eyes bright and sad. When I spoke to her, she answered me, but I do not remember what we said. I have forgotten everything, everything, everything. She died, and I very well remember her slight, feeble sigh. The nurse said, "Ah," and I understood. I understood. I knew nothing more, nothing. I saw a priest, who said, "Your mistress," and it seemed to me as if he were insulting her. As she was dead, nobody had the right to say that any longer, and I turned him out. Another came who was very kind and tender, and I shed tears when he spoke to me about her. They consulted me about the funeral, but I do not remember anything that they said, though I recollected the coffin, and the sound of the hammer when they nailed her down in it. Oh! God, God! She was buried. Buried. She. In that hole. Some people came, female friends. I made my escape and ran away. I ran, and then walked through the streets, went home, and the next day started on a journey. Yesterday I returned to Paris, and when I saw my room again, our room, our bed, our furniture, everything that remains of the life of a human being after death, I was seized by such a violent attack of fresh grief, that I felt like opening the window and throwing myself out into the street. I could not remain any longer among these things, between these walls which had enclosed and sheltered her, which retained 1,000 atoms of her skin and of her breath, in their imperceptible crevices. I took up my hat to make my escape, and just as I reached the door, I passed the large glass in the hall, which she had put there so that she might look at herself every day from head to foot as she went out, to see if her toilette looked well, and was correct and pretty, from her little boots to her bonnet. I stopped short in front of that looking-glass in which she had so often been reflected, so often, that it must have retained her reflection. I was standing there, trembling, with my eyes fixed on the glass, on that flat, profound, empty glass, which had contained her entirely, and had possessed her as much as my passionate looks had. I felt as if I loved that glass. I touched it, it was cold. Oh! The recollection! Sorrowful mirror, burning mirror, horrible mirror, to make men suffer such torments. Happy is the man whose heart forgets everything that it has contained, everything that has passed before it, everything that has looked at itself in it, or has been reflected in its affection, in its love. How I suffer! I went out without knowing it, without wishing it, and toward the cemetery. I found her simple grave, a white marble cross, with these few words: she loved, was loved, and died. She is there, below, decayed. How horrible! I sobbed with my forehead on the ground, and I stopped there for a long time, a long time. Then I saw that it was getting dark, and a strange, mad wish, the wish of a despairing lover, seized me. I wished to pass the night, the last night, in weeping on her grave. But I should be seen and driven out. How was I to manage? I was cunning, and got up and began to roam about in that city of the dead. I walked and walked. How small this city is, in comparison with the other, the city in which we live. And yet, how much more numerous the dead are than the living. We want high houses, wide streets, and much room for the 4 generations who see the daylight at the same time, drink water from the spring, and wine from the vines, and eat bread from the plains. And for all the generations of the dead, for all that ladder of humanity that has descended down to us, there is scarcely anything, scarcely anything. The earth takes them back, and oblivion effaces them. Adieu. At the end of the cemetery, I suddenly perceived that I was in its oldest part, where those who had been dead a long time are mingling with the soil, where the crosses themselves are decayed, where possibly newcomers will be put tomorrow. It is full of untended roses, of strong and dark cypress trees, a sad and beautiful garden, nourished on human flesh. I was alone, perfectly alone. So I crouched in a green tree and hid myself there completely amid the thick and sombre branches. I waited, clinging to the stem, like a shipwrecked man does to a plank. When it was quite dark, I left my refuge and began to walk softly, slowly, inaudibly, through that ground full of dead people. I wandered about for a long time, but could not find her tomb again. I went on with extended arms, knocking against the tombs with my hands, my feet, my knees, my chest, even with my head, without being able to find her. I groped about like a blind man finding his way, I felt the stones, the crosses, the iron railings, the metal wreaths, and the wreaths of faded flowers. I read the names with my fingers, by passing them over the letters. What a night! What a night! I could not find her again. There was no moon. What a night! I was frightened, horribly frightened in these narrow paths, between two rows of graves. 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 Nothing but graves. On my right, on my left, in front of me, around me, everywhere there were graves. I sat down on one of them, for I could not walk any longer, my knees were so weak. I could hear my heart beat. And I heard something else as well. What? A confused, nameless noise. Was the noise in my head, in the impenetrable night, or beneath the mysterious earth, the earth sown with human corpses? I looked all around me, but I cannot say how long I remained there. I was paralyzed with terror, cold with fright, ready to shout out, ready to die. Suddenly, it seemed to me that the slab of marble on which I was sitting, was moving. Certainly it was moving, as if it were being raised. With a bound, I sprang onto the neighboring tomb, and I saw, yes, I distinctly saw the stone which I had just quitted rise upright. Then the dead person appeared, a naked skeleton, pushing the stone back with its bent back. I saw it quite clearly, although the night was so dark. On the cross I could read, "Here lies Jack Ollivant, who died at the age of 51. He loved his family, was kind and honorable, and died in the grace of the Lord." The dead man also read what was inscribed on his tombstone. Then he picked up a stone off the path, a little, pointed stone, and began to scrape the letters carefully. He slowly effaced them, and with the hollows of his eyes he looked at the places where they had been engraved. Then with the tip of the bone that had been his forefinger, he wrote in luminous letters, like those lines which boys trace on walls with the tip of a lucifer match, "Here reposes Jack Ollivant, who died at the age of 51. He hastened his father's death by his unkindness, as he wished to inherit his fortune. He tortured his wife, tormented his children, deceived his neighbors, robbed everyone he could, and died wretched." When he had finished writing, the dead man stood motionless, looking at his work. On turning round I saw that all the graves were open, that all the dead bodies had emerged from them, and that all had effaced the lies inscribed on the gravestones by their relations, substituting the truth instead. And I saw that all had been the tormentors of their neighbors, malicious, dishonest, hypocrites, liars, rogues, calumniators, envious, that they had stolen, deceived, performed every disgraceful, every abominable action. These good fathers, these faithful wives, these devoted sons, these chaste daughters, these honest tradesmen, these men and women who were called irreproachable. They were all writing at the same time, on the threshold of their eternal abode, the truth, the terrible and the holy truth of which everybody was ignorant, or pretended to be ignorant, while they were alive. I thought that she also must have written something on her tombstone, And now running without any fear among the half-open coffins, among the corpses and skeletons, I went toward her, sure that I should find her immediately. I recognized her at once, without seeing her face, which was covered by the winding sheet, and on the marble cross, where shortly before I had read, "She loved, was loved, and died." I now saw, having gone out in the rain one day, in order to deceive her lover, she caught cold and died. It appears that they found me at daybreak, lying on the grave unconscious. The diary of a madman. He was dead, the head of a high tribunal, the upright magistrate, whose irreproachable life was a proverb in all the courts of France. Advocates, young councillors, judges had saluted, bowing low in token of profound respect, remembering that grand face, pale and thin, illumined by two bright, deep-set eyes. He had passed his life in pursuing crime and in protecting the weak. Swindlers and murderers had no more redoubtable enemy, for he seemed to read in the recesses of their souls their most secret thoughts. He was dead, now, at the age of 82, honored by the homage and followed by the regrets of a whole people. Soldiers in red breeches had escorted him to the tomb, and men in white cravats had shed on his grave tears that seemed to be real. But listen to the strange paper found by the dismayed notary in the desk where the judge had kept filed the records of great criminals. It was entitled, "Why? The 20th of June, 1851. I have just left court. I have condemned Blondel to death. Now, why did this man kill his 5 children?" Frequently one meets with people to whom killing is a pleasure. Yes, yes, it should be a pleasure, the greatest of all, perhaps, for is not killing most like creating? To make and to destroy. These two words contain the history of the universe, the history of all worlds, all that is, all. Why is it not intoxicating to kill? The 25th of June. To think that there is a being who lives, who walks, who runs. A being. What is a being? An animated thing which bears in it the principle of motion, and a will ruling that principle. It clings to nothing, this thing. Its feet are independent of the ground. It is a grain of life that moves on the earth, and this grain of life, coming I know not whence, one can destroy at one's will. Then nothing more. It perishes, it is finished. The 26th of June. Why, then, is it a crime to kill? Yes, why? On the contrary, it is the law of nature. Every being has the mission to kill, he kills to live, and he lives to kill. The beast kills without ceasing, all day, every instant of its existence. Man kills without ceasing, to nourish himself, but since in addition he needs to kill for pleasure, he has invented the chase. The child kills the insects he finds, the little birds, all the little animals that come in his way. But this does not suffice for the irresistible need of massacre that is in us. It is not enough to kill beasts, we must kill man too. Long ago this need was satisfied by human sacrifice. Now, the necessity of living in society has made murder a crime. We condemn and punish the assassin. But as we cannot live without yielding to this natural and imperious instinct of death, we relieve ourselves from time to time, by wars. Then a whole nation slaughters another nation. It is a feast of blood, a feast that maddens armies and intoxicates the civilians, women and children, who read, by lamplight at night, the feverish story of massacre. And do we despise those picked out to accomplish these butcheries of men? No, they are loaded with honors. They are clad in gold and in resplendent stuffs, they wear plumes on their heads and ornaments on their breasts, and they are given crosses, rewards, titles of every kind. They are proud, respected, loved by women, cheered by the crowd, solely because their mission is to shed human blood. They drag through the streets their instruments of death, and the passerby, clad in black, looks on with envy. For to kill is the great law put by nature in the heart of existence. There is nothing more beautiful and honorable than killing. The 30th of June. To kill is the law, because nature loves eternal youth. She seems to cry in all her unconscious acts, quick, quick, quick. The more she destroys, the more she renews herself. July the 2nd. It must be a pleasure, unique and full of zest, to kill, to place before you a living, thinking being, to make therein a little hole, nothing but a little hole, and to see that red liquid flow which is the blood, which is the life, and then to have before you only a heap of limp flesh, cold, inert, void of thought. August the 5th. I, who have passed my life in judging, condemning, killing by words pronounced, killing by the guillotine those who had killed by the knife, if I should do as all the assassins whom I have smitten have done, I, who would know it? The 10th of August. Who would ever know? Who would ever suspect me? Especially if I should choose a being I had no interest in doing away with. The 22nd of August. I could resist no longer. I have killed a little creature as an experiment, as a beginning. Jean, my servant, had a goldfinch in a cage hung in the office window. I sent him on an errand, and I took the little bird in my hand where I felt its heart beat. It was warm. I went up to my room. From time to time I squeezed it tighter, its heart beat faster, it was atrocious and delicious. I was nearly choking it. But I could not see the blood. Then I took scissors, short nail scissors, and I cut its throat in 3 strokes, quite gently. It opened its bill, it struggled to escape me, but I held it, oh! I held it, I could have held a mad dog, and I saw the blood trickle. And then I did as assassins do, real ones. I washed the scissors and washed my hands. I sprinkled water, and took the body, the corpse, to the garden to hide it. I buried it under a strawberry plant. It will never be found. Every day I can eat a strawberry from that plant. How one can enjoy life, when one knows how. My servant cried, he thought his bird flown. How could he suspect me? Ah! The 25th of August. I must kill a man. I must. The 30th of August. It is done. But what a little thing. I had gone for a walk in the forest of Vernes. I was thinking of nothing, literally nothing. See. A child on the road, a little child eating a slice of bread and butter. He stops to see me pass and says, "Good day, Mr. President." And the thought enters my head, shall I kill him? I answer, "You are alone, my boy." "Yes, sir." "All alone in the wood?" "Yes, sir." The wish to kill him intoxicated me like wine. I approached him quite softly, persuaded that he was going to run away. And suddenly I seized him by the throat. He held my wrists in his little hands, and his body writhed like a feather on the fire. Then he moved no more. I threw the body in the ditch, then some weeds on top of it. I returned home and dined well. What a little thing it was. In the evening I was very gay, light, rejuvenated, and passed the evening at the prefect's. They found me witty. But I have not seen blood. I am not tranquil. The 31st of August. The body has been discovered. They are hunting for the assassin. Ah! September the 1st. 2 tramps have been arrested. Proofs are lacking. September the 2nd. The parents have been to see me. They wept. Ah! October the 6th. Nothing has been discovered. Some strolling vagabond must have done the deed. Ah! If I had seen the blood flow, it seems to me I should be tranquil now. The 10th of October. Yet another. I was walking by the river, after breakfast. And I saw, under a willow, a fisherman asleep. It was noon. A spade, as if expressly put there for me, was standing in a potato field nearby. I took it. I returned, I raised it like a club, and with one blow of the edge I cleft the fisherman's head. Oh! He bled, this one, rose-colored blood. It flowed into the water quite gently. And I went away with a grave step. If I had been seen, ah! I should have made an excellent assassin. The 25th of October. The affair of the fisherman makes a great noise. His nephew, who fished with him, is charged with the murder. The 26th of October. The examining magistrate affirms that the nephew is guilty. Everybody in town believes it. Ah! Ah! The 27th of October. The nephew defends himself badly. He had gone to the village to buy bread and cheese, he declares. He swears that his uncle had been killed in his absence. Who would believe him? The 28th of October. The nephew has all but confessed, so much have they made him lose his head. Ah! Justice. The 15th of November. There are overwhelming proofs against the nephew, who was his uncle's heir. I shall preside at the sessions. The 25th of January, 1852. To death. To death. To death. I have had him condemned to death. The Advocate General spoke like an angel. Ah! Yet another. I shall go to see him executed. The 10th of March. It is done. They guillotined him this morning. He died very well. Very well. That gave me pleasure. How fine it is to see a man's head cut off. Now, I shall wait, I can wait. It would take such a little thing to let myself be caught. The manuscript contained more pages, but told of no new crime. Alienist physicians to whom the awful story has been submitted declare that there are in the world many unknown madmen, as adroit and as terrible as this monstrous lunatic. An unfortunate likeness it was during one of those sudden changes of the electric light, which at one time throws rays of exquisite pale pink, of a liquid gold filtered through the light hair of a woman, and at another, rays of bluish hue with strange tints, such as the sky assumes at twilight, in which the women with their bare shoulders looked like living flowers. It was, I say, on the night of the 1st of January at Monthonorales, the dainty painter of tall, undulating figures, of bright dresses, of Parisian prettiness, that tall Pescarol, whom some called Pussy though I do not know why, suddenly said in a low voice, "Well, people were not altogether mistaken, in fact, were only half wrong when they coupled my name with that of pretty Lucy Plonel." She had caught me, just as a bird-catcher on a frosty morning catches an imprudent wren on a lime twig. In fact, she might have done whatever she liked with me. I was under the charm of her enigmatical and mocking smile, that smile in which her teeth gleamed cruelly between her red lips, and glistened as if they were ready to bite and to heighten the pleasure of the most delightful, the most voluptuous, kiss by pain. I loved everything in her, her feline suppleness, her languid looks which emerged from her half-closed lids, full of promises and temptation, her somewhat extreme elegance, and her hands, those long, delicate white hands, with blue veins, like the bloodless hands of a female saint in a stained glass window, and her slender fingers, on which only the large blood drop of a ruby glittered. I would have given her all my remaining youth and vigor to have laid my burning hands upon the back of her cool, round neck, and to feel that bright, silk, golden mane enveloping me and caressing my skin. I was never tired of hearing her disdainful, petulant voice, those vibrations which sounded as if they proceeded from clear glass, whose music, at times, became hoarse, harsh, and fierce, like the loud, sonorous calls of the Valkyries. Good heavens! To be her lover, to be her chattel, to belong to her, to devote one's whole existence to her, to spend one's last halfpenny and to sink in misery, only to have the glory and the happiness of possessing her splendid beauty, the sweetness of her kisses, the pink and the white of her demon-like soul all to myself, if only for a few months. It makes you laugh, I know, to think that I should have been caught like that, I who give such good, prudent advice to my friends. I who fear love as I do those quicksands and shoals which appear at low tide and in which one may be swallowed up and disappear. But who can answer for himself, who can defend himself against such a danger, as the magnetic attraction that inheres in such a woman? Nevertheless, I got cured and perfectly cured, and that quite accidentally. This is how the enchantment, which was apparently so infrangible, was broken. On the first night of a play, I was sitting in the stalls close to Lucy, whose mother had accompanied her, as usual. They occupied the front of a box, side by side. From some unsurmountable attraction, I never ceased looking at the woman whom I loved with all the force of my being. I feasted my eyes on her beauty, I saw nobody except her in the theatre, and did not listen to the piece that was being performed on the stage. Suddenly, however, I felt as if I had received a blow from a dagger in my heart, and I had an insane hallucination. Lucy had moved, and her pretty head was in profile, in the same attitude and with the same lines as her mother. I do not know what shadow or what play of light had hardened and altered the color of her delicate features, effacing their ideal prettiness, but the more I looked at them both, at the one who was young and the one who was old, the greater the distressing resemblance became. I saw Lucy growing older and older, striving against those accumulating years which bring wrinkles in the face, produce a double chin and crow's feet, and spoil the mouth. They almost looked like twins. I suffered so, that I thought I should go mad. Yet in spite of myself, instead of shaking off this feeling and making my escape out of the theatre, far away into the noise and life of the boulevards, I persisted in looking at the other, at the old one, in examining her, in judging her, in dissecting her with my eyes. I got excited over her flabby cheeks, over those ridiculous dimples, that were half filled up, over that treble chin, that dyed hair, those lustreless eyes, and that nose, which was a caricature of Lucy's beautiful, attractive little nose. I had a prescience of the future. I loved her, and I should love her more and more every day, that little sorceress who had so despotically and so quickly conquered me. I should not allow any participation or any intrigue from the day she gave herself to me, and once intimately connected, who could tell whether, just as I was defending myself against it most, the legitimate termination, marriage, might not come. Why not give one's name to a woman whom one loves, and whom one trusts? The reason was that I should be tied to a disfigured, ugly creature, with whom I should not venture to be seen in public. My friends would leer at her with laughter in their eyes, and with pity in their hearts for the man who was accompanying those remains. And so, as soon as the curtain had fallen, without saying good day or good evening, I had myself driven to the Moulin Rouge. Well, Florise d'Anglet exclaimed, I shall never take Mamma to the theatre with me again, for the men are really going crazy. A country excursion for 5 months. They had been talking of going to lunch at some country restaurant in the neighborhood of Paris, on Madame Dufour's birthday, and as they were looking forward very impatiently to the outing, they had risen very early that morning. Monsieur Dufour had borrowed the milkman's tilted cart, and drove himself. It was a very neat, two-wheeled conveyance, with a hood, and in it Madame Dufeu, resplendent in a wonderful, cherry-colored silk dress, sat by the side of her husband. The old grandmother and the daughter were accommodated with two chairs, and a yellow-haired youth, of whom, however, nothing was to be seen except his head, lay at the bottom of the trap. When they got to the bridge of Neuilly, Monsieur Dufeu said, "Here we are in the country at last." At that warning, his wife grew sentimental about the beauties of nature. When they got to the crossroads at Courbevoie, they were seized with admiration for the tremendous view down there. On the right was the spire of Argenteuil church, above it rose the hills of Sanois and the mill of Orgemont, while on the left, the aqueduct of Marly stood out against the clear morning sky. In the distance they could see the terrace of Saint-Germain, and opposite to them, at the end of a low chain of hills, the new fort of Cormeilles. Afar, a very long way off, beyond the plains and villages, one could see the summer green of the forests. The sun was beginning to shine in their faces, the dust got into their eyes, and on either side of the road there stretched an interminable tract of bare, ugly country, which smelled unpleasantly. You would have thought that it had been ravaged by a pestilence which had even attacked the buildings, for skeletons of dilapidated and deserted houses, or small cottages left in an unfinished state, as if the contractors had not been paid, reared their four roofless walls on each side. Here and there tall factory chimneys rose up from the barren soil, the only vegetation on that putrid land, where the spring breezes wafted an odor of petroleum and soot, mingled with another smell that was even still less agreeable. At last, however, they crossed the Seine a second time. It was delightful on the bridge, the river sparkled in the sun, and they had a feeling of quiet satisfaction and enjoyment in drinking in purer air, not impregnated by the black smoke of factories, nor by the miasma from the deposits of night soil. A man whom they met told them that the name of the place was Bazins, so Monsieur Dufeu pulled up, and read the attractive announcement outside an eating house, Restaurant Poulin, stews and fried fish, private rooms, arbors, and swings. Well, Madame Dufeu, will this suit you? Will you make up your mind at last? She read the announcement in her turn, and then looked at the house for a time. It was a white country inn, built by the roadside, and through the open door she could see the bright zinc of the counter, at which two workmen out for the day were sitting. At last she made up her mind, and said, "Yes, this will do, and, besides, there is a view." So they drove into a large yard studded with trees, behind the inn, which was only separated from the river by the towing path, and got out. The husband sprang out first, and held out his arms for his wife. As the step was very high, Madame Dufeu, in order to reach him, had to show the lower part of her limbs, whose former slenderness had disappeared in fat. Monsieur Dufeu, who was already getting excited by the country air, pinched her calf, and then, taking her in his arms, set her onto the ground, as if she had been some enormous bundle. She shook the dust out of the silk dress, and then looked round, to see in what sort of a place she was. She was a stout woman, of about 36, full-blown and delightful to look at. She could hardly breathe, as she was laced too tightly, which forced the heaving mass of her superabundant bosom up to her double chin. Next, the girl put her hand onto her father's shoulder, and jumped lightly down. The youth with the yellow hair had got down by stepping on the wheel, and he helped Monsieur Duffer to get the grandmother out. Then they unharnessed the horse, which they tied up to a tree, and the carriage fell back, with both shafts in the air. The man and boy took off their coats, washed their hands in a pail of water, and then joined the ladies, who had already taken possession of the swings. Mademoiselle Duffer was trying to swing herself standing up, but she could not succeed in getting a start. She was a pretty girl of about 18, one of those women who suddenly excite your desire when you meet them in the street, and who leave you with a vague feeling of uneasiness and of excited senses. She was tall, had a small waist and large hips, with a dark skin, very large eyes, and very black hair. Her dress clearly marked the outlines of her firm, full figure, which was accentuated by the motion of her hips as she tried to swing herself higher. Her arms were stretched over her head to hold the rope, so that her bosom rose at every movement she made. Her hat, which a gust of wind had blown off, was hanging behind her, and as the swing gradually rose higher and higher, she showed her delicate limbs up to the knees each time, and the wind from the perfumed petticoats, more heady than the fumes of wine, blew into the faces of her father and friend, who were looking at her in admiration. Sitting in the other swing, Madame Duffer kept saying in a monotonous voice, "Cyprian, come and swing me, do come and swing me, Cyprian." At last he complied, and turning up his shirt sleeves, as if he intended to work very hard, with much difficulty he set his wife in motion. She clutched the two ropes, and held her legs out straight, so as not to touch the ground. She enjoyed feeling giddy from the motion of the swing, and her whole figure shook like a jelly on a dish, but as she went higher and higher, she grew too giddy and got frightened. Every time she was coming back, she uttered a shriek, which made all the little urchins come round, and, down below, beneath the garden hedge, she vaguely saw a row of mischievous heads, making various grimaces as they laughed. When a servant girl came out, they ordered lunch. Some fried fish, a stewed rabbit, salad, and dessert. Madame Duffer said, with an important air. "Bring 2 quarts of beer and a bottle of claret," her husband said. "We will have lunch on the grass," the girl added. The grandmother, who had an affection for cats, had been petting one that belonged to the house, and had been bestowing the most affectionate words on it, for the last 10 minutes. The animal, no doubt secretly pleased by her attentions, kept close to the good woman, but just out of reach of her hand, and quietly walked round the trees, against which she rubbed herself, with her tail up, purring with pleasure. "Hullo!" exclaimed the youth with the yellow hair, who was ferreting about, "here are 2 swell boats." They all went to look at them, and saw 2 beautiful skiffs in a wooden boat house, which were as beautifully finished as if they had been objects of luxury. They were moored side by side, like 2 tall, slender girls, in their narrow shining length, and aroused in one a wish to float in them on warm summer mornings and evenings, along flower-covered banks of the river, where the trees dip their branches into the water, where the rushes are continually rustling in the breeze, and where the swift kingfishers dart about like flashes of blue lightning. The whole family looked at them with great respect. "They are indeed two swell boats," Monsieur Dufeu repeated gravely, and he examined them closely, commenting on them like a connoisseur. He had been in the habit of rowing in his younger days, he said, and when he had that in his hands, and he went through the action of pulling the oars, he did not care a fig for anybody. He had beaten more than one Englishman formerly at the Joinville regattas. He grew quite excited at last, and offered to make a bet that in a boat like that he could row 6 miles an hour, without exerting himself. "Lunch is ready," said the waitress, appearing at the entrance to the boat-house. They all hurried off, but 2 young men were already lunching at the best place, which Madame Dufeu had chosen in her mind as her seat. No doubt they were the owners of the skiffs, for they were dressed in boating costume. They were stretched out, almost lying on chairs, and were sunburned, and had on flannel trousers and thin cotton jerseys, with short sleeves, which showed their bare arms, which were as strong as blacksmiths. They were 2 strong young fellows, who thought a great deal of their vigor, and who showed in all their movements that elasticity and grace of limb which can only be acquired by exercise, and which is so different to the awkwardness with which the same continual work stamps the mechanic. They exchanged a rapid smile when they saw the mother, and then a look on seeing the daughter. "Let us give up our place," one of them said, "it will make us acquainted with them." The other got up immediately, and holding his black and red boating cap in his hand, he politely offered the ladies the only shady place in the garden. With many excuses they accepted, and so that it might be more rural, they sat on the grass, without either tables or chairs. The 2 young men took their plates, knives, forks, etc., to a table a little way off, and began to eat again. Their bare arms, which they showed continually, rather embarrassed the young girl, who even pretended to turn her head aside, and not to see them. But Madame Dufeu, who was rather bolder, tempted by feminine curiosity, looked at them every moment, and no doubt compared them with the secret unsightliness of her husband. She had squatted herself on the ground with her legs tucked under her, after the manner of tailors, and kept wriggling about continually, under the pretext that ants were crawling about her somewhere. Monsieur Dufeu, whom the politeness of the strangers had put into rather a bad temper, was trying to find a comfortable position, which he did not, however, succeed in doing, while the youth with the yellow hair was eating as silently as an ogre. "It is lovely weather, monsieur," the stout lady said to one of the boating men. She wished to be friendly, because they had given up their place. "It is, indeed, madam," he replied. "Do you often go into the country?" "Oh, only once or twice a year, to get a little fresh air. And you, monsieur?" "I come and sleep here every night." "Oh, that must be very nice." "Certainly it is, madam. and he gave them such a practical account of his daily life, that in the hearts of these shopkeepers, who were deprived of the meadows, and who longed for country walks, it roused that innate love of nature, which they all felt so strongly the whole year round, behind the counter in their shop. The girl raised her eyes and looked at the oarsman with emotion, and Monsieur Dufeu spoke for the first time. "It is indeed a happy life," he said. And then he added, "A little more rabbit, my dear." "No, thank you," she replied, and turning to the young men again, and pointing to their arms, asked, "Do you never feel cold like that?" They both laughed, and amazed the family by telling of the enormous fatigue they could endure, of bathing while in a state of tremendous perspiration, of rowing in the fog at night, and they struck their chests violently, to show how they sounded. "Ah! You look very strong," the husband said, and he did not talk any more of the time when he used to beat the English. The girl was looking at the Maupassants now, and the young fellow with the yellow hair, as he had swallowed some wine the wrong way, and was coughing violently, bespattered Madame Dufeu's cherry-colored silk dress. Madame got angry, and sent for some water to wash the spots. Meanwhile it had grown unbearably hot. The sparkling river looked like a blaze of fire, and the fumes of the wine were getting into their heads. Monsieur Dufeu, who had a violent hiccough, had unbuttoned his waistcoat and the top of his trousers, while his wife, who felt choking, was gradually unfastening her dress. The youth was shaking his yellow wig in a happy frame of mind, and kept helping himself to wine, and as the old grandmother felt drunk, she endeavored to be very stiff and dignified.